Good morning, good morning, good morning. Amazing. Lawnard, we are just getting into March. It's March 4th. It's Wednesday. We're day 8,952. I'm sorry, 8 of trial. Yesterday for me did not feel like a day that was slogging. I felt like so much information came in. We also saw Mr. Bloodworth say swoop, which was, delightful to me. I was very entertained. I think you were all very entertained as well. We were entertained, but I love a financial day. I love a financial day. I love the organization. I love the charts. Like your hips, paper doesn't lie. Paper does not lie. It is what it is. Now, jurors can take away different things from the paper, but there was some stuff in there that was real questionable. Real questionable. Gives a little context to those memes. For me, it might not for everyone. Then again, seen a lot of information about this case, so it's a little easier. The more you see the puzzle on the front of the box, the easier it is to kind of envision the way it's all going to come together because you know what pieces are still outstanding versus coming in as a juror where you see the opening and then you're trying to figure out what other pieces are out there, which can be a little bit harder. And when we're looking at a trial, the presumption of innocence is there until the prosecution pushes it, to beyond a reasonable doubt. And the defense is trying to stop them from pushing that doubt to the side and pushing you over to beyond a reasonable doubt. So that's where we're at today. We're still in the prosecution's case in chief. I want to know if today's going to be bestie day or insurance day. Remember, there is, yes, the aggravated murder charge. There is also an attempted murder charge. And we've seen little bits about the attempted murder charge, but we haven't really started to pull that all the way around yet. And then there are also 2 insurance fraud counts and a forgery count that goes to the insurance fraud counts. So as we were getting into the financial information yesterday, we've got those 2 false fraudulent insurance claim counts that are still kind of hanging out there, and then 1 forgery count related to that. So we still have those counts to go. And so that's why today I was like, are we going to get into the bestie of it all? Or are we going to get into the insurance of it all? Because the prosecution has gone quite a lot in order. Quite a lot in order is a weird sentence. The prosecution has gone methodically in order. And so the way that they've brought in information, you're like, oh, I see where that information gives information to this information. I very, very much appreciate it. I appreciate it. I find it easy to follow. I really enjoyed the forensic accountant yesterday. No shock to any of you. I love an expert witness that enjoys their job. Like, the nerdier they are for their job, the more excited I am. I love the charts. I love the graphs, the receipts, screenshots, timeline, fucking everything. I love it. I just love it. The other thing about this case is that it is kind of surreal because this murder charge is charged on March 3rd, 2022, and law enforcement was called the early morning hours of March 4th, 2022. So we are right in, I don't know how the family chooses that. I imagine this whole week is miserable for them, but it's uncommon that we are also at the death anniversary while going through a trial. It does happen on occasion, but it is unusual. And I can only imagine that going through this information this week around the death anniversary is really difficult for the family and friends of Eric Richins. And maybe it's difficult for Kouri Richins as well. But I imagine that the overwhelming stress of being in trial is probably the overwhelming stress of how difficult it is. And yeah, I wouldn't want those text messages. Well, they're not read into court. I wouldn't want those text messages put up in court either. They're embarrassing. The financial stuff is embarrassing. I mean, being accused of murder is also something, but it's not just that. This is like all of it is out there. And from everything we've seen from Kouri Richins and what I suspect we'll see more, appearances are incredibly important to her. I'm sure you know someone in your life where it is like, no, this is what appearances are going to be like. And this is how it's going to be when we're out. Doesn't matter what's going on behind closed doors. This is how it's going to be when we are interacting with the public. And it seems that is very much important to her. I am interested to see how my view of the walk the dog letter may change now that we've seen some more information in this case, that even with all the pretrial that we covered, there is still new information coming in. I always say the attorneys know more than we do. Even at the end of trial, the attorneys know more than we do. And it's fascinating to see those things come in and you're like, okay, here we go. I also have to ask you, after the day yesterday and in day 8, do y'all miss Ramos? Like after day one, I think the answer would be, please never cross anyone again. But then after day like 4 or 5, are you just like, can Ramos do all the cross examinations? Has it shifted? Has it shifted? I just want to know because such a better cross. And then yesterday's cross, girl, yesterday's cross. Even the judge was jumping in yesterday. All the chat is like, yes, we miss Ramos. Bring the Ramos. I know. Who thought it would happen? And here we are. But you know what? I think it shows a level of skill to be able to either take feedback from those around or just be like, that felt off. That felt off. We didn't stick the landing on that one. And to shake it off, get back up in court and shift. And that shows an incredible amount of awareness and skill. And I appreciate seeing it. Law very much. Sometimes you have to decide when you're looking at the trees or the branch on the tree and the hole in the bog way down in the valley. You've got to decide. Sometimes you need the forest. Sometimes you need like the view from space. Sometimes you need the leaf on the branch on the tree. And you've got to be able to switch between them. And that's one of the things we haven't seen from Nestor and Lewis. When they go into fight mode, they are just in fight mode, even when it might not be the best approach. Ramos seems to have a bit more dexterity. He's limble, if you will. And with that, we should go to court today and see what happens, shall we? I gave us some Zoom room. Court started later today. I started later today. I had a little bit more sleep, a little bit more to eat. So that helps. But these trial days, if you're feeling like these are longer days, they are much more jam-packed. Like they are just packed days of trial, more like when we're in trial in Florida, because the court is regularly running from 8:30 a.m. till a little after 5 with like 2 10-minute breaks and a half hour for lunch because they bring lunch in for the jurors. These are packed days of witnesses, and it feels that way. I'm tired, you're tired, we're all tired, but cheers. Let me know where you're coming in from, what you're drinking. We're going to run to court. I'm happy to be able to wear my fax hat in court. I'm ready to kick back. We're cozy today. We're ready to go. It's Wednesday. Let's see what happens in trial today, shall we?
Hey there, I'm lawyer and legal analyst Emily D. Baker, and this is your go-to destination for live court coverage. I break down the law, the strategy, and the evidence in real time, so you know what's happening. No law degree required. So join the law nerds in the chat. They're here for the facts, not and let's get to court.
Let's go to court, shall we? It is almost time to invite the jury, or,
bring the jury.
Bring the jury, as I like to say. I loved that turn of phrase from South Carolina.
9.
Very much appreciated it.
Versus Richins. Counsel for the state is present. Counsel
I
for
see
the
the
defendant
I saw
is
the
present
weest top
with
of the judge's head. Kouri's got a new outfit in court today.
Mr. Bloodworth. Anything before we
Only
invite the
notable
jury?
because,
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Lewis.
I'm sure her mom is bringing her clothes
Invite the jury.
for court. We're going to invite the jury. I'm going to zoom. B1920 said, today is my baby's 23rd birthday, watching from Lower Alabama, drinking Pepsi Maps. Cheers. Like, this is the time of year where it might be snowing. It might be severe weather. It might be pollen. We just don't. It looks like Lewis literally just sat down. I'm not going to shade anyone from being late because, Jesus, this was my worst nightmare. But it literally looks like Lewis or Nestor just sat down and Kouri's in her ear. She's still pulling her stuff out. It doesn't even look like her devices are plugged in and opened up yet. She's like, just sitting down. Literally, things that stressed me out were being late to court, but it looks like they are just getting settled for the morning as the jury walks in. So we're gonna zoom. I liked Ramos's fit yesterday. We got a different suit today.
Good morning. We will proceed with additional testimony.
Scott's ready to
of the
go.
State's case in chief.
I saw
Mr. Berman,
some
the
chats.
state's next witness, please.
Lashawnda Rodgers.
All right, Lashawnda Rodgers. We'll find out who she is and what she does in a minute. Not Bestie. Bestie's last name is Barney. I saw some chats yesterday I didn't get to. I saw friend of the channel and good friend Tinsley in the chat yesterday. I'm sorry I didn't have a chance to pull it up. I saw it and I was like, it's good to see Tinsley. And then I didn't have a chance to pull it up. It's good to see you. We saw chats about forensic accounting yesterday, and a few of you that have gone into forensic accounting, and one who went into forensic accounting because of this channel and because we had talked about it. I love seeing that. Law nerds finding their superpowers
If you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll
through
get you sworn in.
conversation. I'm here for it. Thank you already for the gifted memberships. Y'all, I appreciate your support of the channel. I'm digging the hair. I appreciate your support of the channel.
solemnly swear the testimony
Keep the
you're
mods
about
on their
to give
toes
now
with just
before
no
the
slow
court,
mode.
the whole truth and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury.
I get so easily distracted. I'm like, I want to know what all the charms are. I want to know all the things. So as to Kouri's close, look, Kouri's at the mercy of whatever people bring her,
Mr.
and that's
Purser, please
tough.
proceed.
Thank you. Ms. Rodgers, could you please state your full name and then spell your full name for the court?
Yes, Lashawnda Rodgers.
Good morning.
Shawanda. And Rodgers is
Witness number 28.
Rodgers.
Thank you. Ma'am, are you employed?
Yes,
How are you employed?
for New York Life Insurance Company.
And what do you do for New York Life Insurance Company?
I'm a senior representative in a call center.
All right. Insurance.
Can you brief?
Ma'am, it sounds like you have testified a time or two before. Mr. Burmester has testified a time or two before. We're immediately going to 1.25 speed. Why? Well, because witnesses who testify a lot, A, speak with consideration and with a court reporter friendly pace, and B, when they're just doing their job, we're not really evaluating like demeanor the same way. And so having it on 1.25 doesn't really throw off evaluating the testimony for me. So
Briefly explain to the jury
Immediately to
what you do
1.25.
as a Platinum Senior Advisor?
Yes, I take inbound phone calls from Platinum agents that service clients all over the United States. I answer questions in regards to beneficiary changes, ownership changes, make payments on policies, and just discuss anything overall insurance related.
beneficiary changes, you say, ma'am. Also, she seems to have the weeest little nose piercing that is so cute. The envy, because it is so cute. Emily, you have always wanted that exact piercing. Yes, I have. It's so good. Okay, I'm done fawning. I am done. Ma'am, I love it. I'm so jelly. Emily, it's never too late. True, it's never too late. It's just, it's so cute.
They have questions on.
I love it.
Do you know or know of an agent from Utah named Brian Freckleton?
Yes, I do.
And did you receive a
This entire trial is a cast of characters. Freckleton? Did you just say Freckleton? The names in this case are so amazing.
call from him, an inquiry on June 2nd,
Freckleton.
2022?
Yes, I did.
So on that day, did he explain to you a problem that he had
Said
observed
other
and
people's
that he wanted
piercings.
some reconciliation or information?
Yes, he did.
Briefly, just tell us what the conversation was about, not for the purpose of proving any truth, just so we know what you were doing afterwards. So briefly explain.
Okay, so when Mr. Freckleton called, he wanted some information on some beneficiary changes that had happened on a policy. He wanted to know why they had been changed and finagled with several times. So I explained to him through research.
Ma'am, the policy was being finagled with. First of all, fabulous word. Okay.
What happened?
Okay. And so
Why
were you
is
able
it
to
being
get that
finagled with?
information on that day of the phone call, June 2nd?
Not all of it. I had to reach out to another department to get additional information, and then I followed up with him a few days later.
I see. By email?
Correct.
Okay.
Why were the
Can,
beneficiaries
we
being
take a look
finagled with?
At, First of all, let's take a brief look at State's Exhibit 7-20, please.
That might end up being our word of the
Can you scroll
day.
through that, Scott?
Keep it in mind.
Oh, okay.
I saw a lot of you say other people's policies.
If you
My-
can't see it, they can see it.
Mm-hmm.
My view is kind of fuzzy. Is
Yes, mine is as well.
there a reason it would be out of focus? It's never been out of focus before.
That tablet's a little bit out of focus.
Scott!
Do you have trouble
Do you
seeing
mind
it?
if I lean over and just
No,
make sure you're seeing?
Your Honor, please.
She has as clear a view as I do.
Ma'am, you were so for real for that. I swear, if the judge was like, do you mind if I lean over and see? Yes, please, sir. Yes, sir. Come on.
Scott, I think it'd be helpful for
Come on.
the witness if you could zoom in. The type is pretty small.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate
You're
it. There we go. Thank you so much.
Okay, so does this look familiar to you?
Yes.
Okay, can you explain to the jury what this is, or for the court, I guess?
Well, this page is what the agent had sent to the client. That's not something that I sent.
Okay, let's scroll to the very beginning.
What the agent
or
sent to the client, I'm interested
end
in.
of the document. The very last page, if you will.
God, this is quiet today.
So does that look familiar to you?
Yes,
Burmeister, can you find your mic?
Is this the email exchange that you had with Mr. Freckleton?
that is correct.
Okay, so let's go.
Emails with
we
Mr.
can set that
Freckleton.
aside for now. Let's take a look at State's Exhibit 7-19, please. This is a multi-page document, actually 23 pages.
Oh, boy.
As he's scrolling through that, does it look familiar to you?
Yes, it does.
Okay. I'd like to have you take a look at page 13 of this document. Perhaps we could focus in, there you go.
Thank you.
Does that look familiar?
Yes, it does.
Okay, what is this information depicting?
This information is providing the client's policy number, who the insured is, the address, the date of birth. It's showing beneficiary changes, address change, beneficiary change, and it has the policy number, it has the insured name there as well.
Okay. Is
That's
this
a lot of beneficiary changes.
a true and accurate copy of the policies, buy-sell policies that you recall seeing?
Yes.
The state would offer, State's Exhibit 719?
All right, states.
That sounded like
7-19 is
Ramos.
submitted. Do you want me to publish to the jury?
Please, Your Honor.
Okay.
Could we scroll down just one more little block, I think?
You know me. We're going to pause it. Other people's pauses. We're going to pause it real quick. So we're looking at, I'm sure they'll go through this, but just in case, we're looking at January 2nd, 2022, policy number, effective date, January 1st, 2022, component whole life insurance, Kouri Richins, Eric Richins, business partner. This is not uncommon that if you are in a partnership, look, I've got a lot of thoughts about partnerships. They're the only ship that doesn't sail. But if you are in a partnership, having life insurance on the other partner is just a part of business planning. It is a necessary part of business planning. So these are policies, it looks like through the company, but the dates we're looking at are January 2nd, 2022.
Scroll down just one more little block, I think. Okay, so this appears to be going in reverse chronological order, right? So the older things are at the bottom, and it gets newer as you go towards the top. Is that
Makes
fair?
sense.
correct.
So the
Okay.
policy,
So
did it start
on January
August?
1st, at the very bottom of this document, is there a change from one to another on that date with one policy?
There is. It's not showing on this specific page, but yes, there is. It's not showing specifically
Okay.
on this page.
So, do you see the highlighted portion where it says one?
Yes.
Two? So, what is the policy number here?
167-35141.
Okay. And in this particular case, who is the owner of that policy? Do you know? Does it show here?
It does not.
Okay. Does it show who the insured is and who, in other words, the person whose life is being insured?
Yes, it does.
And who is that?
Cody M. Wright.
Okay.
Okay,
Then does it
so this
show who
is-
the beneficiary
This is the insurance on Kouri Richins' life.
is in this little block here?
It does not. No, I'm sorry, excuse me. Yes, it does. Eric Richins, partner 100%. I apologize.
Okay. Then in the next block, up from that, is that the same policy?
Yes, it is.
Okay, the 141?
Yes.
Okay, and effective date of this entry is January 1st?
January 2nd. I'm sorry, effective date, excuse me. Yes, January 1st. Yes.
Okay. And again, this is the policy on the life of Cody, right?
Yes.
Okay, and has the beneficiary changed?
Yes.
Okay, who has it changed to?
Kouri Richins, spouse 100%.
Okay, so where before it said partner,
It's a lot of questions. Who is Kouri Wright, the business partner? C&E Stonemasonry. Cody and Eric Stonemasonry. So Kouri Wright's the business partner. Eric Wright, no. Kouri Wright's the business partner. Eric Richins is the victim in this case. They are 50-50 partners in the business. They have policies on each other. And the policy on Cody's life, beneficiary Eric.
Eric Richins,
And then it changed to Kouri?
partner 100%. Now it says Kouri Richins' spouse 100%.
That is correct.
Okay.
So January 2nd, 2022, this is kind of I think this is mostly the point. January 2nd, 2022, this policy changes from Eric being the beneficiary to Kouri being the beneficiary. But hold on, there's more. Just wait, there's more.
Can we scroll up just a little bit, please, Scott? Okay. We see another beneficiary change here in the center of the of this page. Again, it's entered on January 2nd, but the effective date is January 1st?
That is correct.
Okay. And again, we're talking about that same policy, 141?
Yes.
Cody Wright is the life that's being insured,
Yes.
and beneficiary,
Eric Richins, business partner 100%.
okay, so it's
So it
changed
changes
That
back.
is correct.
Okay.
Same day, changes back.
Is this the question that Freckleton was asking you about, this whole issue, changing from one to the other?
Yes.
Okay.
Here are the questions I would hold on to. Here are the questions I would hold on to. Are there multiple policies from this insurer wherein this could be a mistake? Or are there multiple policies wherein this insurer to see how someone would be notified if something changed? Is this something that Eric did? Was this a genuine mistake? So just questions to ask and see if they see where that information grows.
How does the owner of a policy, can they change their beneficiaries? For example,
But
if
can
I
a
buy
beneficiary change it?
policy on my life for my daughter, could I change the policy? Well, I think I want to give
But can a
50% to my
beneficiary?
daughter and 50% to my wife. Could I do that?
Yes, as the owner, you're able to make those changes.
Okay, and you would do it through some portal or something online, or?
Yes, that is an option, mynyl.com.
Okay. In this, I guess you could do it by calling up an agent or calling up.
Also, great
your
shout out to
colleagues.
the company's
That's correct. You're able
website.
to do so over the phone as well as filling out a form.
Just go to the website for New York Life.
In this case, were you trying to find out how it was done and who did it?
Not the how and who, I was trying to figure out exactly, let me rephrase that. So I know that it was done by someone at New York Life. I'm sorry, wait. I was trying to explain to the agent where the changes came from.
Okay. And you talked to your colleagues?
Yes, so I reached out to another department to get more clarification on IP addresses, et cetera, to confirm who exactly made the changes from the My NYL portal.
IP addresses.
So when you're making these changes through the My NYL portal, can a beneficiary or someone unrelated to that policy get in there and change the beneficiary, for example?
No.
Okay. Who can get in there and change if they so desire?
The owner and anyone that has the owner's information.
Okay, all right. So in other
That would
words,
be,
if I found the password and the credentials, I could log in, I suppose, and change somebody else's.
Yes.
and that would be Eric.
So,
because in the business partner context, Eric would be the owner and the beneficiary of the policy on business partner's life. So Eric would be the one who could change that because he would be the owner. Right.
when you did your research, can we go, first of all, I still need 719. I need to go to page 15 if you could, please.
Rex88 said, so Cody has Eric's. Yes. Cody owns a life insurance policy on Eric's life, and Eric owns a life insurance policy on Cody's life. So that if something happens, and oftentimes what you'll see in partnerships, and I don't know if we've seen the documents in this case yet, often what you'll see in partnerships is that if one partner passes, those life insurance policies, the amount of that life insurance goes to the estate of the deceased business partner, essentially to buy them out of their half of the business. So it's very regularly done, especially in a 50-50 partnership, because, well, if you're sitting down with business partners, you're going to look at them and be like, okay, we want to protect your business from anything. That includes a spouse who might divorce you and try to take the business, because spouses taking over partnerships will fuck shit up faster than just about anything else. We want to protect this business. It is incredibly common. And honestly, I don't think anyone could or should do a partnership without owning those policies on each other, so that if someone passes, the business uses that payout to buy out the estate so that they then have the business 100%, so that you're not trying to run the business with someone else's spouse that you didn't agree to go into business with. I might agree to go into business with you. I might want to not go into business with your spouse, and vice versa. So this is incredibly common. So each one, Cody and Eric both have policies on each other for this purpose. This is the smartest way to set up a business. You got to do that. If you're going to do a partnership, I have very strong feelings about partnerships, but I digress. This is very common. This is incredibly necessary. Do not do a partnership without this. And there is nothing weird here. The weirdness is the beneficiary changing. That's weird.
Does this tell you?
Which is why
I think
this
we need
witness
to
is here.
Scroll up just one more, so we have the policy ending in 141. Okay. Does this page tell you who the owner is?
Yes, it does.
Okay, policy 141 is owned by,
Eric E. Richins.
okay.
Right.
Now I'm through with this one. Can we go to 720, please? I think we've laid the foundation, so I would offer States Exhibit 20. This is the email chain.
Yeah, this
It's
policy
7-20
shouldn't have been changed at all, ever.
We would ask permission to publish.
It's up.
Okay. Can we go to the very last page of this? So is this your very first email to Brian Freckleton?
That is correct.
Okay.
I'm glad they redacted the email. Monday, June 6th. Importance. Hi. Good morning, Brian. Per our conversation last week, please see below for who the beneficiaries were changed to on January 1st, 2022. Luckily, I was able to work with our tech system team to get this information.
And in this, you're saying, hey, this is in response to your question last week?
Yes.
Okay. Then can we scroll down to the next portion? on this, is this the information that you acquired from looking at talking to your colleagues and looking at the rest of the data?
That is correct.
Okay, so can you explain to the jury what it is that you found out?
So I found out that on January 1st, 2022, the beneficiary was changed from Kouri to Eric, back to Kouri, and then to Eric again.
So we're looking at the email January 1st, 2022, 7/21/49. I wonder if they use military time. Nope, it says PM later. 7/21/49, beneficiary chain requested for the policy, Kouri Richins primary 100%. January 1st, 2022, 7/24/16, beneficiary change requested for the policy, Eric Richins primary 100%. January 1st, 2022, 7/25, beneficiary change requested, Kouri Richins primary 100%. And then at 7/27, beneficiary change requested, Eric Richins primary 100%. So flip, flop, flip, flop. And then the note is they were all from Eric Richins' login and all from the same IP address. Please let me know if you have any questions. Have a great day.
Okay,
Within a few minutes of each other,
okay, all on that same day?
all on that same day.
I see. And were you able to, at that moment, provide some of the details of how that transaction occurred?
Yes.
What was it?
So after speaking with the representatives in our IT department, they stated that all were from Eric Richins' login and all from the same IP address.
Okay. Then, did you continue working on this for a couple more days after this and exchanging emails with Brian Freckleton?
I believe this may have been the last one.
Let's go to June 9th, please. So that should be near the top. Couple bullets. Okay. This is the email from you.
Yes, we are going.
So they are researching this in June. This email address is from June 9th, 2022 at 8:20 a.m. between individuals at the company, or between this witness and other individuals at the company. After further reviewing this with my manager, here's some additional information on the policy. They cannot log in with any other credentials besides what we have on record. It will not let them. It does appear that Kouri is the one that has been managing the online activity since her email is being used. But if someone else knows the password and her information, they could also log in. Now, the jury doesn't know this, and spoilers chat. Why are they researching this in June? Well, I think what the evidence will bear out is that during this time, there were other policies that were being researched at this time because they were researching payouts during this time. Eric passed in March 2022. We know that it took some time to get a death certificate. The life insurance company is investigating this at this time. What have I said about insurance companies? And this is no shade to anyone that works in insurance, but insurance is going to do their research. And if they do not have to pay, they're not going to pay. They're going to look into everything. Insurance is going to find out.
Backwards, I'm sorry.
Okay,
I see.
so June 9th?
Yes.
Okay. And you're reviewing further information.
If they don't have to pay, they're not going to pay.
A general point, you give a general point about
That's why they have so many
who can log
rules.
on, just generally speaking. In order to get into somebody's account, you have to have what?
Their login credentials.
Okay. So that means a password, a registered email address?
That is correct, and a username.
Okay. And in this particular case, it appeared to be coming from whose email address?
Kouri Richins.
Now, did you also get
Lena,
further
oh no,
information
not
that
calling you out.
all
Look, here's what I'm
interact-
saying. If your job at the insurance company is to make sure the rules are followed, I think that's fair. Because in this case, I think a lot of you in the chat are like, I wish all the life insurances had their money going into the pour over trust and it didn't just go into Kouri's bank account. Like, there are reasons to deny claims. There are reasons to deny claims. So, especially when we're looking at this, I think a lot of you are like, yeah, y'all should have been researching everything because this is sus. Fair. How many of you felt the same way about Amber Heard's claims to have insurance pay for her defamation case? How many of you found yourself on the side of the insurance company in that case? Just asking.
Action was coming from that same email address?
That is correct.
Jamie in the chat's like, oh my God, I know Brian Freckleton. Well, there you go. So it's not always a bad thing when insurance companies follow the rules.
Okay, that's all I have for this witness.
It's not judgment, it's just facts. I'm glad they were researching this. They should be. If they see sus activity, they should
Good morning,
research
Alex.
it.
How are you?
I'm doing fine, sir. How are you?
I'm doing great. Good seeing you again.
Good.
Look at how friendly Ramos is being. She just called him Alex. Look at this. Ramos, how charming were you to this witness? She got a big old smile seeing your face.
Okay, that's all I have for this witness.
Good morning, Ms. Rodgers.
Good morning, Alex.
How are you?
I'm doing fine, sir. How are you?
I'm doing great. Good seeing you again.
Good to see you as well.
I wanted to make some clarifications.
Oh, here we go. New
I'd
Ramos.
like to talk to you about client IDs.
Okay.
Is that all right?
Yes.
Okay. From the documents that we've seen, what I'll do is I will pull up the.
We're on cross.
Let's go with 720. I believe it was state 720. No, I'm sorry. 719. Thank you.
One moment.
Do you see that there?
Yeah, charm mode activated.
Okay, yes.
Perfect. Now that client ID right there, can you?
You want me to show this to the jury?
Oh, sure, Judge.
Okay.
Thank you. I apologize.
Very good.
That client ID we see there that's highlighted, whose client ID is that?
Eric's,
That one's Eric's?
I believe. Just by just first glance at this is Eric's, yes.
Okay. And then if we can, actually, you know what I'll do? We could pull up,
Yes, I
Let's do
like
this.
calm Ramos. For sure. Fluffy Buddy in the chat asked, EDB, do you think it was strategy to be a total butt with the
this
first
just
witness and
as
turn on the
much
charm
as-
from there? No. I don't know which sports analogy to use, so I'm just gonna go with swimming on this one. Sometimes you just go out too hot in the first lap. First event of the day, first lap, and you're like, shit, I need to rein that back in, or I am going to be gassed out. I think he just went out too hot in the first witness. Just excitement, adrenaline, whatever it is. I think he just went too hot and then reined it back in. Just reined it in. So,
and let me know if you recognize this.
sure, those in
Yes.
his life also said
what
the
is
internet is making
This
you a
is-
meme.
And would you please make it a little bit bigger, zoom in?
Do not be a meme.
And you know what I can
Thank
do?
you.
Is if this is helpful, this is just a hard copy of it. It may probably make it easier to. It's the same one, is that right?
Thank you.
If you want to just go through that and see if you recognize that, and if you could focus on the client ID, or try to find a client ID there.
Oh, I love the nails too,
It
ma'am.
does not have a client ID listed. It does have the owner's name, Eric, and it has his address and email address here. But it's not specific to the client ID because
Perfect.
it's not listed.
So is this one similar to the one we just saw that was Cody's? On 7, we could
No,
put
they're two different.
719 for her.
That's two different type of views for this, but that other view just showed the insured information. But this is showing just Eric's information.
Let's go ahead and maybe this will help.
A lot of former swimmers in the chat. Good to see you, everybody.
So that client ID.
I swim butterfly
That's listed here is for Cody.
and the 500.
Correct. That's the one that's circled.
I don't move fast in anything.
What document?
This is for
So are we talking 719 or are we talking 1046?
1046 right now. Yep.
They're not talking about the
And
time.
so there on your screen
They're talking about
is just
the
an electronic copy of what I
evidence.
just showed you. And that client ID, that one is Mr. Wright, is that correct? Or Eric's?
No, Eric's starts with a 9, not with this 153.
Okay, let's do this. The one we previously showed you, you had indicated that that was Eric, so maybe there was a mix-up. So Eric starts with a 9?
Correct.
Okay. Is it 99? Well, look, before we complicate more
9
things.
times.
We move to admit this document, judges, Defense Exhibit 1047.
That's not the one on the screen right now.
This one is.
This is 1047?
Yeah, they look the same.
Well, then why are we doing a different one?
Let's go back to the beginning to make sure we're talking
Yeah,
about the
so
same
we go to the
thing.
first.
Judy,
page
this is a great question. The judge told them at the beginning of
Okay.
trial they did not have to ask to
So this is
approach.
defendants 1046.
Correct.
Mr. Burmester, any objection?
So, just
Well, I think we
house
need
rules.
Foundation to establish exactly which one we're looking at. And is it different or the same as?
Mr. Ramos, just for
volume
clarity
today
of
is
the
correct.
record, would you lay a little foundation for
Can we
this
put
witness?
1046 and state 719 side by side? I think that would be the clearest, because they look identical.
Okay,
And then I'll ask Ms. Rodgers some questions.
all right.
That's perfect.
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay. So on the left-hand side, we have Defense Exhibit 1046. On the right-hand side, we have State 719.
Why?
They appear to be the exact same format, correct?
Correct.
Except that one's for
So they're for different. Okay, we're tuning into what Ramos is trying to get to. If all of you have zoned out, agreed. I've just been reading the chat.
719.
He's trying
They
to
appear
get to
be
two
the
different
exact same,
policies?
format, correct?
Correct.
Except that one's for Eric and one is for Cody, correct?
Correct.
All right. And within these documents, this is where the client IDs are, correct?
There's no client.
Not on this first page, I apologize.
Correct.
Okay. But the remaining pages, if we could scroll through them, just so Ms. Rodgers can see.
I also swam the IM some, but I was terrible at breaststroke. The legs were just not legging properly. So I tended to do the medley and do the butterfly leg in the medley. But I was never doing the 50 free. Ever. I'll leave that shit
So
to
that,
fast
does
people.
that kind of tell you all of the different policies or client IDs related to Mr. Wright as well as Mr. Richins?
It does.
Okay. At this point, Judge, we would move to admit 1046. I believe that's in a foundation.
Mr. Burmester?
Yes.
Defendants 1046 is admitted.
Perfect. Okay.
So we're looking at
So
the other,
with this
the flip side
information
of the
now,
policy, I guess.
As you can see on the right-hand side, on the very top, and we could zoom it in if you'd like, it indicates Cody Wright. Could you go a little bit higher to show Cody Wright's name there?
I'm curious to see why we're doing this, but there are two policies,
Now,
right?
with that information
Eric
on
has
the
a policy
right-hand
on
side,
Cody.
is
Cody
that
has a
Mr.
policy on
Wright's
Eric.
client ID, or is that Mr. Richins' client ID?
That's Cody Wright's client ID.
Okay. Ending in 8252.
Correct.
Okay. And then on the left-hand side, if we could do the same, just showing Mr. Richins.
They're not showing these to the jury yet because they're laying foundation for this witness.
And is that Mr. Richins?
No, that's Cody's.
That's Cody's. And if we go to,
I also don't
on
think he's
the-
trying to confuse this witness.
if you could
think
highlight on
he's
the
just
right-hand side.
trying to
is
figure out-
1, 2, 3, 4. January 24th, there indicates a client ID there.
That is Eric's.
That is Eric's. Okay.
Yes.
So with that information, it appears that client ID 992141444 is
Eric's.
Eric's. And if we could go back
Okay.
to the very top, the client ID, if you could highlight or call that out on the
Don't forget
right-hand
to get the
side,
law nerd app
starts
so
with
when the
0.
witnesses you want to see get on the stand, you can. This witness is lovely, but also,
01532
what are we doing?
8252.
Correct.
That is Cody's. Okay. Now, with that information, that is how we could, or your office could determine whether the changes were made, correct?
Huh?
No.
I don't think they need the client
how we
ID to
determine
know
the changes
that.
were
Oh,
made.
I'm sorry. That's
not correct.
correct. I apologize.
That's okay.
Those are the
bad
client
question.
IDs that were used to figure out when changes were made,
Yeah,
who made
she's
the
like, this
changes,
is a
correct?
dumb question.
It wasn't the client ID that was used. It was the actual
login.
owner's information, but not the client ID that comes into play in a different way, but not in regards to logging in. Because there's different ways to log into my MYL. You can log in with your name, social security number, and then you have to have an email address. And then the other way is to use the client ID, but you still have to have an email address associated with it.
Correct. Let's go there. Maybe this will be helpful.
Your questions are bad. What do you mean maybe
pull
this will
up-
be helpful? She knows what she's talking about.
The state's exhibit. $720, please.
I'm waiting till we get to the point.
And if we could go to the last
We're just
page,
in the foundation.
if we could call that out, just so it's a little bit clearer for Ms. Rodgers.
Thank you.
Okay. So maybe what we're talking about here is different, so I'll get on the same page with you.
Okay.
This is the Eric Richins login.
Yes.
Correct, is what you indicated. If we could publish this to the jury. Okay, so this one is saying that it was all from Eric Richins' login. And now what you
We've
just
seen
indicated,
this.
and maybe this
This-
is where I was mistaken.
the
Eric
prosecution
Richins'
put this up.
login, it could be an email you indicated.
It is
It
an
could
email.
be either his name and his date of birth and the last four of his social.
Okay.
And then on the next screen, it's going to ask for an email address to do verification.
It's not
Okay.
Or
a
they can put in
client
a
ID.
client ID. And then on the next page, it's going to ask for clarification.
Okay.
I'm sorry, for an email for verification.
Understand. So
It
that's how
has
the
to have an
login
email.
process.
That is correct.
For my NYL.
Yes.
Okay.
Has
And then
to
if we could
have
go
an
to
email.
page
That's the
2
point.
of that same document at the bottom. That second bullet point there, if we could call that out for Ms. Rodgers so it's clear.
Thank you.
Yes. And this is what you're referring to, that they cannot log in with any other credentials besides what we have on record, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And in this case, what did you have on record?
The credentials that we had on record were Eric's name, but a different email address. It wasn't an email address that, so two clients would never have the same email address associated with one policy. So in looking at Eric's policy and an email address versus another policy that had the same email address is where we came up with that information.
Oh.
So then the login information, or the log.
Oh. Tell me about the other policies with the same email address. Mm-hmm. Tell me.
In email, when you're referring here to Kouri, it's
Correct.
the email that's associated with it.
Yes.
Okay, and that's where I wanted to get to. So on that second bullet point where
It's
it
Kouri's
indicates, it
email.
does appear that Kouri is the one that has been managing the online activity. It's based on the fact that her email is being used.
The email is being used, correct.
Okay, and her email, do you recall what that one was?
Kouri Richins, I'm not quite sure what that, it may have been at gmail.com or AOL, I'm not
Okay.
sure.
Oh, come on. Let's get back to the fact that there's multiple policies under the same email, because that goes to what I'm wondering about this and whether or not this was the wrong policy, because there were numerous policies. But I wonder if we'll get to that with another witness.
Recall that document?
Yes, at Hotmail, yes.
Okay. And what does that document show?
Oh, it says Kouri Garden at hotmail.com for both.
And what do you mean for both?
For Eric's profile and for Kouri's profile.
Okay, and then
Well, this is new information.
and what does that document show?
Oh, it says Kouri Garden at hotmail.com for both.
And what do you mean for both?
For Eric's profile and for Kouri's profile.
Okay, and then are they different client IDs?
Yes.
Okay. Which one's the one on the left, if you could describe whose it is,
It's Eric's
and what is his client ID?
153-28252.
Darden is her maiden name. So Richins is her married name. Darden is her married name. No, other way. Darden is her maiden name. Richins is her married. Yes, that. Kouri Darden Richins.
8252. And
I was
then,
trying not to shade
Ms.
Hotmail,
Richins.
and the whole chat is like,
989-455-10.
Hotmail. This was, I don't know when these policies were established.
And what is his client ID?
153-28252.
8252. And then Ms. Richins?
989-455-105.
Perfect. That approach. Thank you.
So what did we learn? Well, there's two profiles, one for Kouri,
Now,
one
you
for
had
Eric.
indicated
They both
at-
use
we
her
can do that.
Hotmail.
You had indicated there in that email with Mr. Freckleton that you had to reach back out to the, I believe, your IT people,
That is correct.
and they produced a document that outlined exactly what had happened, correct?
Yes.
Okay. If we can, just for Ms. Rodgers, pull up. Can you see that, Ms. Rodgers?
Barely.
Okay, let's zoom in maybe at the top and just scroll down through her, or for her.
Thank you.
I love
So
how
let me
you're
know if
sharing
you,
your
as
old
we're
email
scrolling through,
addresses.
if you recognize this.
Yes.
Okay, and can you explain what it is?
This is the IT department, just basically showing who the IP, what happened with the 3 changes and the IP addresses. But this came from someone else.
Yes, it wasn't from you.
That's correct.
Correct. You had you.
This witness is not part of that email chain, at least that's what she
So
could-
That is
Foundation?
correct.
Yeah, that's correct.
Is that an objection, or?
Well, if we're going to quote from it, yes, it's hearsay.
I think he's just
Mr. Burmester, did you just want to talk, or do you have an objection?
asking a question about it. Any other
Sure.
objection, Mr. Burmester?
No, we
Okay.
can ask questions about that document.
Mr. Ramos, please proceed.
In everything that you were doing, Ms. Rodgers, in terms of trying to assist Mr. Freckleton in answering his question, did you happen to either come across this or do you recognize this during that?
I've never,
And if we could go to page 2 as well.
She's like, this isn't mine. I don't know what this is. Don't
And
make
if
me
we
read
could,
it the first time on the stand and then
highlight
figure it
the
out.
left column there.
this information I don't recognize that it came from another department representative, but I did not send this to him directly.
No, and I'm not asking that. Just if you had reviewed it during.
No.
Okay.
No.
And would this have come, do you know, from the information we were talking about, the IT people?
That
with
is
IT?
correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Perfect. And
I'm
well, actually, if we could take
distracted
that-
by the glorious peaks of purple in the lovely curls in the audience. Mr. Ramos, sir, not enough is going on. We are noticing all of the intricacies of the audience members.
down. Okay, so
But love.
Yeah. Can we just identify, just for the record, what that document is? It's 1047, I believe, right?
so she doesn't recognize it, that it wasn't sent to her, so I'm not
Just
going
for
to
the
admit it.
record, it's okay. I just want to make sure the record is clear that.
Oh, yeah, what number was that?
The hair is
1047. And Ms. Rodgers identified that she knows what it is, but it is not something that was sent by her or to her.
That's correct.
And so we're not going to be asking questions.
We can
for
keep
it.
moving.
Okay.
If y'all are
All right.
confused, this cross has been
Ms. Rodgers,
wandering.
the-
We have a few little
Question I have, that is, now that we have the client IDs all squared away, and
moments
as you
in
indicated,
there.
that they are tied to email addresses, okay? If we could pull back up States Exhibit 720, please. Second page at the bottom, if we could go back to that. And if we could publish that to the jury. This statement from you, or this email from you to Mr. Freckleton, you indicated that it does appear that Kouri is the one that has been maintaining the online activity. So I'd like to clarify that. The reason you indicated Kouri is only because it's her email that was associated with the client ID, correct?
Correct.
In your investigation and you in New York Life, there is nothing at all that tells you, that can tell you, that it was actually Ms. Richins who was behind the screen when this happened, correct?
Well, the IP information will be the only other thing.
Correct. So did you do a search for the IP address?
No, I did not.
Okay,
That came
so
from another department.
right. So you didn't do investigation to the
correct.
IP address, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So based on the IP address, which you haven't done anything on,
It was the
the
same.
reason that you indicated in that statement that it was Kouri is because of her email address, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And as you indicate there, if someone else knows the password, and you indicate her information, and to be clear, the individual or the login information was tied to the client ID, right? When we saw the beneficiary change, or for the policy, I'm sorry?
Correct.
Okay. If we could go to the last page, please.
Okay.
And these changes all happened within 6-ish minutes?
Yes.
Okay. And at the end of the day, between
And-
721 and 727, everything remained or went back to being the same, correct?
It did.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you, Ms. Rodgers.
You're welcome.
Sorry for all the back and forth on the client ID.
That's okay. No
All right.
worries.
Have a good day.
You do the same. Thank you, sir.
You need to apologize to chat. Emily, what did we learn during that cross? That Kouri Richins has her own profile at New York Life. Put a little star by that. We're going to come back to that. And that the beneficiary of this policy changed. Keep an eye on the date that all the beneficiary changes happened. Because I'm wondering if this was a mistake, if this was a wrong policy, if this was like a wrong email, but Eric Richins' policy through work had her email on it. Her policy had her email on it. Okay. So what's the takeaway from that? There was some sus activity January 2nd, 2022. But at the end of the day, it all went back to the way it was before. We'll see how it builds.
Mr. Burns,
I have no further questions.
may we release this witness?
That would be the state's request, Your Honor, that she be allowed to go because she's got a.
I imagine we're going to see some more insurance witnesses because there are insurance
Thank
fraud
you.
counts here. So I imagine that's where we're.
Next, the state will call Brian Freckleton.
Okay.
Freckleton to the stand. All right, I'm going to zoom while Mr. Freckleton comes in. To the law nerd in the audience, it was like, I know Brian Freckleton. Well, here you go. Next witness. I've got this still at 1.25.
In the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and
I'm
nothing
going to
but the
leave
truth,
this at
subject to the pains
1.25
and penalties
for
of perjury.
now. This is going to be what? Witness number 29?
Thank you. Mr. Freckleton, could you please state your full name and then spell your last name for the record?
It's Brian, Brian Freckleton, Freckleton.
Sir, are you employed?
I am.
How?
I own a little firm called Freckleton Financial Group, and we are.
Freckleton Financial. Sir, hold on. Let me do a better pause. That was rude. Okay, sir, may I offer a suggestion? I know this might be a stretch, but could we just get somehow to FAFO, like Freckleton and financial offerings or something? I feel like we have room with this. I would, this is no, maybe not. Very serious. Okay. Freckleton Financial Group.
Investments.
Mr. Freckleton, I'm sorry to ask you to pull that microphone a little closer to you.
Sure.
Thank you, sir.
It's the first time somebody's told me I was talking too low.
You do have a low voice, so we got to
He said it's the first time somebody's told me I'm talking too low.
project out to the very reaches of this room.
Okay.
Oh, I like
Thank you,
Freckleton
sir.
Financial
Do
Services,
you
Chad. A lot of you
do
said
know
that.
a person by the name
That
of
one's
Eric
good.
Richins
I do.
and Cody Wright?
I do.
How do you know them?
They were introduced to me through Linda and Jean Richins. They were very early clients of mine in the early years, and then Eric reached out to me.
To help with the business?
I think it was 2007. He had just recently got married and asked me if I could do some life insurance for him and his first wife.
Okay.
He said
Now, you
first
mentioned
wife.
That situation.
I didn't
was
know that.
Did he buy some insurance from you at that time?
Yes.
On himself?
And his wife.
Okay. And that was in 2007?
Right.
Okay.
That's not Kouri.
Did you subsequently come to know Kouri Richins?
I didn't know there was a first
Yes.
wife.
Have you met her before?
Yes.
Well, more than one occasion?
Yes.
Okay. Now, are you familiar with C&E Masonry?
I am.
And did you do work for C&E Masonry?
I did.
Okay. Are you familiar with the term buy-sell agreement?
I am.
Could you briefly explain to the jury what
Corey
a
and Eric were married in
buy-sell agreement is? We don't have to
2013.
go into great detail, but we're dealing here with a partnership, is that right?
Yes.
C&E is a partnership, Eric and Cody?
Yes.
And so what is a buy-sell agreement?
A buy-sell agreement is an agreement that one or two or more partners will put together to protect from the partners dying, retiring, becoming disabled. It's a document that allows them to be bought out, usually of that partnership. In the case of this one, it was called a cross-purchase agreement, and the way it's set up is that we take.
so
Oh,
now you-
go ahead.
Yeah, Emily, keep
Transition
reading. He's
into-
going to
in
explain
this
why.
case, so did you help put together?
He's going to explain why there would be crossover.
Parts of a buy-sell agreement that involved Cody Wright and Eric?
Yes.
Okay.
Yo,
So,
we're just sticking to what comes in court. Thank you for
in
that.
this situation, go ahead and explain
So,
what that buy-sell agreement did.
we're not gonna
for
speculate.
Eric and Cody.
In context
you,
with
Chad.
those two.
Yes.
Yeah. So the agreement is usually funded, and life insurance is usually the least expensive way to fund large amounts of money. In this case, it was $2 million. They felt the company was worth about $4 million at the time. And so we put $2 million of life insurance on each of them. Eric would own the policy on Cody, and Cody would own a policy on Eric. In the event of one of their deaths, the owner of the contract would also be the beneficiary, and that money would go to Cody in this case. So Cody receives $2 million. He receives it tax-free based on life insurance. And then he turns around, he's obligated, as is the estate, to buy that stock. And so he has to come in with that $2 million and buy the stock from the estate of Eric, or the trust of Eric.
Right. That
In
makes
this
sense.
case.
Okay.
And
All right. You said that there's $2 million on each man for the
Yes.
total value of the company being $4 million at the time this
That's
agreement
correct.
was entered?
Yes.
And so was there more than one policy to come up with the $2 million?
Yes, we started out with $1 million of term insurance and $1 million of what they call traditional whole life insurance.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Initially, was there two terms, $1 million each on each guy, and then
Whole life is more expensive.
one was converted to a whole life product?
Well, the initial policies were 1 million of the permanent insurance and then 1 million of term insurance.
Right.
And then later down the line, we converted the term insurance over to
I
whole
see.
life.
Okay.
Okay, so he's talking about, that was a rude pause. He's talking about the buy-sell agreement between the partnership and then the reason that each partner had $2 million of life insurance on the other one and why. With regard to prior marriage, we're sticking to what we know in court. So thank you, because we are sensitive to information outside of court coming into the chat. I appreciate it. Emily, you get to offer spoilers. Yes, because I have vetted them. When it's information I do not know, I cannot vet it for accuracy. So I appreciate that, chat. But this is why we're talking about the life insurance. Each had 2 million on the other, and they started with 1 million term, 1 million whole life, and then converted it to just a full 2 million in whole life. Perfect.
Could we have that one?
So that's why they are going through
Demonstrative example?
this.
Okay. Does this, can you see this
Again,
thing? Does that portray the various policies that we're talking about?
yeah, the first 4 policies there.
Would that be helpful in conveying your testimony to the jury?
Sure.
Would ask permission to publish.
Mr. Ramos, any objection to this demonstrative? I don't know the number.
It's not labeled.
Okay.
I just-
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Grimster.
Okay, so
Felly in the chat said, what happens to those policies if you get divorced? Nothing. These are policies we're talking about with the business partners. However, there are circumstances where these life insurance, I could see people trying to go after them in divorce if they're whole life, because whole life can have a value. But with Kouri and Eric's prenup, that was all set aside. However, there are circumstances, everyone's situation may vary, as just disclaimers. Everyone's situation may vary, but in this context, we are talking only about life insurance policies related to the business C&E. The purpose of a lot of that is after death to be able to buy out the other side. We talked about that a bit earlier this morning. And this is the cash funding for the business so that if someone dies, and et cetera, you can take that amount and buy out the other side. So this is just related to the business for this part. And whole life has a lot of value. But when you are owning a business, especially when a person physically doing things matters, these kinds of insurance matters very much.
or on the left are $1 million policies for each man.
Yes.
I mean, it would be helpful if you just labeled
Starting
them or
from the left,
color-coded
going
whose
to
or
the right,
whose,
yes.
but
Okay, and then
we were
the-
spoiled by yesterday's
The second
charts.
policies are later converted into whole life
Yeah,
policies.
those two in the middle were term insurance policies.
Less helpful
and they were
chart.
converted over to the last two to the right.
I see. And so these policy numbers, the first two digits, 1-4, represent one type of product, and then the 1-6 in the whole life represents that they were whole life products?
The policy numbers don't necessarily reflect the type of
Oh, I
life
see.
insurance policy, but the policy numbers that you have there are correct.
Okay. All right. So there's one policy I'd like to focus in on. Just went away. Could we have that back again? I'm not sure what happened. Okay. On the lower right-hand corner, there's 16735-141.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have some sort of notice system or portal or something?
That's
that
what I wanna
New
know
York Life,
about.
Contacts you as an agent?
This is what I want to know.
We have a portal system, and in that portal system is what we call alerts. It allows us to see if what clients may have done or confirmations of things we've done for our
But
clients.
wouldn't it just go to the
that got
email?
done. If money comes in, it tells us that. If the beneficiaries have been changed, or check-o-matics, or banks, or stuff
Okay.
like that, it tells me that.
So on January 1st of 2022, did you receive an alert?
I did.
Okay. Can you tell us what the alert was to you.
Yes, it was an alert that the policies on Eric and Cody, the beneficiary had been attempted to be changed.
Okay. And so what did you do about that?
Well, I called both Cody and Eric, and both of them went to message like usual. They were very busy guys and hard to get a hold of. And so we got a notice that someone, that they had changed the
So you called both of them? Oh boy. Oh boy.
to change the beneficiaries of the policies, and I called them, and
Do you remember today who had been changed to who?
yeah, the beneficiary had been changed to Kouri Richins
From?
well, in this case, it was from Eric.
Okay. All right. And to be clear, so Eric is a beneficiary, so
broker.
in this type of policy, he's the owner?
Love that he
Yes,
called and
Okay.
checked.
And so it was actually insurance on the life of Cody Wright?
That's correct.
Okay. And so you talked to, did they contact, Cody and Eric call you back or?
They did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you explain to them what happened?
Did they ask WTF?
And at some point, did you reach out to New York Life?
I did.
And did, on June 2nd, were you able to talk to Ms. Rodgers, Lashawnda Rodgers?
Yes,
Okay. And then have an exchange with her?
I did.
Oh, what triggered that though?
And just see, it's already been admitted.
I want to know what triggered that.
Is this the email chain that you had with Lashawnda Rodgers?
This is the email we saw earlier.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, this is not the email we saw earlier. Withdrawn chat. Apologies. This is from Brian Freckleton. I'm glad these are redacted. Subject. This is June 9th, 2022 at 9:04 a.m. Right beneficiary change confirmation. Different email addresses. Katie and Cody. Below is additional information concerning Eric's account and the information you requested. I imagine this was happening. I don't think they'll get into it with this witness, but during some of the civil litigation that was going on with the estate litigation, for those of you that are popping in as days go by, in this case, Kouri initiated litigation regarding Eric Richins' estate in April of 2022. So this is in the very, very early days of the estate litigation. But the change happened in January 2022. The investigation or the emails or the questions about it were happening in June 2022. What I would like to know is if the investigation into her life insurance policies, because she also has them at New York Life, that's why she has her own account. If those policies, well, if the investigation into other policies triggered this, that is my guess. That the investigation into other policies triggered a look at this because the email addresses were the same. So, yeah. Why did this come to light in June? I have like 3 reasons why I think this might have come to light. I'm sure we'll find out. We'll just keep reading.
If I haven't
this
done
one.
this, I would offer States Exhibit 719 and 720.
There's more that was going on with life insurance in
I have no
January
more questions.
2022. Remember, we saw yesterday that new life insurance was purchased in January 2022. So I think we'll probably get to answers on some of these things today.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
You indicated that you had set up these
And we're on cross.
life insurance policies for Mr. Wright and Mr. Richins, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall when you had set up the one for Eric, approximately? The year?
Which one?
This one, that's it.
Having to do with the buy-sell?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, I think it was,
Or how about this? Anything with New York Life? Maybe we'll just start there.
well, there was a policy put on Eric in 2007.
Okay.
It was $500,000 of term insurance.
And when would this one have been started, this buy-sell?
I I believe the buy-sell was done started in 2020.
I'm going to show you.
I guess.
Okay, I'm going to show you a document. Maybe that'll refresh your recollection.
Please.
All right. If we could pull up
So
just for the witness.
the buy-sell is when the
48.
business would have gotten underway as a formal
Yeah, we'll
50-50 partnership
if he
with
recognizes it.
Kouri Richins.
If we could, yeah, it's perfect. Thank you so much.
He's on.
Creek to the max. Did anyone know who the other witnesses will be today? We don't. A lot of the witness lists are sealed, but I imagine we're going to get through a lot of insurance today because there are insurance fraud counts here, and we're going to, I imagine, get to some of the spicier insurance stuff. But we'll let you know in the Lawnerd app.
Yes.
This is foundation for other testimony.
Sorry, go back. You're included in that email, or your name comes
Jordan,
up,
I think
correct?
we'll see Cody
this is
testify later.
Something that New York Life, the carrier, sends out to me, myself, and the insured,
Okay. And is this kind of like
or the owner. I apologize to the owner.
to the owner?
Yes.
Is this kind of like an introductory kind of welcome email?
No, this is the documents.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Now, this is on Mr. Richins, correct?
Squid, they've identified Kouri
Would assume so.
early
I
on
really can't
in
tell,
trial
but I
with a
would
number of
assume that
witnesses.
It is because it says that it's a required signature for Eric Richins, but that doesn't tell me who it is.
Sure.
Because the insured and the owner has to sign these applications.
Sure. And then when you set this up, did you also?
Force Mom Whitney asked, I'm confused. Is this after Eric's death? Because he had said he was trying to contact them. They were very busy guys. No, we've got a timeline disconnect. The changes happened in January 2022. That's when he tried to contact, or he did contact Eric and Cody to be like, hey, beneficiary changes happened. I got a notice about it. Can you guys tell me what's going on? Is my guess about what happened, because that's what an insurance broker would say. Hey, are you guys trying to change something? Need my help? What are we doing? What you doing? Why you? Don't touch anything. We set it all up for your business. Don't fucking touch it. This witness would never say it quite that way. But this is all set up. What are you doing? No touchy, which is great, because if you're in a business partnership and somebody starts messing with stuff, both partners should know. But the investigation into what happened back in January was going on in June. So the emails with New York Life are happening in June. We do not know yet why those were happening in June, because I have knowledge from the early litigation in this case. We know that June, we have civil litigation going on over the estate. We have Kouri Richins trying to get payouts from insurance that we saw yesterday. We know that there was a new life insurance policy taken out on Eric in January 2022. So there are a lot of times that are going to start connecting. We just don't have all the dots yet. We're only at a few, so we can't quite connect the dots yet. But we'll get there.
So assist with the email process or the login process to, we could take it down, MyNYL?
I did not.
You did not?
No,
Okay.
we're not allowed to do that.
You're welcome, Chad.
The
I figure if
owner of the
multiple of you have
is the only
questions, it's confusing.
one that has the right to legally go into those accounts.
And when you received this email,
Yes.
also Mr. Richins was included in it, right?
Yes.
Okay. And we can pull it back up. And which email does he use?
For this or
Correct,
otherwise?
correct.
For this, he uses the Kouri Darden at hotmail.com.
Okay. And this was back when?
20? It says on there June 11th, 20.
Okay.
That said
Your Honor, we
2022.
move to admit 1048.
The emails we saw were 2022.
Okay. That's 1048 is it.
Thank you.
Do you want to publish it?
Yes, please. Thank you. If we could just, for the jury, just highlight that top portion there. All right.
Oh,
and-
this is 2020. I was wrong. This is a different email. This is from June 11th, 2020. Hey, Eric, your electronic application forms are ready for your review and electronic signature. This is from Kouri Darden at Hotmail. This is being sent from Freckleton's auto reply. These are being done at 12:04 p.m. So we have moved into not the June 2022 emails. These are the June 2020 emails.
My only other question, I'm not sure if you know the answer to this. Are you familiar
That's gonna
with
come up
the
more.
client IDs for Mr. Richins as well as Mr. Wright?
I know they have them, but I couldn't even come close.
Understood.
Yes.
In your conversations with
Yes.
Ms. Rodgers, we saw some email communication, correct?
Yes.
Did you receive anything at all related to the IP address or the client IDs used?
Yes.
Do you recall, if I show you, I'm going to show you an image, let me know if you recall it, okay?
Okay.
Sounds good. Pull that one up, please. Just for the witness.
He gives beauty for ashes.
And
A
counsel.
question. I'm sorry. I'm just really confused. Eric was a beneficiary for Cody's death. So how does this benefit Kouri if it wasn't Cody the one dying? I don't think anyone's insinuating that it benefited Kouri. The suspicious activity is going to tie into other things. There's no benefit in January of Kouri becoming the beneficiary on Cody's policy per se. But Eric had changed his will in 2020. We don't think that Kouri knew that. The defense said that she did. But it's going to tie into other things. So
Good. Call it out.
benefit's not necessarily what the goal
And we'll
was
scroll
here.
through it.
Yeah, if you
Just let me know if you end up, I'm sure it's in a different format with all these, but just let me know if you recall seeing this. It's about 3
Margaret in the
pages
chat said
long.
life insurance changes at such a young age is sus.
This was.
I think that
this
changing
is the
beneficiary
email
in the
where
portal
I
is
literally requested.
unusual.
And so if we could go to page 2, and if we could just kind of call out that
think we'll get
left
there.
column that doesn't look like the matrix. And do you see that right there?
I do.
And do you recognize that policy number?
Or do you have? Oh, there. I don't recognize it, but I will assume that it's the one on one of the two.
Right, and that's the reason you were calling, as you indicated. The document you were requesting, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And
Yes.
to the left of that, it says policy owner, and to the left of that, it has a client ID. Seeing that, do you recall whose client ID that is?
I don't know.
That's fine.
I-
Good. I apologize.
I see a lot of client ID.
I would
numbers.
imagine.
Yeah.
No problem. Judge, at this point, we'd move to admit 1047.
I like that the witness is like, I don't know. Jesse said, I wish there was a separate all spoiler stream. There is. It's our Kouri Richins playlist where we went over years of pretrial litigation, but it's not just one stream.
Freckleton on the email chain, so.
Would you folks approach for just 1 second?
All right. They're approaching because he does not see Freckleton in the email chain. There are other witnesses that
Is this the document that you
there are other witnesses that are going to get to this. This is one of those areas where we just are going to have to build like literally little piece by little piece by little piece, witness by witness. So it's just going to take some time to get there.
Mr. Freckleton,
Sure.
in reviewing this document, is this the document that you requested or that you received?
He's like, nah.
I don't remember the exact document, but it was similar to this.
Okay.
I mean, it just told me where the policy changes in the beneficiary had been done, and then changed back.
Okay. Renew my request to admit.
I don't think foundation has been made. He hasn't identified this
Not
document.
there. Foundation objection is sustained.
Okay, no problem. Mr. Freckleton.
Yes.
You could take that down, thanks. At
There-
one point, you requested information
Ramos, there are
about
going to be
the
other
changes, correct?
witnesses. Just,
Yes.
You're going
From
to have
Ms.
to just
Rodgers,
wait.
correct? Or from
Yes.
New York Life?
Yes.
Okay. And at one point, you were told that changes were made.
Oh, I knew they had been changed because I had gotten
got
an
the alert.
and then that made me
Confirm.
confirm
Correct.
with them that it had been changed. It's a,
Right.
And you received that information back?
I did.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you, Judge. Okay.
Right.
Betcha.
These are piece by piece. I love that his
Indeed,
answer was, you
Lashawnda
betcha.
sent you the email. That was
Yes.
We're on
7:20.
redirect.
Isn't this here the,
That's more like what
what
I
you got?
received.
Okay. And,
He's like, yes, I recognize that one.
yes, please.
Okay. Okay.
This here is the document you had received from Lashawnda.
Yes.
Okay. Now, defense showed you an exhibit that's
All right, what we are looking at on the screen are those June 2022 emails that we've previously seen about the change activity. We have not gotten to why New York Life was researching this in June 2022. I suspect that we will get to that with future witnesses today.
It said it was established June 11th of 2020, the policies.
Yes,
Okay.
I believe so.
Didn't you change or alter it somehow in November in conjunction with Ms. Bowman-Carter? Which included
Policies?
Well, changed it in, there's suddenly a trust involved?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That's okay.
Oh. Counsel is tiptoeing into an area that the jury is not in on yet. This is foundation for future questions, which is really hard. But he's asking about some changes that were made with regard to a trust. Eric Richins changed his will in 2020. So he would no longer be the beneficiary on some of these policies. The Eric Richins trust would become the beneficiary on some of these policies. I don't think this is the witness we're getting into that with, but maybe we are. But there's just like a little tippy-toeing around, didn't you change this with Bowman-Carter, who I think is the lawyer that did the pour-over trusts? We will get... I never thought I would be talking this much about wills and trusts literally in my entire life. But we will, because we're dealing with multiple complex trust planning.
Which included
Policies?
Well, changed it in, there's suddenly a trust involved?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That's okay. I just wanted
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Okay. The jury's got to be like, huh?
May this witness be released, counsel?
Fair.
Yes, please, Your Honor.
We're just not there yet.
You're free to go today. You may need to be recalled by defense counsel. We'll give you some notice.
Oh, defense is holding
In the
on to that
meantime,
witness.
Please don't talk to anybody about the case. Please don't watch any
Okay.
coverage of the case. All right.
You got it.
Thank you, sir. You're free to go.
Please don't watch any coverage, sir. Yeah, the jury, I saw a couple of you say, how does the jury understand this without
Your Honor, I know we've only been at it an hour.
moment by moment explanations? However, they have to trust that it will make sense down the road, even if they don't know. But they also are not trying to like live their life and work in the background and do all these other things. They're just sitting there locked in without interruption by me. I try to fill in the gaps because I know that y'all aren't going to see every single word of every single minute of every single trial the way that the jury does, like moment by moment by moment.
Take a very brief break.
No problem. Let's do it. Please rise for the jury.
Huh. That was on my computer. Sorry, chat.
Please have a seat.
Why are we taking a break?
Mr. Bloodworth, forgive me. I couldn't tell if you actually wanted a break or if you just needed to address something on the record.
Your Honor, I need to go to the bathroom.
No problem. We're going to take a break
The People's Coffee, Your Honor. The People's Coffee.
until 11:45. Thank you. Court's in recess.
The prosecutor is well caffeinated this morning, Your Honor. It's time for the restroom. I appreciate that the judge does not mind taking a quick break. That was not always my experience with judges that I worked with. So when you guys are like, Emily, how are you sitting here streaming this long? Trial. Bathroom breaks were not always frequent.
None of us saw. This morning at 8:30, we received, well, Ms. Nestor received a text from the state, which none of us saw until we were sitting here.
Oh boy. All right. I'm putting this back down to normal speed. What in the world is popping off now?
We received, well, Ms. Nestor received a text from the state, which none of us
Jury's
saw
out.
until we were sitting here in court, where they have now provided documentation that Ms. Lauber did in fact violate drug court during the time that after she was cooperating in this case.
Okay.
That's Giglio information. I did not have that information to
Did they
cross her
just
with.
get it?
They further, for the first time, disclosed the text messages between her and Detective Maynard that I asked her about. What's in these text messages should have been available. I could have used this on cross-examination. It's different than what she testified to. This is Giglio that was not given to us, and we move for a mistrial.
Okay, pause. So you're calling it Giglio information because you believe it is information that is material to impeach.
Other people's pronunciation, I think the court is right. I often say it the way Miss Lewis does. We are talking about Brady information. We are talking about the defense believes this is exculpatory information that was in the possession of the state or law enforcement that should have been turned over prior to trial. So the defense is saying this was potentially exculpatory information that should have been disclosed, that was not timely disclosed, that was in the possession of the state. So in some jurisdictions, it's called Brady. Some jurisdictions, they call it Brady, Giglio, Giglio. It is potentially exculpatory information. I think she's going down the road of this would be impeachment information that they did not have. So that's where we're at. And the judge has immediately said, pause.
Okay, pause. So you're
And they asked
calling
for a
it Giglio
mistrial.
information because you believe it is information that is material to impeachment of one of the state's witnesses.
Yes.
Okay. And do you have any basis to say that the state had it before Ms. Lauber was put on the stand?
Well, this was information that we requested. It was information we requested
Law
when we tried
enforcement
to
would have
get.
had it.
Answer my question.
Yes, it belonged to Detective Maynard. Detective Maynard had this information and sent an email to Mr. Bloodworth about the violation prior to the trial starting.
Mr. Bloodworth.
I'm not entirely sure what text message this defense received this morning. It was not from me.
Huh.
I've not heard of it until.
What the fuck? Hold on. I'm sorry, chat. The defense is making a motion for a mistrial. They say they received a text from Bloodworth. Bloodworth is saying, what are you talking about? Stick with me. I got to go back to the beginning. I am confused. Hold on. We're going back to the beginning of what Miss Lewis is saying because I'm also confused. So just instant replay. Just doodly boop and replay.
Here in court, where they have now.
Hold on. I'm so confused.
We're on the record. Please proceed.
Thank you. This morning at 8:30, Ms. Nestor received a text from the state, which none of us saw until we were sitting here in court, where they have now provided documentation that Ms. Lauber did in fact violate drug court during the time that after she was cooperating in this case. That's Giglio information. I did not have that information to cross her with. They further, for the first time, disclosed the text messages between her and Detective Maynard that I asked her about. What's in these text messages should have been available. I could have used this on cross-examination. It's different than what she testified to. This is Giglio that was not given to us, and we move for a mistrial.
Okay, pause. So you're calling it Giglio information because you believe it is information that is material to impeachment of one of the state's witnesses?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have any basis to say that the state had it before Ms. Lauber was put on the stand?
Well, this was information that we requested. It was information we requested when we tried to get.
Answer my question.
He does that a lot.
Yes, it belonged to Detective Maynard. Detective Maynard had this information and sent an email to Mr. Bloodworth about the violation prior to the trial starting.
How do you know that?
I'm not entirely sure what text message this defense received this morning. It was not from me. I've not heard of it until just now. I understand that about 10 days ago, the defense submitted a grandma request to the sheriff's office asking for information related to the supervision of Carmen Marble.
Carmen.
By Mr. Maynard.
They asked for any information on all supervision.
Okay.
The supervision was by Eric Maynard.
Yeah.
I think they're referencing a violation of probation involving, she was caught with an alcoholic beverage. Is that what we're talking about?
That's correct.
I provided that information to defense maybe 3 weeks ago in an email.
Okay.
Okay. Ms. Lewis, I'm not going to shoot from the hip on this. You'll have to put this in a written motion so I can see it all with the timeline and the content. Let
Oh,
the
boy.
state respond to.
3
Yes,
weeks
I can.
ago?
I will just state for the record, the email about the alcohol violation was sent to Mr. Bloodworth November 15th of 2023.
Well, but what about Mr. Bloodworth's email to defense that he just referenced?
I saw no such email.
Okay, well, we'll get into it, but you've got to put this in writing. We're not going to
Okay.
do this on oral representations in the moment.
Understood.
Fair.
Anything else on that?
Not on that, no. Do you want to address anything?
You're going to have to bring the receipts on that.
One other issue, Your Honor.
All right. Now,
I know that
Nestor.
it is always tradition that the state gets to sit closest to the jury in every trial I've ever been in. That's the case, and we actually prefer it that way. But we are getting reports.
The state bears the burden. Yes, the state sits closest to the jury. The state always sits closest to the jury. Always. Bloodworth is like, damn it, I just needed to go to the bathroom. Oh, boy.
Always tradition that the state gets to sit closest to the jury in every trial I've ever been in. That's the case, and we actually prefer it that way. But we are getting reports from individuals who are watching this matter on television that particularly yesterday, but also previously to yesterday, that members of the prosecution team are making faces at the jury during our cross-examinations, and we would ask that
With
that...
respect, I have a better view of this than any of the cameras.
What is happening? That the prosecution is making faces at the jurors based on someone viewing the streams? But if you're looking at it from the camera angle on stream and the prosecutors are looking at each other, perspective is a thing that we don't have because I'm not in this courtroom. The judge has the perspective on that. Oh my God.
The prosecution team are making faces at the jury during our cross-examinations, and we would ask that
With
that...
respect, I have a better view of this than any of the cameras. I haven't seen anything like that.
Okay, well, we've asked for the timestamps, and we're going to try to provide it to the court, but all I'm asking is just a gentle admonishment that that's not appropriate and to try to refrain from doing that to the extent that is happening. Also, the second concern that I have is when Mr. Bloodworth is tendering the witness to the defense, he's making a statement that I believe the defense will have questions for you. We do believe that's, I'm sure it's not intentional, but it's burden shifting, and we would ask that he not make that statement at the conclusion.
In most jurisdictions, when turning over the witness, the prosecution says something along the line of, the defense may have some questions for you. Because if you say, please stay tight, the defense has questions for you, and the defense doesn't have questions, it can look like, oh, well, why doesn't the defense have questions? It's pretty standard to say, please answer any questions by the defense. The defense may have some questions for you. You know, please answer Ms. Nestor's questions. That's incredibly common. I don't understand how cross-examination is burden shifting. Oh, today.
a statement that I believe the defense will have questions for you. We do believe that's, I'm sure it's not intentional, but it's burden shifting, and we would ask that he not make that statement at the conclusion. We're not required to ask them any questions. So we would just ask that
Which is why he
no
says, I
longer be stated
believe
to
they
the
will have
witnesses
some
in the
questions.
presence
They
of the
may
jury.
not.
As a matter of law, I don't view that as any instruction to the jury or comment regarding burden shifting. If you stand up and say you have no questions, you have no questions. I'm not going to admonish anybody for anything that isn't happening. The only faces I've seen are counsel at me. And so
Oh, ma'am, he's clocked your faces at him. I mean, we've clocked a couple faces at him. He's just like, no, 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 no. Nope. I'm just rewinding it because the judge has thoughts.
yeah, as a matter of law, I don't view that as any instruction to the jury or comment regarding burden shifting. If you stand up and say you have no questions, you have no questions. I'm not going to admonish anybody for anything that isn't happening. The only faces I've seen are counsel at me. And so I think we're well within the proper bounds of appropriate conduct from what I can see from here.
Right.
Anything else?
We'll submit it in a motion, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Mr. Bloodworth, anything before we invite the jury in?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr.
Bloodworth is just like, what fresh fuckery is this? Look. We're trying, Your Honor. We're trying.
Mr. Bloodworth, anything before
Wait, did she throw her pen again? I didn't even catch it. Did she throw her pen again?
happening? The only faces I've seen are counsel at me. And so I think we're well within the proper bounds of appropriate conduct from what I can see from here.
Right.
Anything else?
We'll submit it in a motion, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Mr. Bloodworth,
Well, that was a
anything
heavy
before we
drop of
invite
the pen.
jury in?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
I think the heavy drop of the pen was probably made heavier by the fact the microphones on counsel table are on. It wasn't as loud as the time she actually threw her pen on the table, but
Mr. Ramos, you ready to go?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Burmester, the stay. Oh, I'm sorry. May we invite the jury in, please?
may we invite the jury in? No, yes. Okay. Bloodworth's just looking at defense. Like, are we gonna keep going, or what are we?
Have any objections to the exhibits coming in through Ms. Coates?
Got it. Okay. We'll just need to create a record in real time.
Yep.
Some of you said it might have been the judge's pen. That's fair. Angel, thank you. That's fair. It could have been the judge's pen. Well, the petty has there are times when the prosecution is facing, but generally the faces are facing forward and the camera that we are looking through is near the witness. The jury's to the side of that. Okay. Also, did we not talk about Ramos's entire first day of cross where he's staring at the jury and pointing at the witness? No. Okay. Okay. We're going to just zoom while the jury comes in. That was an interesting morning break.
Ms. Coates, if you would. Next witness, please.
And Coates.
Ms. Coates, if you would step in
That was
front
a
of
break.
Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
Wow. That was a lot. I guess there's going to be a new written motion for dismissal.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court?
Look, Emily, you zoomed just to pause. Yes, my brain just caught up with me. In other cases, I would normally look at the prosecution table and be like, what fresh fuckery is this? An inverted video, a new video, we found a video, there wasn't a video. I'm going to want to see both sides' written motions in this one. I'm just suspending. What text message did you get from the prosecution team? What emails are we talking about? What are we talking about? I need more information. I need more information. Because how she performed on probation, if the defense asked for it, is something that should have been turned over 100%. It's something that the prosecution has. And they asked for all communications with the investigator, and the court said no. The court denied that request. So we'll see.
To be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury.
And chat, no, I don't know if this will necessarily be a mistrial issue, especially since that witness is still under subpoena and can be called back. So, no, I think the trial is not done. I don't think this is without remedy if the problem is actually as stated.
Can you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Ann Coates, Coates.
Next witness.
Ma'am, are you employed?
Yes.
By whom?
CMFG Life Insurance Company.
More life insurance.
Also known as True Stage.
I see. And what capacity do you serve them?
I'm a senior manager in the claims department for our consumer claims.
Claims, you
And
say?
have you been there how long?
Almost 23 years.
Claims? Insurance claims? We say insurance
True
claims?
Stage is an insurance company?
Yes.
And is True Stage associated with a particular business?
Yes. We offer insurance through credit unions.
I see.
Mostly.
Any particular credit unions?
A wide variety of credit unions throughout the United States.
I see. PenFed being one of them?
Yes.
Okay. And so, did you receive, can we see?
Chad, I'm going to put this back at 1.25 as we go through the insurance conversations about claims. So
7-21, please. Did you receive a written application for an insurance policy from allegedly Kouri and Eric Richins?
wait, was it on a Post-it? Not a Post-it, a postcard. Was it on a postcard? Was it on a postcard? Didn't defense say in opening that she just got like a postcard in the mail and filled it out?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see State's Exhibit 721?
I do.
State would offer State's Exhibit 721.
State 7-21 is admitted.
Okay.
Yeah, just show me the paper.
The author or authors.
All right. This is we're going to see a lot of Kouri Richins' handwriting in this case, I imagine. This is the please complete application and payment section, sign and date and return by February 25th, 2022. You can apply for coverage in the amounts that are listed, 100,000 being the highest checkbox for applicant coverage, spouse coverage, applicant information. Kouri Richins' name is pre-populated on here with a P.O. box. They redacted out primary phone number, but hers was 1987. They redacted out social security numbers. And then Kouri listed her and Eric as each other's spouses and listed him as well on the partners. So $100K on each.
Have listed a mailing address?
Yes.
Can you, is that the P.O. Box 759?
It is.
Okay. And is there a phone number for Eric Richins?
Yes.
Could you state that phone number, please?
It is 801-892-9317.
I see. Okay, was there any email address given for Eric Richins?
No.
Okay. Now, we
Whose number is
scroll
that?
down just
This is
little
rhetorical.
bit.
Just
At
I would
some
put a note
point,
on that. So email was provided for Kouri, no email provided for Eric. And then we've got all of the check boxes about applicant and partner.
Does this application connect to a method of payment?
Yes.
Okay. Can you go to the last page there? So this application gives, is this for an automatic withdrawal?
It is.
Okay. And the account number given?
It's ending 6577.
6577.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Now, it's purportedly signed by two different individuals, Kouri and
Yes.
Eric, there at the bottom. Okay.
Can we see that?
Let me go back up to the top, please. Is there a place on this form for a social security number?
Yes.
Where?
Oh, it's redacted.
About halfway down.
On the front page?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, and in this case, it's been redacted?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember today anything about that social security number?
I do. Eric Richins' social security number, the last 6 digits are transposed.
I see, okay.
Oh, they are?
Once this, do you know when this application came in?
We received this application on February 3rd, 2022.
And when was it approved?
On February 4th, 2022.
Okay. And did any sort of notice
10
go
days
out
before
to the
Valentine's Day?
owner, to, for example, Eric, to let him know?
Yes, we sent a billing statement confirming that there would be an automatic withdrawal for the premiums.
Can we see States Exhibit 720?
And where was the billing statement sent? Oh, that's right, to the P.O. box. Whose P.O. box is that? Kouri's business. Huh. Weird. A lot of you have asked, what do you mean by transposed? The numbers were in the wrong order for the last 6 digits of the social. So they were not in the correct order.
2, please.
And then also.
And then there was
a
no
welcome,
email.
Letter.
I'm also wondering
With
who
the
that
contract.
phone number's
I see.
for.
Is this the
'Cause
welcome letter you're
I have
talking about?
guesses.
Yes.
Okay, and in this, does it indicate where it was mailed to?
I bet it's to
It
the P.O.
does.
box.
P.O. Box 759 in Commerce, Utah, 84036-0759.
Not 282 Willow Court?
No.
Okay. And this is an automatic withdrawal?
Yes.
And that's what this, Eric is being notified it's going to be an automatic withdrawal?
Yes.
And out of this account, 6577?
Yes.
And when will that initial deduction come?
The first deduction, we were
Are we talking
notifying him would
withdrawal?
come on February 14th, 2022.
Okay. Now,
The first withdrawal or payment is February 14th, 2022.
did Eric Richins have other policies, any other policies besides this one we've just been talking about?
Yes.
Okay. Wasn't there a policy of accidental death and dismemberment policy?
Yes.
Ultimately valued at $300,000?
That's correct.
Okay. And there was another policy issued June 9th, 2017?
It was actually issued May 12th of 2017.
Backdated to that day?
Yes, backdated.
Why that day?
I believe that was the day before his birthday. And we do that
okay.
sometimes to, we call it to save age and to save on premium.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Can we publish 722, please?
Any objection, Mr. Ramos?
No objection, thank you.
722 is admitted and published.
And we've highlighted the mailing address, the account, and the first date of withdrawal.
So this is the policy effective February 4th, 2022 that they are showing on screen. They are showing that it's being mailed to Eric Richins at that P.O. box in Camas that we know from testimony other days belongs to Kouri Richins. And we see the bank account number ending in 6577 and that the first payment would be $46.50 that would be withdrawn on Valentine's Day, that this is a $100,000 policy, term life through age 80.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So going back to this second policy, it was a $250,000 policy, life insurance,
Yes,
on Eric Richins' life?
that's right.
And that policy, do you know how it was being paid? From what account?
I mean, from that 6577 account.
I would like to refer to the application, if you have that.
Okay, would that help you refresh your
Yes.
recollection? May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
So the letters were supposed to notify
You know what it is
Eric that a policy was
do.
being opened, but the
What is
letters
that?
were going to the wrong address.
Just for the record?
Is an application for insurance.
Okay. You can just examine it for a moment. Does that help refresh your recollection?
It does.
How, by what account was this taken? The payment's taken, I guess.
Yep, sorry, just one moment here. The account number is blocked out on the one page.
It's
but
redacted, so it's hard to
says on
tell.
Another page here, checking account ending in 2204.
Okay, so. Is that the welcome letter like you talked about on?
Yes.
Okay.
Some of you are asking about the cost of the policy. I mean, this was technically two policies because it was one for Kouri and one for Eric. Because she initiated a policy for both of them. It looks
Then,
like, well, whoever initiated this
then there's
policy
this
initiated
policy.
it for Eric
Now,
and Kouri.
how
So two
does one make
policies
a
for
claim?
100K.
Or how is it initiated, I guess?
Yeah, there are several ways that we can accept a claim. A lot of times it's by phone from a family member or beneficiary. In this case, what we do is twice a year in the state of Utah, we would run our policies up against a Social Security death master file list. And that's how we found that he passed away.
Okay,
And that was done in April of 2022.
okay.
So a claim wasn't made?
This policy, we talked about the accidental death and dismemberment.
Yes,
Was that ever paid out?
that was not.
If you ran it and his social was transposed, though, how did it come up? I have more questions. So this wasn't paid out and no claim was made.
Okay, so this policy, we talked about the.
Okay, I had to back up a little bit.
Accidental death and dismemberment.
Yes,
Was that ever paid out?
that was not.
Okay, because it wasn't an accident or dismemberment.
That's right.
Okay, so then the policy, the $250,000 term policy.
Okay, that
was
was the
that ever paid
100K
out?
policy.
It was.
Okay. Let's take a look at 7-12, please.
All right, so now we're moving on to talking about the
Yes.
250K term policy.
This is proof that we made the payment.
Okay, and how was that payment made?
This payment was made by check.
Okay. In the amount of $251,558.82?
Yes.
Okay, and it's a $250,000 policy. Why that difference?
There was a partial premium refund and state interest that was added to the 250,000.
Okay, the state would ask to offer and publish it.
So partial premium refund.
States 7-12 is admitted.
That was sent out, when did you say?
All right, so this is a check ending 235. Date is what I was looking for, June 17th, 2022. Sent to Kouri Richins at the home address for $251,558.82.
This was sent out June 17th, 2022.
I see, okay. Now, let's talk about is there a way in which a policy owner or a beneficiary can communicate with True Stage and a record is kept of that communication?
Yes, they can call us or email us at any time, and we keep a claim log for every call or every.
There seems to be a lot of confusion, Chet. There are two policies. Well, technically three. There are multiple policies with this insurer. The $250,000 life policy and the $100,000 accidental death and dismemberment policy that was taken out in 2022 for both Kouri and Eric. Two policies. So we've moved on to the life policy at $250K.
Transaction that's made.
Okay. Those things are called claim notes, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can we take a look at 7-11, please? You recognize that?
Yes,
Is that one of the claim notes?
it is.
Okay, and it looks like 220, state would offer, States Exhibit 7-11. Permission to publish.
7-11 is admitted.
There's a number at the top, in this case 2204 22032.
Yes, that's the claim number.
Okay, and that represents the year 22. 04 is the month,
Yes,
and then 22 is the 22nd day of that month.
yes.
And this happens to be the 32nd.
So notes for the claim are from April, or these notes from the claim are from April 22nd, 2022.
Claim made that day.
Yes,
Okay, so this one occurs, the claim is initiated on April 22nd of 2022.
yes.
Okay, then let's take a look.
Oh, now I really want to know
also-
what this is from April 22nd, 2022, that the claim was initiated against a $250,000 life policy. Now I really hope they address in court the day that Kouri sued in April the estate.
7-23, please. State would offer States Exhibit 723.
No objection. State 723 is admitted.
Ask for permission to publish. In this case, the claim is initiated on April 28th of 2022.
Yes.
So, initially at least, is one claim
I'm going to look up
for a
the
particular policy
suit on the
or another?
estate just because I'm
Yes.
curious.
But over time, do they kind of bleed into the same one?
They do. Any action taken on one claim is noted on the other claim as well, so that we can provide the best service to our beneficiaries as possible.
Okay, so I'd like to focus in on this one for a bit here. On April 28th, is there a discussion between?
A discussion,
this
you say?
column that says desk and has some codes, is that?
A discussion, you say? I've paused because I want to look. There is a note. Let's see. This is from 428, and it looks like there's an ongoing note from 427. The ongoing note from 427 says obituary not found via Google search. 428.22, add claim file note. This claim was added by IBD. 428.22, Benny info found in, it looks like system, DOB 420-1990, social security number. Need to verify Benny info, DOB, SSN, address, phone number. Received call from Kouri Richins. Wife and primary Benny. This is an incoming call on 428.22. I'm going to just read it. Verified DOB and DOD of insured. Verified her relationship to insured. Verified her information, DOB, social security number, address, phone number. She asked for the approximate amount, and I tell her that the approximate amount of $300,000, informed her of the DC, and for the check insurance guideline, need manager's approval, and then there's a note that says $100K.
Is that who the person is from True States that happens to be talking that day?
Yes.
Okay. So on April 28th, is there a discussion between Kouri Richins and True Stage?
Yes.
And in this particular case, they're talking about both policies, aren't they?
Yes.
Okay. That is the policy, the
That's why it says
$250,000 policy,
$300K.
as well as the more recent 100,000.
Yes.
Okay. Then on May 4th, is there another communication in this notes with Kouri Richins?
Yes.
What's
I'm going to just pause that. May 4th, 2022, file note, need final DC and manager's approval, $250K is in paren. And then I think this call is same day, May 4th, received a call from Benny, Kouri Richins' wife, calling on status of claim. I informed her that DC, I'm assuming, this is my assumption that means death certificate, was received, but it shows pending on cause of death. That would be real helpful to have the dates of those fucking Google searches, wouldn't it? I informed her that DC was received, but it shows pending on the cause of death. I advised her to send final DC showing the cause of death of the insured. Benny understood and will send final DC once available. So yes, they mean death certificate. Final death certificate was in June, based on the coroner's, the second coroner's testimony, Dr. Christensen, to the best of my memory.
Communication.
We received a call from Ms. Richins, and she wanted the status of the claims. And so we provided the status and informed her that we received a pending death certificate, but we would also need the final death certificate.
I see. And in this case, the person taking these notes is
Yeah, because not
saying
all
DC,
deaths are
meaning
going to,
death certificate.
not all deaths are going to pay out on. That makes sense.
So it's still pending. So on June 7th, another communication
Yes.
involving Kouri Richins?
Yes.
So in June 7th, does True Stage receive the death certificate?
We did.
I'm going to read the notes before she explains the death certificate. June 7th, 2022, letter received. Need manager to review received death certificate with cause drug intoxication, fentanyl. Not sure if additional documentation is required. And then it says ADB writer. I don't know if they'll just explain that. I'm going to let that go. June 14th, 2022, 2 asterisks. Need to know if fentanyl was prescribed, requesting a copy of the prescription. Right, because there are some things that would exclude payment. I will look up the date she called the coroner in my notes while we're doing this.
Received the final death certificate that day.
And what does it say the cause of death was?
Drug intoxication, fentanyl.
Okay. So on June 14th, does
Can you
True Stage
change the
talk
cause of
Kouri
death on
Richins
their death
about
certificate?
They now have a death certificate.
Yes, we did.
And so what is the question of Kouri?
The question was if the drug fentanyl was prescribed to Eric Richins, and
All right, I am cutting off this witness's answer, which is rude of
if
me, but
the drug fentanyl was.
I'm going to read these in because they're not reading them in. They're showing them to the jury. So I'm pausing and reading them in because the camera keeps cutting back and forth. Okay. June 14th, 2022, outgoing call, asterisk, need to know if fentanyl was prescribed, requesting a copy of the prescription or the name, phone number, address of doctor prescribed it so we can contact them, receive death certificate with cause, drug intoxication, fentanyl, called Kouri's number ending 1987, left message, June 14th, 2022, incoming call about 30 minutes later, file note, need to know if fentanyl was prescribed, requesting, and then it has the same information, and then says left message, and then the message on the incoming call follows that saying Benny, wife, Kouri Brock, and then Richkinson's, it looked like there was a typo in the last name, called and asked about the message she received. According to her, the fentanyl was not prescribed, so she can't give any info about it. She also added that she didn't have any idea how did her husband got that. Okay.
Prescribed to Eric Richins, and that's important because the $50,000 accidental death benefit rider as well.
Excuse me, just one second. That extra $50,000 is on top of the $250,000 policy.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, continue. I'm sorry.
It provides a provision and an exclusion where the prescription would need to have been provided by a doctor and administered on the advice of a doctor in order to be payable.
Okay.
This is the first time I think they've mentioned, sorry, that was a rude pause. That was the first time I think they've mentioned a $50,000 rider. So there is the $250,000 policy, a $50,000 rider, and I may have just missed it, and then the $100,000 other policy. Okay. Continuing.
The person writes some notes about what Kouri Richins told them.
Yes.
Okay. And
I think they're going to go through those notes.
She said that the fentanyl was not prescribed, and she also added that she doesn't know how her husband got that.
Okay. The next day, Kouri Richins called again?
Yes.
Okay.
Ooh.
What was stated in that conversation?
It was the same thing that she provided us, that the drug was not prescribed
Okay?
and that she doesn't know where it came from.
I'm just going to read it as it says on the screen for those of you listening in the background. June 15th, 2022, 8:17:52, incoming call, file note. Need to know if fent was prescribed, requesting a copy of prescription. Kouri Benny called to let us know there was no prescription for the fent. She really do not know where her husband got it from.
Okay. On June 21st, did she call again
Yes,
and asking about a status?
she did.
And what did you guys tell her?
We told her that the $250,000 claim was paid, but the most recent claim, the $100,000 claim, was still being reviewed.
Okay. And why was it still being reviewed?
June 21st, before we get to why that claim was being reviewed, June 21st, incoming call, received call from Kouri, checking claim status, advise that settlement have been sent on June 17th, approximate amount $250,000, and then trying to talk about the multiple claims.
That was a brand new policy, and so whenever we have a death that occurs within 2 years of the effective date of coverage, it becomes a contestable claim.
Yeah, I
Which
imagine
just means
so.
that we will review the application questions and the insured's medical history to be sure that the answers were accurately answered.
Okay, so all you're looking at is, once again, medications and answers to medical questions on the application?
Yes.
Okay. And because this was 1 month?
Right.
Okay. Did ultimately True Stage pay on this claim?
Yes.
Do you know when and how that went out?
Yes, it was August 31st, 2022, and we paid that by electronic funds transfer into an account of hers.
Can we see 720?
That's on the 100K, it sounds like. Interesting that they
Can you
paid the
tell us what
100K.
725 is?
This is confirmation of the payment.
Okay. State would offer State's Exhibit 7-25.
Okay. 725 is admitted.
Okay. So you said this one was an electronic funds transfer?
Yes.
As opposed to a check?
That's right.
Okay. Now, in this document here, is
Yeah,
there a
that's
second page?
100,000.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm surprised they actually paid that second one,
Can you keep,
because that second one was just initiated in February and he died in March. I'm actually really surprised that they paid that one.
do you know where this electronic funds transfer, what account that went to?
I do. Could you go back to the first page? To an account ending 2204.
Okay. Now, it was being paid from 6577. Can we look at State's Exhibit 710, please? 710, please, I'm sorry. Speaking so low. This is a communication from Kouri on that $100,000 claim?
Yes, this is her claimant statement that we have our beneficiaries complete on all contestable claims.
Okay. And so the state would offer State's Exhibit 7-10.
No objection, Judge. State 7-10 is admitted.
On page 2, we could focus in on that. What is displayed here?
This is a voided check that she provided, providing the information
America First
for
account?
the checking account that she would like the funds put into.
Okay, and that's the account 2204?
Yes.
Okay.
And that is Bates stamped, it looked like May 15th, 2020, or it looks like it was stamped by the company May 15th, 2022.
And finally, back to, I think that was State's Exhibit 7-23. On September 8th, was there another communication, either email or phone or something from Kouri Richins?
Yes. She emailed us and asked if there were any other policies, and we replied that there were the 2 policies that we paid.
Okay. I have nothing further for this
So
one.
that was on September 8th, 2022. Are there any more policies? Now we're on to cross.
Good morning.
How you doing?
Good.
could you kind of walk through, when we were on the phone, you kind of explained to me how your company sends
on to
out
Cross.
insurance, I don't know what to call them, applications throughout the year. Could you explain that to the jury, please?
Yeah, we send out insurance applications in the mail to credit union members as well as other individuals now. We send it to everyone. And if they get one in the mail, they can fill it out and send it back in.
How
So it's a
often does
mailed
that? Do you guys have a
solicitation.
schedule for those to go out every year?
I'm not sure of the schedule.
Do they go out more than once?
Look, it's a good strategy for Cross because here's the thing. If Kouri got an application in the mail and just filled it out and sent it back, it looks way less sus than if she is seeking out additional life insurance 10 days before the attempted murder is charged here. It is entirely different, I think. But y'all can let me know. Some are going to be like, happy accident that she took advantage of. Some are going to be like, yeah, it's not nearly as sus because they sent it in the mail. Fair.
Or if you don't know, that's fine. No problem. Now, could you explain a couple of things with regards to the different life insurance policies or term life insurance that have and that are at issue today? Could you kind of just walk me through those one more time from the earliest to the most recent? You had mentioned like a 2017 one, I believe.
Yes. So there was a policy taken out effective May 12th, 2017 for Eric Richins.
And who took that out?
We received an application with the assumption that he took that out.
Okay, perfect. And then which one was the next one?
The next one is the most recent, which became effective February 4th, 2022.
And was that, the February 4th one, was that one a part of Ms. Richins calling out and saying, hey, can I get life insurance? Or was this in response to that mailer?
This was in response to the mailer.
Okay. And the
That's
address
important.
that you received, the P.O. box that Mr. Burmester asked you of, if we could go back to, or if you recall it, the P.O. box, you recall that one?
Yeah, I don't remember the exact
No
number
problem,
of
but
it.
we'll pull it up. I believe it was,
Yeah, I wonder where it was mailed to.
It's not, there we go. One moment. Go ahead.
perfect. And so as you can see on the applicant information side, as well as the spouse or partner information, the P.O. box address is the same, correct?
Yes,
And it's already pre-filled.
it is.
Okay, so that information you received from the credit union?
Yes.
Okay, can we take
Good
that down?
question. Again, it makes it look
Now,
less shady,
in this case,
right? The P.O. box is pre-filled. She kept it for both. I mean, Eric's not going to get notice of this policy taken out against him at the P.O. box if she doesn't want to have him see it. But if the mailer had the P.O. box pre-filled, it undercuts that she's doing all of this to keep that information away from Eric. And so that's a really good area of cross. Look, it was pre-filled.
you received a, would you do a script check score?
Yes,
And did you do that in this case?
we did.
Okay, and when would that have been done?
That is done before the application is approved or declined.
Okay.
And then also we do that at the time of claim.
Perfect, and so when you,
The signature on the application's a whole different story, Snarktastic Sam. The signature is different. Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
you approved it, you indicated that you received it, I think, the 3rd, and then it was approved the next day or within the next day. Is that correct?
Yes, we received it on February 3rd, 2022, and then the script check would have been done and approved on the 4th.
Okay. And what, is there anything in the script check that would have resulted in it not being approved?
No,
Okay. Now, if we can go to states 723 and just on the 27th of April, which would be, I think, the second page. Next, is that February 27th? Or
Yes.
April 27th, I mean?
Yep.
Okay, so on the top there, sure. Great. Just to get clarification, the first line there, LexisNexis, primary Benny, and then it goes, before it gets to the second one, it goes obituary not found. So could you walk me through how did you guys receive notice
404
of
obit not
Mr. Eric's
found?
passing?
yes. So twice a year in the state of Utah, we run a match up against the Social Security Death Master File to see if any of our insureds have passed away. And he came up in this instance. And
How
what
does
we
that
do is
happen
we
if
use
the social was wrong?
LexisNexis to match and find the beneficiary and make sure that we have the correct person.
Okay.
And then the obituary at this time, when it was noted, was not available online.
Okay, understood. We could take that down.
Yes, a lot of you are noting that Death Master File sounds crazy. Some of
Now,
you have noted Death Master
the PO
File
boxes
is
that we
is that
saw,
like a death note? No,
you just received those from the credit union.
different.
You don't have any knowledge
different.
about who has access to those, right?
No.
You assume, obviously, that the individuals you're sending out the mailer is going to get the mailer you sent out, correct?
Yes.
And in this case, they did, correct?
Yes.
And it got returned to you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when you receive, we saw lots of applications as well as the approvals of the money going out. Mr. Burmester at the beginning, I believe used the word allegedly, filled out by Ms. Richins. You assume that whoever's sending it to you received it from whichever P.O. box or mailing address you sent it to, correct?
Yes.
You have no reason to think it would be anybody else, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I imagine you guys don't do some sort of expert handwriting certification or handwriting comparison when you receive the application?
No.
Okay. When you receive the application, in this case on February 3rd, do you call the individual who submitted the application, or does it automatically just go into the process of being screened?
We don't call them. It just goes into the process of being screened.
And is that an individual doing that, or is that automated?
It's an individual that inputs the information into the computer, and then the computer will run the script check.
Okay. And then I imagine some sort of AI or something checks if anything pops up and then spits out, yes, we're good to go?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, the defense knows that there is a handwriting expert coming in later in this
And
case, so
in this
we know
case,
that that's
before
happening.
the
So that's why the defense is
life
asking
insurance
about
was
this.
paid out, you also, your office, sent out requests for medical records, correct?
Yes.
For Mr. Richins.
Yes.
And you received those back, correct?
We did.
And in there, you did highlight anything or identify anything in terms of prior drug use, correct?
That's correct.
And in this case, marijuana came up, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
That's a good question.
I have one moment. I think those are all the questions I have.
Okay.
Prior drug use, marijuana came up. Okay. Good question. Imagine it came up for both of them.
Now, this application that we have here, and if we could publish this today, it's been admitted, Your Honor.
We have seen,
Is it 7-21?
Oh, sorry,
we have recently seen health insurance screenings be incredibly relevant in trial. It came up, I think, in a very impactful way in the Walsh case. So I'm not surprised we're getting some of those questions here as well.
Yes, Judge, 721.
Go ahead.
This application is both for Kouri and Eric, correct?
Yes.
They're both on.
That's right.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you, Ms. Coates.
It's a good cross.
Couple questions. Do you recall in those
Redirect?
medical records the stated frequency of use of marijuana?
Yes, it said once or twice per year.
Okay. And then
That's a good
when you did
follow-up.
your script shirt,
Ramos, if you knew that was the answer, why ask the question? The medical screening came up with marijuana. Yes. Did they have a frequency? Once or twice a year. Okay. Then this is why you have redirect.
script shirt search. I don't know why I'm having trouble with that. It's a check for prescriptions prior to approving the application. Is that
Yes.
fair? And did you get an answer when you did that search?
The answer was that there were none.
No prescriptions?
No
at that point?
prescriptions.
Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. No further questions. Thank you.
Counsel, may we release this
Good
witness?
redirect. Good cross, good redirect.
You're free to.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please watch your step.
Yeah, I thought that was a good cross, good redirect. Again, these are foundations because there are insurance fraud charges here.
Ms.
There are
Shervinack, who's
two of
next?
them.
Christina Miller.
Ms. Miller, if you step in front of Brittany,
All
we'll
right.
get you sworn in.
Next witness, Christina Miller. It's going to be witness number 31.
If you'd stop here briefly.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? I do. Thank you. Have a seat.
Please have a seat. Ms. Shervanek, please proceed.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
Morning.
If you could state your name and spell your last name, please.
Christina Miller, Miller.
Ma'am, what do you do for work?
I am a divorce attorney, a special master, private guardian ad litem, and just started doing
Oh.
divorce mediations as well.
Oh. First of all, I like the shirt suit combo. Divorce attorney, you say. Miguelina, I think we should let the law nerds in the app who were like insurance, wah, 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 and bounced. I think we should let them know that this witness is a divorce attorney. I think the app will very much like to know that.
Christina Miller, Miller.
Ma'am, what do you do for work?
I am a divorce attorney, a special master, private guardian ad litem, and just started doing divorce mediations as well.
How long have you been a divorce attorney?
Boy,
Almost 30 years.
And
congratulations.
in that practice, do you do exclusively divorces?
I do.
And do you have experience with custody arrangements?
Extensive.
In your practice, how many divorce actions would you say you've been a part of?
in
Over
30 years?
2,000?
Yeah, over
How do you get
2,000.
new clients in your practice?
In this town, word of mouth, typically. I haven't really ever advertised. We've done some hometown parades back in the day, but was really more for team building, office building. I don't advertise on the newspaper or radio or anything like that.
And I didn't
Right.
ask you this, and I should have,
She's like,
but
no TikTok.
what geographic area do you typically practice in?
Typically Park City, Wasatch County area on occasion. I'll have cases out in the basin. Sometimes I have to go down to Salt Lake, not often, but I have some people who won't take no for an answer with leaving some in Wasatch County.
Understood.
It's very similar to where I grew up, which is like there are some folks where I grew up who are not leaving. You're like, I need you to drive to downtown LA. They're like, the fuck you do. No, I'm not leaving the South Bay and going to downtown. No, what I'm not doing. That's funny that she's like, yeah, there are some people who are just, they're not driving to me. I think one of the most treacherous drives I have ever been on in my life was from Park City to Salt Lake during a blizzard. I think that is probably one of a handful of times in my life where I'm like, well, this might not go well. Cause I get blizzard, just blizzard. That's a story for another day. All right. Divorce attorney.
And so tell the jury a little bit about your process when you take on a new client, what happens in your office, and then eventually how you get involved with that person.
So we have I think I'm a bit unusual as divorce attorneys go. We have a very strict process that we have developed. We being me and my paralegal,
That's
Leslie
smart.
Staples, who's been my paralegal. We're going on 28 years now this
Amazing.
March. And we determined pretty early on.
Paralegals. I'm just going to say this again. I said this with Alessi, and I will say this with other lawyers. Find you a lawyer that lights up when they talk about you. Not all lawyers are assholes to their paralegals. A lot of lawyers will be an asshole in court if they need to be for their client. Find a lawyer that values you the way that this lawyer clearly values her paralegal, because y'all are indispensable. Do not put up with lawyers that are cranky bananas. Emily, I don't even know. I don't know. Because we've seen numerous lawyers talk about their paralegals and how thrilled they are with them. 28 years with a paralegal is just a wonderful working relationship. I love it. I love it. It can be such a great relationship. Look how happy she is talking about her paralegal. She's like, we have a process. Oh, I best believe y'all have it handled. You can tell we have it handled. Handled. Love it.
On 28 years now this March. And we determined pretty early on in our practice that there was a lot of information we needed to receive from clients in order to get a case going. So I developed forms that we use in every single case. When I'm meeting with client, I've developed diagrams.
I love it. Solid
Approximately
onboarding.
2008 is when we really started putting things together so that every client meeting could follow the same pattern, the exact same order
Love
for the
it.
most part. And I could take all of that information, hand it to my paralegal, and she would know as much as I did at the time with regard to some basic information.
Love
So if
it.
a new client was being
Great
referred
process.
to you, would they first set up a meeting with your paralegal via phone?
Yes. She has vetted clients since we started practicing together. If I vetted all clients, I wouldn't get any work done.
And so after that call with your paralegal, do you meet with a new client?
If they get past Leslie, then yes, she will schedule a meeting.
Good job,
for me.
Leslie.
Almost every new client, especially if they're at the beginning of a divorce case, she tells them that the meeting can be anywhere between 2 and 4 hours, depending on the complexity of their case. Like I said, my process, I think, is pretty unusual because I try and get as much information as the client knows or
is a
can give
great
me,
process.
and I give them back as much information as I can to make that
sort it out early.
initial meeting really impactful because it's pretty.
Also, all the paralegals in the chat know this. It doesn't need to be said for them, but for everyone else, Leslie's the one who's going to have to handle the phone calls from that client. I love that Leslie also gets to be the gatekeeper in that moment to be like, no, I'm not answering calls from this person for the next 5 years. Yeah, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. That's a no for me, dog, because that's going to be Leslie's problem. So I like that Leslie gets to choose that. Also, I like this process. All the information up front also going to be very helpful in this case because it really lets you decide what to do next. Love it.
Getting divorced is a very emotional process in addition to a legal process.
And so during that, or I should say after you have that intake meeting, this extensive meeting with a prospective client, new client, or with a new client, how many people actually, in your experience, proceed from that meeting to filing a divorce?
Based upon my 30 years, almost every one of them. There are a handful that don't. But
Interesting.
The process of emotionally, psychologically, finally calling a divorce attorney, and then the process of showing up for a meeting.
That's a big, you've already
is
decided.
Significant for most people. Once they've kind of hit that stage on an emotional, psychological standpoint, they're ready to move forward or ready to prepare to move forward. So, I mean, there have been people I've been meeting with for 10 years who have yet to move forward, but there are rare. It's rare that they don't move forward, either with me or someone else, or something happens.
And in those rare occasions, what are some of the reasons that those people give or that you experience that they don't move forward with a divorce?
It's pretty specific to each individual client who's not moving forward, but the top reasons are they're concerned about kids, the impact of divorce on kids. They're concerned about the age of their kids and being too young to be able to speak up about what's happening in both households. Some people are concerned about their religion and what it means
fair.
for them from a religious standpoint. Some people have stayed together for quite some time because of health reasons. Back in the day when it was more difficult to get insurance, you would have some people who had a significant health issue who stayed together until that health issue was resolved.
And so you've kind of talked about this extensive first meeting that you have with new clients, and part of that, it sounds like, is information gathering from that person. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you've talked a little bit about the forms that you go through. Are one of those forms directed towards, or the topic of that is any children involved?
Yes. So my office staff, I'm sure, gets
Hold on, chat.
annoyed at
That's
the fact that
on my computer.
we have
Hold
to
on.
highlight.
That's on my computer. So give me 1 second. Because that's
Like to have all my forms.
that's my computer. So give me 1 sec, because I don't know where that is coming from on my computer. Sorry, chat. Give me a sec. That is an odd thing. All right. Thank you, chat.
Was in a very certain
Hold on.
order, and like I said,
That is, that's popping up on my feed computer. So this is on the feed screen. Give me 1 second because I can't do anything with that. So we're going to go audio for a second with this witness because this popped up on the other computer. That's so odd.
That I'm a visual learner. That's how I teach people about divorce. So I have the diagrams I have and what I call the blue sheets, which are sheets that have all topics on it that I feel like I need from most divorcing people.
Thank you, chat.
They go
We're
in
good.
a certain order. So my
Thank you.
packet, when somebody comes in to meet with me, is, it's thick, and it goes in
packet
order.
is
So it's
thick.
first, what is divorce, and what does this path look like? Then it's kids, and I have forms and booklets and reading material, and the Children's Bill of Rights that we go over. And then there's assets and debts, and then it's ongoing issues. So if alimony may be a concern, we go over a diagram for alimony and hit a lot of topics on income, expenses. Then there's miscellaneous, and then we go over what does this path look like if you went this way? How do you tell your spouse? How do you prepare for ultimately filing or
I
defending?
mean, that's a thorough meeting.
I want to turn your attention to Eric Richins. Did you know him?
I knew him in the sense that I met with him.
And how did you come to meet with him? Who referred him to you?
Several people, but the person that reached out to me was his brother-in-law, Clint Benson. He
And we
texted
heard
me in
Clint testify
early
about that.
October 2020, asked if I could meet with his brother-in-law, Eric, and told me it was urgent. So I explained the process that you have to get through Leslie, and I believe he contacted the office early October 2020.
Have to get through Leslie.
And I ultimately met with him October 23rd, 2020.
Okay, so Eric went through the process that you've described and ultimately ended up with you in that extensive new client meeting that we've been discussing.
Yes, we met for 2.5 hours.
While Eric was with you in that
That's an
meeting,
extensive
did he fill
meeting.
out the typical paperwork? Did he go through that packet that you've been describing?
Yes, he left the packet
We
at
will
my
talk
office.
about
He didn't
privilege.
take it with him. We have a
I'm not surprised that the divorce packet was left at the office. We will talk about privilege in a little bit, but we have not talked about anything Eric has said. We have talked about the fact that there was a meeting. So we will get there.
a bound binder, for lack of a better word, that people take this packet of information home with them and read it. Eric did not.
Okay, give me just a moment.
And this looks like the binder.
Okay,
Do you recognize that?
I do.
And we've been talking about paperwork that Eric filled out. Is that some of the paperwork that he filled out in your office?
Yes. That, just so you know, under adverse party, where it says Kouri Richins, Darden in parentheses, that's my handwriting, and it's my handwriting at the bottom in the kind of grayed out box.
Okay, and the rest of that is paperwork that Eric filled out.
Yes.
That's all we need from that one for now. So I want to talk about the advice that you gave to Eric Richins during this meeting. Did you get an impression about why Eric was in your office?
I did.
What was that impression?
He was there to find out what
the
it would
options
look like
were.
in terms of going forward with the divorce. Was there to learn how to protect his finances, having just.
It's all based on hearsay.
Are you asking about what
And
was
there's a
said
hearsay
or her
objection?
observation of his physical demeanor?
I'm asking about effect on the listener, Your Honor, how his information informed her legal advice.
Please approach.
And they are approaching on that. I'm going to zoom while they are approaching. We are back
During your
from
meeting
sidebar.
with Eric, did you give him legal advice about custody?
I did.
Describe
So we are talking about legal advice given, not what the client said to her. As we continue on.
in 2020, what was the presumption when someone was contemplating divorce about how custody arrangements?
This is a good area of questioning. And here's why I think the prosecution is going into this, because they have charged an attempted murder on Valentine's Day and then the murder subsequent. There are going to be some, and maybe some on the jury, but there are going to be some that are like, okay, but if this was really an attempted murder on Valentine's Day, then how is he still in this home on March 3rd if he thought his wife was trying to poison him? That question is going to be asked by some, might be asked by the jury. And I can understand why the prosecution might want to circle back and talk about what custody looks like, talk about what the presumptions of custody in Utah are, talk about, or at least give the jury enough information as to why a spouse who felt endangered might not want to leave their children in that home, but also that a spouse, particularly the husband, might not be able to just grab the kids and leave. And there might be legal reasons why not, because there will be some who will ask of a victim, why did the victim stay there then? And so I think answering those questions helps, especially given what legal advice he got. It closes some of those circles for a jury that might wonder. So those questions can come up. I think ignoring that people might ask those questions based on their own life experience. People who've had life experiences with relationships that are hard to leave are going to ask those questions differently than people who have never had that experience. So I think it's a good area to get into, to kind of let the jury know versus the jury trying to come to their own conclusions.
Custody.
I did.
Describe, in 2020, what was the presumption when someone was contemplating divorce about how custody arrangements would work?
At that time, well, let me start with when I first started practicing, way back when. It was the old Ward and June Cleaver thing with regard to custody. Somebody had most of the time and the other person had weekends. There has been a wave through the legislature, through child psychologists, with regard to child psychologists focusing on what's in the best interest of kids, and the legislature listening to lobbyists. I was on the executive committee for the family law section of the Utah Bar at the time, so we closely watched what was going on in the legislature. So at that time in 2020, there had been a statute passed about 5 years previous that finally had an alternative parent time schedule that was more of a 60-40 type schedule. We called it fat weekends, but that is where courts were going. Courts, judges, custody evaluators were all trending towards equal parent time, 60-40 parent time, and so forth. So by 2020, this was October, there were already rumblings of a new statute being passed that would be an alternative statute for 50-50 parent time. That all these statutes have been renumbered in 22, but at that time that was 35.2.
That also might be a reason to wait.
35.2. But when I met with Eric, we had 35.1, which was this fat weekend. So
that might be a reason to wait to get divorced until 50-50
times
times a thing.
This is typically what happens with kids and going through a divorce, unless there is something really that stood out. Almost all judges were going with more of a joint physical custody situation.
And so you explained that potential situation to Eric Richins.
Right off, yes.
And without saying if he had a verbal reaction, could you tell how he reacted otherwise?
Yes, we had no further discussion about custody or all of the other things that would go with custody, where I would typically get into with clients specifics about what holidays look like, what a full year calendar looks like, whether there are meaningful holidays in their family, what the right of first refusal looks like. I have on my blue sheets, it's 2 pages, and I would, in most cases, I fill out both of those pages.
Did you do that with Eric Richins?
No, I didn't.
Was that unusual?
It is unusual. It is unusual for me not to continue down the path of a custody conversation, and it typically means that, well, in every case, I think that I haven't filled that out. It meant the client did not want to think about, for whatever reason, did not want to think about the possibility of not seeing their child every day, or the possibility of the other side having their child more often than them or an equal amount as them, and so forth. But
At the conclusion of your intake meeting with Eric Richins, did you give him a to-do list?
I did.
And when you give a client a to-do list in your practice, does that mean that a divorce is imminent?
Typically, yes. Yep. You know, they.
Okay.
I've been around a long time, and this is a small town.
I mean, that's
small
fair.
county, and so there are people that will come and meet with me to try and conflict me out of a case. And after so many years of practicing, you learn pretty quickly that
Who's doing
their
that?
intent, because they want to take our 3 or 4 hour meeting and do 15 minutes and call it good.
Conflict out of a case means that, and this will happen, that one spouse might go around to a bunch of different attorneys. So then when they notify their spouse they're getting divorced, that spouse has much more limited options. I think it's, well, I don't practice in family law, but I imagine as a lawyer, it's annoying and flattering because it means that you are good enough opposing counsel that people are concerned about you. So trying to conflict people out limits the other party's options. It is definitely a divorce strategy.
I can those people typically, some of those people retain us, others just want to know the information that I have. Because, like I said, I'm trying to teach them all about divorce and what life looks like after divorce. So,
right.
So giving the to-do list, how is that significant in your practice? Would you give that to someone who wasn't going to proceed?
No. If I have somebody that comes in and they're either trying to conflict me out, or they just really want to talk about what this might look like in 30 years down the road, there's no to-do list. Sometimes I won't even fill out the questionnaires that I have, the question papers, the blue sheets. But if they have a to-do list, people are, in my experience, it is anticipated that they are going to file for a divorce at some point in the future.
And Eric walked out of this meeting with a to-do list from you.
He did not want to take it with him.
Oh, that's right. He didn't leave it, but you gave him a
He
to-do
left
list.
it
Is that
at
right?
the office.
He wanted me to correspond through his brother-in-law, Clint. So I emailed the to-do list to Clint.
Did you refer Eric Richins to anyone after or during your meeting with him?
I did.
Who did you refer him to?
He had worked in the past with Kristal Bowman-Carter to do his business planning documents, and he needed to revoke a power of attorney. So he was going back to Kristal for that, or I told him to go back to Kristal for that, and also to redo an estate plan.
Okay. Was it unusual in your practice to refer someone in Eric Richins' position to a lawyer like Kristal Bowman-Carter?
Yes.
Why is that unusual?
Because most people going through a divorce, in my experience, aren't thinking beyond what that divorce might look like. They're not thinking about death or estate planning and so forth.
Interesting.
And most people, once you file for divorce, you cannot change any beneficiary and so forth. And so
Interesting.
that was not a rule at that time in 2020. It's a rule now, but it was unusual. I've only referred one other person in my memory to change their estate plan while a divorce was either pending or before they filed for divorce.
So Eric went through this initial meeting with you. Did he ever file for divorce with you?
He didn't.
Or through you, I suppose?
No.
And did you discuss a timeline with him about filing for divorce?
I did not discuss a timeline with him. As I said, well, I didn't say this, but because divorce is so emotional, and there are so many things to unravel, kids and finances and debts and family and external family and extended family, and everybody really is on their own timeline. Like I said, I have a couple of clients currently that I've been meeting with them for 10 years off and on, so they're not ready to pull the trigger, and everybody has a different timeline.
Thank you. Those are all my questions for you.
That's fair.
Good morning, Ms. Miller.
Morning.
My name is Wendy Lewis. I am one of Ms. Richins' attorneys.
All right, we're on to cross.
So I think you stated on direct already, but it wasn't Eric Richins that reached out to set up an initial appointment with your office, correct?
That's correct.
It was his brother-in-law reached out, and not just to say, hey, I'm referring someone to you, but he reached out to set up the appointment, correct?
I don't recall whether, I wouldn't have been part of that conversation. That would
Is
have
this
been
going down the
with
road of
Leslie, my
the
paralegal.
Can we take a look at
Richins family
See
is
them all.
meddling? A few of you have asked
for the
what EP
witness.
is. Estate planning is what they mean here.
see if that's the right one. Okay. Let me just ask another question before we talk about that document.
Sure.
Two more questions. So you do remember that it was Mr. Benson that reached out, and then you set up a meeting with Eric. Did anyone attend that meeting with Eric, or was it just yourself and Mr. Richins?
It's my understanding, Eric contacted my paralegal to give her a lot of specifics about his situation, and then the meeting that I had with him was just the two of us.
All right. And after that meeting, it was Mr. Benson that reached out and thanked you for a meeting with Eric, correct?
Yes, Eric did not want me to have any contact with him via phone or email directly. He wanted everything to go through a third party, his brother-in-law.
Okay, that's what I was getting to. So when you gave Eric the list of documents, you actually sent that to Mr. Benson.
That's correct.
And then it was actually Mr. Benson who provided you with the documentation over email. I don't know, Eric may have brought some things in person, but
However, Benson is already, the brother-in-law has already testified. So Eric wasn't really setting this up is, that's my feed. So the Eric wasn't really setting this up is different. So we're going to continue on with this witness.
anything that came over email was between you and Mr. Benson, correct?
Correct.
And would one reason that a client would ask for that, would it be because they weren't ready to let the spouse know that they were considering divorce? Is that fair to say?
Yes.
All right.
Sorry, chat. I have a feed issue that I'm dealing with. So if you see me looking elsewhere, that's why.
And a reason for this, and I mean, I know you said that most people who come in and go this far do end up filing for divorce, but fair to say that some people aren't certain if they're going to file when they come in to see you, correct?
Very few.
It happens, though.
It does happen.
All right. And you testified that you went through custody arrangements with Mr. Richins, correct?
Yes.
And you went through the forms you went through regarding children involvement in divorce, correct? I might be naming that form wrong, but you said you went through forms about children.
Children's Bill of Rights.
The Children's Bill of Rights.
Yeah, it is not an official thing in Utah, but I have it and I give it out on it. I'm very color coordinated, so I've colored pens for various things.
Love that.
Colored paper for the initial client consultation. That happens to be on purple paper, and it's taped up all over
Love
our
that
office
more.
as well, so I can remind clients, this is the son, your kids are the son, and we are all rotating around them. So let's keep our eye.
Love that
on
even
the
more.
prize. So it's just,
Let's keep our eye on
it isn't anything you could enforce in court,
the
but
kids.
it's something that I like to share with clients.
Sure, because
Right.
clients with small children, that's a huge consideration, is what will happen with the children, both financially and emotionally, and who the children will be living with, fair?
Typically not financially, but emotionally and who they will be living with and what the possibilities are for sure is a big concern for most people.
Okay. Finances are a concern, which is why you fill out a child support form with clients, correct?
Yes.
Interesting.
And you pull up CM 5.
I'm curious where this goes.
And you filled out a form with Mr. Richins about child support, correct?
I did, yes.
And he reported to you at that time his monthly income was $33,333,
That's where that's
correct?
going.
That based upon what, yes.
Okay.
Sorry, I was gonna say, I didn't have documents at the time, so we were just, this is more for kicks and giggles of, this is what child support would look like if this were the number.
Fair. And his child support was going to be high, correct? Based on his income?
Yeah, well, I mean,
It depends.
it depends on who you're thinking about. In Park City, probably
You're
not so much,
absolutely
but
correct.
for most people,
That's
I
true.
mean,
In my very small dalliance with divorce law,
Yes.
we were frequently, you see people whose income it's quite low. I'm not saying frequently. Some people it's quite low and child support's not very much.
you can have that for sure.
And for some people, this is a lot of people. $33,000 a month is a high income, correct?
Not for a lot of people that I deal with, but I
Right.
think
She's
on
like
the whole,
area.
yes.
All right, you're dealing with some more, maybe fair to say, high
High net worth individuals.
high-end clients, high-end divorces. with
No,
more
not
assets.
high end, high net worth.
I would say the longer you're in practice, the more difficult your cases become, and the higher the wage tends to be with regard to divorces.
Right.
Okay. Now, other things you discussed with Eric were assets.
Yes.
Fair. And you were made aware that he was a partner in. Objection, Your Honor. Just asking if she's aware.
I mean, hearsay is good for the
Frankly,
goose.
what's the basis of the objection? Sure.
It's hearsay.
Okay.
And they are approaching on the hearsay objection. The defense had objected on hearsay earlier and is now seeming to elicit
Mr. Clint Benson and maybe. So in
similar hearsay.
So in consulting with Mr. Richins and receiving documents from Mr. Clint Benson and maybe from Mr. Richins, you became aware, or were you aware, that Mr. Richins owned a couple of businesses?
I became aware of that during my conversation with Eric.
Did you become aware of that in any way through documents, tax information provided, other documents provided to you by either him or his family?
I did not receive any tax returns from Eric Richins.
Did you receive anything, documentation, in terms of his businesses?
No.
Can
You mean the business specifically?
Yes.
No.
Or that the businesses existed?
Yes.
Documentation that the businesses existed?
Correct.
Okay. And one of the businesses was C&E Stone Masonry, correct? Do you recall that?
Yes.
And Katie, can you just pull up?
Okay.
Good question. The next one. I think it's maybe CM6 or 8. I don't know. Help me out here. Here, one more, Your Honor.
All right, they are trying to pull that up. And I'm going to zoom while they're trying to pull that up.
You also became aware through
We zoomed a little too far.
CM7. So you became aware that he owned partner in C&E Stone Masonry, correct?
Yes, so this document.
Well, that's just refresher
Oh,
recollection.
got it. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And you also became aware through.
I need you to ask the question to lay foundation for the how
Oh.
about the other business.
The judge is
As
like,
we discussed.
stop.
You can't ask it as a leading question.
All right. You
We need
back up a
foundation.
little bit. You said through documentation you became aware of Mr. Richins' businesses, just that they existed.
The masonry business.
Did you receive documentation that he and Kouri Wright were also partners in another business?
No.
You did not receive any documentation about any businesses existing, just
There
the
we
existence
go.
of businesses.
No.
Okay, well,
Overruled. Now we have double confirmation. Please go from there, Ms. Lewis.
okay. Did everybody hear the whole?
I think it was 2 no's in a row.
It was 2 no's in a row. You're right. You're right, Your Honor. It was 2 no's in a row.
So, now, I know Mr. Urbanek asked you, and you said it was true that Mr. Richins did not proceed with divorce in this manner, in this case.
Obviously.
Correct?
Prior to his death, no.
Right. And to your knowledge, he did not proceed with divorce with a different attorney. Fair?
Correct.
All right. And you said that you referred him instead to an estate planner, estate attorney.
Yes.
An attorney who does estate planning. Thank you, sorry.
Didn't refer him instead. I just referred him to Kristal Bowman-Carter to work more in tandem.
All right. And you said you haven't done that very many times, correct?
Right.
But there would be reasons to refer someone to an estate planner, fair?
Yes. Fair.
Would there be reasons, yes or no, and then I'll follow up.
At the end of every divorce case, I refer every client I give every client a very long, again, to-do list and a closing letter. And at the end of that closing letter, I refer everyone or I recommend that everyone see an estate planning attorney to revise their estate planning documents now that
At
they
the
are
end
no longer
of the
married.
divorce.
Okay.
Right.
In this
Not the
case, however,
beginning.
that happened earlier in the process than normal.
Yes.
All right. And just let me ask you a hypothetical.
Sure.
Okay.
So sometimes people have concerns about their children. I mean, it's a fair reason that people don't get divorced when they have small children because they don't want to break up the family. Fair?
Is there a question?
Yes.
All right. And if an individual has concerns about providing, well, let me rephrase that. So hypothetically, someone may have concerns about how their children will be provided for during, after a divorce. Fair?
Provided for
Financially.
psychologically or financially?
Well, both, but I'm talking about financially.
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
So one reason someone may go to a estate planner could be to ensure that things were properly set up to provide for their family, whether they get divorced or not. Fair?
Are you talking about this early on in a potential divorce proceeding or just generally?
I'm asking hypothetically.
We don't
well,
know what she's
generally
asking.
First.
Yeah, people generally go establish an estate plan to make sure that
Things are taken
that if
care
they
of.
have children, their children are taken care of, or that if they have assets, their assets are allocated the way they want upon their
Right.
death.
Okay. And even though you said it's unusual, it's certainly possible
Right. She's trying to
that
minimize
as someone
the
is going through talking
it's
about
odd
divorce, they discover
situation.
that
That's what she's trying to
they want
minimize.
to look at this now, prior to divorce. They want to set this up. Part one of my question, is that possible?
I have never seen that, but I assume anything is possible.
Sure. And it's possible that someone may decide, instead of a divorce, I need to set up a way to make sure my family's taken care of. That maybe that's the more appropriate thing for me to do at this stage. That's possible.
I think you're probably comparing apples to oranges. When, in my experience, when
Which is fair
someone is
as
ready
well. That it's not
to move forward with a divorce, or when a divorce has been kind of forced upon them from their other spouse, it is because we have, I explain it to clients as two pieces of wet noodle, and
Oh,
we drop
dear.
them on a plate, and one is the emotional divorce and one is the legal divorce, and my job is to straighten those out and keep them as separated as I can.
It's a good
Because
analogy.
at touch points, when the legal divorce touches the emotional side is in chaos. And when the emotional side touches the legal side is in chaos. And so
I
when
like
you're
how
going
she
through a
explained
divorce,
that.
that in and of itself is an apple, where people are worried about what their kids' lives will look like tomorrow.
Understood.
Or next month. When
Right.
you are doing estate planning, it is, what will my kids' lives look like if I am not here, or me
Right.
and my spouse are not here?
Great
Like, is grandma
explanation.
going to take them? Is my sister going to take them? And so they don't often overlap. Because
Great
people in
question.
divorce don't often, in my experience, they don't even really think about their estate plan. It
'Cause they're
doesn't
trying to get
come
through
up
tomorrow.
in our cases, except for a very small handful of
because they want to get
I
through the next
understand it's a
day.
very small handful, but let me just try and ask once more.
Sure.
Great
Possible
answer from this
that while
witness.
going through what a divorce is going to entail, someone can change their mind, correct?
Decide not to get a
And
divorce?
decide not to
Of
get a
course.
divorce, correct? And then it is possible that they want to go set up an estate plan, correct? I mean, that can happen.
I'm sure it can. I've never seen it happen, but I'm sure it can.
Okay. You don't, okay, I'll strike that. All right, but that's what happened here. Mr. Richins decided to see an estate planning, a lawyer who
I
specialized
mean,
in
she
estate
can't
plans,
say that
correct?
that's what happened. He did that.
What happened was
The decision is
I
an implication.
advised him to seek an estate planning an attorney to help him with what I perceived as his concerns at that time with regard to his finances and his children.
Okay, thank you.
Right.
I have nothing further at this time, thank you.
Ms. Sherman,
No other questions, Judge.
may we
I'm not
release this witness?
surprised.
Yes.
Ms. Lewis, may we release this witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
You're free to go. Nice to see you.
Okay.
Am I taking the cup with you?
Of course.
And your, leave the binder there if you don't. Oh, is that your binder?
No.
You can leave it there. Okay.
Thank you.
Whose binder is
Take
it?
care of Ms. Miller.
Good answers.
Counsel, any objection to breaking for lunch?
Whatever the court wishes.
Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Folks, please rise for the jury. During the break, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, jury's
same
going out for
instructions. Don't
lunch.
talk about the case. Please enjoy your lunch. We'll come back at 10 of 1. Thank you very much.
They did not come back. I think they did come back at like 12:50 local time. I'm going to see if the lawyers put anything on the record when the jury goes out.
Folks, have a seat. Thank you.
Then I'm going to go deal with my feed issues.
Mr. Flitter, Ms.
Run to
Sherman,
the
anything for
restroom.
record before the lunch break?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor, Mr. Ramos?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. We'll be
Okay.
in recess until 12:50. Thank you.
All right. They are in recess. We will be back in, well, we're going to zoom through the lunch break. I just have to deal with the feed real quick. But I think the divorce attorney's answers were illuminating. The defense was trying to distance the oddness of going to see a estate planning attorney back in 2020 when Eric was meeting with this divorce attorney and trying to distance that, yeah, but that's what people do. And the expert was like, in my experience, when people are looking at divorce, they are looking at day by day by day. So they are not thinking about who's taking the kids if somebody passes away, who is dealing with things down the road. And I think Lewis was trying to distance. This witness was like, no, I said what I said. In my experience with 2,000 plus cases, this is why it's unusual in my experience. And because the prosecution was able to ask some of those questions about this witness's experience, the defense was also allowed to ask some of those more hypothetical questions about, well, in a more general experience, because we can't get into what Eric shared with this witness because there was privilege there and then there was hearsay there, but we can get into some of the overall impressions, some of the information given, etc. So with that, if you have not gotten the Law Nerd app yet, get the Law Nerd app. We will keep you posted when witnesses that you want to see take the stand. It is free. I am going to be back in just a few minutes once I take care of feed stuff. So I'll be back in just a few minutes. I'm going to bring lunch and eat with y'all while we watch the witnesses this afternoon. I think that was a illuminating witness as we're getting to the timing of when Eric was changing the estate and things like that. It was a loop that needed to be closed. So we will be back in just a few minutes. Make sure you have the Law Nerd app. You will hear the chimes before we come back in. So if you're just listening in the background, you'll hear it. Don't worry, you'll hear it. And I will be back in just a few. All right, Law Nerds, I'm going to be quick because I'm really curious what we're going to get to the rest of the day, while still mindful that I would like to have some Zoom rooms. So I will see you in just a few minutes. You guys are the best. Get the Law Nerd app at lawnerdapp.com. I think I said that. And enjoy the break. I'll see you in a few. All right, law nerds. Sorry for the longer than expected break. I was dealing with some feed issues on our end. Are we ready to go back to court? We didn't take our flight this morning, so I think now, I don't know if there's going to be turbulence. I think now, today's just, tech is just doing the most. We have a little Zoom room, though, after lunch, so we can go to 1.25 speed if we need to, which is fantastic because that's what we've been doing all day. If you are just joining, we had some very interesting witnesses today. And with that, we are still seeing foundation being laid and built upon for the 2 counts of insurance fraud and then the 1 count of forgery. So we're still getting some of that foundation laid. And then we saw the divorce attorney that consulted with Eric Richins and that Eric went back and dealt with his estate. We know his estate was changed. I don't think the jury knows yet exactly when the estate was changed. So we're going to see what's going on there when we go back to court. So I think we should just, get our miles for the day and let's go. Let's go. Back to court we go. I hope that I am right. I think we're right at the after lunch break. That is my goal. How do we know we're back from lunch? We can see the judge's face. Remember, court does not go on the record until the judge calls the case.
No, Your Honor, other than I'd like to clean up.
Can we invite the jury back in? Bloodworth said no.
We invite the jury back in.
No, Your Honor, other than I'd like to clean up.
Okay. Blame Mr. Burmester. All right.
He said
Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor, anything on the record before we proceed?
Cleaning up the well.
Okay.
That's funny.
Give me a preview. Who's the next witness?
Kristal Bowman-Carter.
Okay.
Oh, the next lawyer.
You get the jury ready to go and bring him in. Thank you.
More lawyers. All right. Well, when I said I don't think the jury knows yet when Eric Richins changed his will and his estate, that's what's happening next. The estate lawyer coming in. This is going to be interesting. Yes, the court did say blame Mr. Burmester. Yes, he did. All right. We are getting into all of that foundation for what Eric was doing in 2020. The jury's coming back in.
Kristal Bowman-Carter, please.
Okay. Well, after lunch, we're going to hear
Ms. Bowman-Carter, if you'd step
from
in front
the
of Brittany, we'll get
estate
you sworn in.
lawyer. Wow.
Please raise your right hand.
Okay, so this is going to be witness.
You're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth,
think-
subject to the pains and penalties.
What did I say? 31, 32? 32? The estate attorney. This is going to be
Good
interesting.
afternoon. Good afternoon. If you could state your name and spell your last name, please.
My name is Kristal Bowman-Carter. My last name is spelled Bowman-Carter.
What do you do for work?
I'm an attorney.
What kind of attorney are you?
I focus on estate planning and a little bit of business work.
How long have you been doing estate planning?
Damn, I like the bob.
I have been licensed since 1996 to practice law, but I've been doing estate planning almost exclusively since 2012.
And do you do that practice here locally?
Yes, I have an office in Park City.
Approximately how many estate plans have you drafted in your practice?
1,400, 1,500.
That's a lot of estate plans.
Did you know Eric Richins?
Yes.
How did you know him?
I did some work for him.
What kind of work did you do for him?
I did 2 projects for him. First, I did a buy-sell agreement for him and his partner for their business, C&E Stonemasonry. And then I did his estate planning.
Did you meet with him in person?
Yes.
How many times?
At least 4.
Interesting about the C&E.
Did you know Kouri Richins?
I know of her. I've talked to her on the phone once the day that Eric died.
I want to talk about the first legal project that you did for Eric Richins. You mentioned that was related to his business, C&E Stonemasonry. Is that right?
Correct.
When did you complete this agreement, or when did you work on this project for him?
I was first contacted in June of 2018 by his financial advisor. We got the ball rolling. I gathered information, and then we ended up signing it almost a year later, June 25th, 2019.
Okay, so June 25th,
In
2019
general,
is when the buy-sell was
explain to the jury,
signed.
what is a buy-sell agreement?
A buy-sell agreement is a contract between owners of a company that sets out the terms in advance, what will happen when there is a transfer of a business interest, whether it's
like a prenup
by
almost
sale
for
or
a
because of
business.
an owner's disability or their death.
Are buy-sell agreements, in your experience, are they common?
Yes.
If we could show the witness Exhibit 4-2,
What date did I say they did
please.
the buy-sell? I forgot to write it. I forgot to write the buy-sell. Thank you, chat, for letting me know what day the business prenup was done. Woo. The court's going to apologize to the jury for that. 619, thank you.
Unplug for me.
All right, they're unplugging and plugging back in. I'm going to go ahead and put this at 1.25 speed because I think we can tolerate 1.25 speed with this witness.
I can see it.
Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's the C&E Stonemasonry LLC buy-sell agreement that I prepared.
Oh, we're going to
I'm
say
gonna
the
move
date
to
again.
admit 4-2.
Okay, so the buy-sell agreement's coming in?
Oh, is that-
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, states 4-2 is admitted.
Yeah, they unplug and plug it back in.
Publish this and move to
Whole
Article
situation.
3, please.
We've
What's
seen
contained
some of this
in Article 3 of this agreement?
already.
Article 3 provides what happens if one of the partners or owners of the company were to die.
And essentially, what does it say in non-lawyer speak?
Well, the mandatory cross.
All right, I'm going to just make myself smaller. But you see the policy numbers are reflected in here. I wonder if all 4 policies are reflected in here, but this is what happens in the business upon someone's death.
Purchase agreement provides that if one person, if one of the partners dies, either Eric or Cody, then the decedent, the person who has died, their estate has to purchase the business interest from the surviving partner using life insurance.
And is that the life insurance was what was used in this buy-sell agreement?
Yeah, so this buy-sell agreement used 4 different $1 million life insurance policies. Each of them had...
That's what we talked about earlier today.
Cody and Eric had 2 $1 million policies on the life of the other, and if one of them were to die, they had to use that money to purchase the interest in C&E Stonemasonry from the estate, so that the survivor could continue to control the company and run the company.
So the jury's getting this
pretty common
information.
thing in buy-sell agreements.
We talked about
Yes,
earlier
it is.
today.
I want to move now to talk about
So they're
the
getting
second
that loop
project that you did
closed.
for Eric Richins. You mentioned that was an estate planning
Yes.
project. Was that did that take place in October of 2020?
Yes, he came to see me. He called my office on October 5th and came to see me on October 13th, 2020.
And so what was the purpose of that meeting?
It was to update his estate plan and revoke a prior power of attorney that had been abused.
When we're talking
boy.
about an estate plan, what,
Ding, ding, ding.
what are the main documents that come out of an estate plan?
So the basic estate plan that everyone needs is a will, a durable power of attorney, and a health care directive. And sometimes, most of the time in my practice, you also need a trust to avoid probate and to protect the beneficiaries of your estate plan from themselves or from others.
She explains that so well.
In preparation for that meeting with Eric Richins, did he fill out some paperwork before and during that appointment?
Yes, I have all of my clients fill out an intake worksheet, gather information about their priorities and their assets. He partially filled it out and brought it in with him to our meeting, and then we filled out the rest together as we discussed what needed to be done.
And these intake worksheets, how is that something that your firm uses with every client, or how does that work?
Yeah, either my office manager or my receptionist sends it out to everyone. It's something I can't really function without.
Okay. If we could show the witness 4-9, please. And go ahead and scroll
What's
through.
interesting about this so far is that provision that they showed, and I imagine the lawyers are going to argue about this later on down the road, but the impact of it is that if one of the partners died, the other partner is obligated to buy out the interest for $2 million. So if Kouri knew what was in the buy-sell agreement, I think we will see argument that she knew that there was Eric Richins' estate plus the $2 million that would come from C&E. That's different, separate, and apart from all the life insurance that we saw talked about. So there's life insurance, and then there is, we get the life insurance $2 million, and then we give that to the estate, which the prosecution's going to argue Kouri believed to be her, which the defense is going to say they knew it had already been put into a trust. That is an issue in dispute. Because Kouri thought that under the prenup, she would get anything that was in place, like the buy-sell agreement.
So she can see the whole thing. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what is this?
That's my estate planning worksheet filled out by partially by Eric and partially by me.
Okay, I'm going to move to admit 4-9.
No objection.
4-9 is admitted.
Now, if you could take that binder in front of you and turn to tab 9. Is that the same exhibit that we're looking at in 4-9?
No.
Okay. Which one is that?
You're having me look at the healthcare directive.
Oh, I see.
Right. $2 million from the buyout of C&E.
I had it labeled wrong.
Plus all of the life
Before
insurance.
Creating Eric Richins' estate plan, did you review a premarital agreement?
I reviewed it the day before he signed his estate plan.
Okay. If we could, 4-1 is the premarital agreement. That's already been admitted. If we could publish that, please, and go to section 1.
The prenup is in evidence.
And paragraph 5. So this is the document, the premarital agreement that you reviewed. What does paragraph 1, section 5, again, the non-lawyer version, what does this say?
So she's going to basically take the prenup and the key aspects of the prenup and explain it to the jury, which I love.
What it says is that C&E Stonemasonry would remain Eric's separate property to dispose of as he wished during his life after his marriage to Kouri Richins.
And
separate property.
If we could go to section 2, please. What does this section of the premarital agreement deal with?
Again, it deals with Eric's separate property, that C&E Stonemasonry will remain his sole and separate property, even if they commingle marital funds, except that if he were to die, then his interest in the company would pass to his wife, which is Kouri in this document.
Okay. And if we could go to section 3, please.
Right.
And how about this section? What does this?
So that section addresses primarily Kouri's rights in C&E property that she might have under the law at Eric's death. Can I elaborate on that? Okay. So if you don't have a premarital agreement, then you have rights in your spouse's estate. And when you're a nuclear family with no children from a prior marriage, as they were, that means that if your spouse dies, you are entitled to at least 1/3 of the augmented estate. In other words, everything that passes to anyone as a result of your spouse's death. And this paragraph, the section 3, paragraph 1, says that Kouri is giving up her right to that 1/3 as it concerns C&E Masonry, Stonemasonry.
So I want to turn your attention now to that actual meeting that you had with Eric Richins in October of 2020. What was he there to accomplish? Why was he in your office?
He was referred to me, I'm not sure if it was from Christina Miller or Brian Freckleton, referred back to me. I had worked with him again to update his estate planning based on some recent financial malfeasance and some concerns that he had for his sons.
If anyone wondered if this witness said abuse about the power of attorney, she has now said malfeasance. So, yes, malfeasance. So, again, we are getting the insinuations that some fuckery was afoot with the power of attorney. We know what that is. The HELOC.
that if something were to happen to him, they wouldn't receive or be cared for financially with his assets.
Yeah, malfeasance might be the word of the
When
day.
meeting with Eric Richins, was there something unique to you or something that you did for the first time in preparing his estate plan?
Yeah, there were a few things.
What were those?
So, one, he didn't want us to communicate with him by email. That happened a little bit later, but because he was worried that Kouri would be reading his emails. Two, he wanted to leave everything to his kids if possible. And at the beginning of the representation, I hadn't seen the premarital agreement. He wasn't sure if it existed, but eventually, communicating through his sister, as he instructed, we received the premarital agreement and saw that it unfortunately did not address all of the property. It only addressed C&E stonemasonry. So for that reason, for the first time ever in my career, I had to draft around that augmented share. So we provided at a minimum that there would be a share created for Kouri consisting of one third, the amount she would be entitled to. And the rest passed directly to his kids. That also applied to tangible personal property. He said that all his tangible personal property, things you can touch and feel, like your furniture, your jewelry, your collections, would pass directly to his sons, who were all very young at the time. And that's unusual. Usually passes directly to the spouse.
Right.
I think there was one other thing, but I'll come to it.
When I said this was a complicated pour-over trust situation, this is part of why it's complicated. This is part of the ongoing litigation with the trust, because the trust is in ongoing litigation with Kouri. That's a conversation that we've had in the past and we'll have in the future. But there is a lot of complex litigation going on because of the way there were two separate things set up, because they needed to carve out for the fact that Kouri was entitled to 1/3 of some of the other things, including different properties that weren't accounted for. So that's what she's talking about. C&E was accounted for, but the other things weren't accounted for. So they had to plan the estate around those two things. So they had to do it in two different ways.
So you let me know. So I want to turn your attention now to those estate planning documents that you referenced that you prepare when doing estate plans for most people. And for Eric Richins, did you prepare a living will?
A living will, a healthcare directive?
Yes.
Yes.
And did you also prepare a trust?
Yes.
Okay. I want you to take a look at Exhibit 4-11. We'll put it up on the screen for you. If you could scroll through it, Scott. Do you recognize this?
Yes, that's the will I prepared for Eric Richins.
And then if we could show the witness 4-12. Do you recognize 4-12?
Yes, that's the trust I prepared for Eric Richins.
Now, in the book you have in front of you, I'm going to ask you to turn to tab K, or to tab 6. Is that the will that we just saw in the same exhibit?
Yes.
And there's a signature as a part of that document. Is that correct?
Yes.
And who is that document signed by?
The document was signed by Eric Richins on page 8, and his initials appear on every single page of the document.
And you notarized that document, right?
I witnessed and notarized the document.
If you could turn to tab 10 in that binder. Is that the trust document that we just saw?
Yes, it is.
And is that document also signed?
Yes, it is signed. It's signed by Eric Richins, and I notarized it.
Okay, and that means you saw him sign it in front of you, right?
Yes, you have to. If you're a notary, you're required to be there in person to witness somebody signing something before you can attest to their signature.
Right.
And then also on tab
I saw
9,
him
you
do
told
it.
us that was the healthcare directive. Is that right?
Yes.
These,
is that
some of these will
document
come
signed?
up with the
Yes, it is. And similarly, did you see Eric Richins sign that?
Yes, I did.
jury. They're authenticating all the documents before the
I'm
jury
going to
gets
move to
them.
admit 4-11 and 4-12.
Objection.
4-11, 4-12 are admitted.
If we could put up 4-11, please, and publish to the jury.
4-11's up.
And so this is the will you described that you prepared for Eric Richins. Is that correct?
Correct.
I want to go to section 7.03, please.
And we're looking at the will. This has come in the civil litigations.
What does
I was wondering if they were going to circle back to this because we heard that there was some fighting with the family over Eric's wishes about his burial. This came up, I think, on day 1 of trial. So we are going to go through Eric's will a bit.
This section provide for?
That's the section where Eric expressed his intentions for the disposition of his remains. He wanted to be buried upon his death.
Now, talk generally about.
I mean, there's no
this
point in
document
having a
and
will
what
without your wishes being
kind of legal
expressed.
implications, this document has.
In the case of a trust-based estate plan, which is what we prepared for Eric, the will is not usually as important as the trust. All of his directions for what he wanted to happen to his assets and the protections he wanted to put in place for his loved ones were contained in the trust. You still have to have a will. It's called a pour-over will. It says that if I leave anything out of my trust, if I forget to make a beneficiary designation when I die, give it to my trust to be controlled by the terms of my trust. And then I always include either burial, cremation instructions if somebody has a preference. Sometimes people don't have a preference, then I don't say anything. Anything that's governed by a will has to go through a process called probate. That's the court-supervised process of administering an estate, the non-trust
Anyone
assets.
who's been through probate knows what that's like.
When you draft a trust-based estate plan, or when you execute a trust-based estate plan, the idea is you're avoiding probate. You don't need to use the will. It never has to go through probate.
And that's why people do
The will
trusts.
is just a backup document.
So now if we could put up 4-12, please, for the witness. And we can publish this as well.
I like this witness a lot.
So talk about, in general, how a trust works.
Okay, so a trust is a contract.
I appreciate that they are explaining how a trust works. I am so glad that she is explaining it. Emily, how does this trust work? Let's listen to the person who drafted it. I'm very happy that she's going to explain it because she's a delight. Look, if you have to sit down and talk about the awful conversations and when you are sitting down to draft these documents, if you have not done this, it is, okay, so if you die, what happens? If your spouse dies, what happens? If you and your spouse die at the same time, what happens? Sometimes it's if you and your spouse and one of your children die, what happens? If you and your spouse die and your parents are dead or not all your parents are dead, like you're moving all these pieces. What if? Like, what if you, what if them, what if your kids are under 18? What if your kids are over 18? It's so much stuff to do. But this witness, I can see why people enjoy sitting down with her because maybe it won't feel so grim sitting down with this witness and having to have these conversations about what happens when. All right,
between
trust.
And I'm going to use Eric specifically because this one was prepared for him. It's a contract between the party who drafts it, the party who's going to benefit from it, and the party who's going to administer it. So initially, a trust is a contract between you, me, myself, and I. Eric was the grantor. He created the rules for the trust. Eric was the trustee. That means he was the manager of the trust, of all the assets that were contained in the trust and had to follow the rules that he set. And then Eric initially was the beneficiary until such time as he became, until he died. He was the trustee until such time he became permanently incapacitated or died. And then somebody else would manage those trust assets. It's like a box that you have rules for. You put the assets in, and those rules control all of the assets in the box.
So you mentioned that a trust, the trustee was Eric while he was alive,
Yes.
and then he chose someone else to be a trustee in the event of his death. Is that correct?
He did. That would be at Article 3.
Okay. Who did Eric choose as his trustee?
He chose his sister. Well, but he chose a couple of successors. His sister, Kouri Richins Benson.
And the reason you would choose multiple successors is because you would have conversations about, okay, but what if your sister is deceased? What if your sister dies before you and then you die and you haven't changed your trust? Then who is the successor after your sister? What if they're also dead? Like, what if all the family's in a car together? And so these are conversations you have to have because you need to have contingencies. Also, it's time consuming and expensive to go back and change these documents, and people forget. So you want to have a lot of different options taken care of.
I want to see who he chose as this. And then I'm looking at the will still.
That's okay. You don't have to look at it. If you don't remember, that's okay.
No, it was Katie that he chose as his first successor trustee, and I believe it was Clint as the second.
What is a trustee?
And then her
the trustee
husband
is the
was the
person who has
second.
legal title to the assets in the trust and is charged with managing those assets for the benefit of the beneficiaries of the trust in the way that the trust says.
In your experience, was it unusual for someone who was married to not choose their spouse as a trustee?
Yes.
What effect did the trust have on Eric Richins' property?
While he was alive, he could still do anything he wanted with the trust assets because it was a revocable trust. But the trust owned his property in that little box. And the effect was that when he died, it became irrevocable, and those assets had to be administered according to the terms of the trust that he set.
Scott, if we could go to Article 8.01 of the trust.
Yes, it is unusual. It is unusual.
Describe for the jury, in layman's terms, what this section of the trust means as it pertains to Kouri Richins.
Okay.
And the section they're showing on the screen is called Distributions of Net Income.
Might be a little wordy here. So on
Do your best.
On Eric's death, this trust became irrevocable and subtrusts were created. A trust for Kouri called the Q-tip trust that you see here at Article 8, and then the next trust is the Descendants Trust that was for the benefit of the kids. Because it was a Q-tip trust, the law requires that all of the income generated by the assets held in that share must be distributed to Kouri during her lifetime.
So did the trust provide for Kouri Richins' household expenses?
Not specifically, but the guidelines for distribution also provide that she's entitled to also access the principal through the trustee for her health, education, maintenance, and support. So yes, she was provided for, just not household expenses specifically.
And you mentioned that...
So what she's talking about is that the trust is just kind of one big box upon Eric's life that's revocable. When Eric dies, that trust becomes irrevocable, so it like locks down, but it also gets broken up into bitty boxes. It gets organized, and then instead of everything just being in one large container, the containers get divided up upon death. So the box locks, but it also divides into sub boxes or smaller boxes. So, a box within it, it's very, organization, sub boxes of trusts to separate out what Kouri gets from what the kids get.
Trust is like a box that someone can put their assets into. What were some of the assets or the assets that went into Eric Richins' trust?
So the easiest thing we did was he signed an assignment of tangible personal property. So things that don't get titled anywhere, like your furniture, your jewelry, those collections. By signing that document, that transferred those things to the trust. I prepared a deed for him for the house that he owned in his name, and we transferred that asset to his trust. I think the house was on Willow Court. And then I prepared an assignment of interest in C&E Masonry that he signed later on in February. After the trust was built, then we could put the things in it, and he signed that in February.
You can't put shit in a box.
Put that in the trust. And also,
you can't put the shit in the box until the box is built. Once the box is built, you can start putting... No, Emily, you can start putting things in the box. The house in the box, the company in the box, all the things in the box. But you have to transfer those things. The deed to the house has to be transferred to the box. The interest in the company has to be transferred to the box. Life insurance that he knows about needs to be transferred to the box. All of it into the box.
Another LLC interest.
Scott, if we could go back to just the first page of 4.
She just said she put the C&E and another LLC interest, which I imagine will come up on cross.
Later on in February, after the trust was built, then we could put the things in it, and he signed that in February of 2021. Put that in the trust, and also another LLC interest.
Scott, if we could go back to just the first page of 4-12, please. Even the title page for. Yeah.
A number of you are asking who
document has a
owns
date on
the
it.
box.
What's the significance of that date?
That's the date.
The stuff that goes into the box during Eric Richins' life is owned by him. It's just held in the trust because he's the beneficiary and the trustee. So he's in charge. Technically, it's owned by the trust. He's in charge of the trust, and he's the beneficiary of the trust, which means it's in the box for him, but he also controls the box. After he dies, that gets locked down. It benefits different people, sub-boxes, and his sister is in charge of it. So she is the one who is holding the box, and then she gets to distribute the things per the rules in this document. So big box to little box. Multiple boxes.
So that document has a date on it. What's the significance of that date?
That's the date that Eric signed the trust, and for titling purposes, we include the date in the name of the trust.
And so, for all intents and purposes, that's the effective date. That's when it becomes legally in effect.
That's when it becomes legally binding, yes.
If we could show the witness 4-14, please. And if you could scroll through it so the witness can see the document. Do you recognize this document?
I do.
Did you prepare it as part of Eric Richins' estate plan?
Yes, it's the power of attorney that I prepared for him.
I'll move to admit 4-14.
No objection.
4-14 is admitted.
If you could explain, you mentioned that this is a durable power of attorney. What is a power of attorney?
It's a document that nominates an agent, somebody that you choose, to manage your property if you become incapacitated, or sometimes immediately.
And what effect did Eric Richins' power of attorney have on his estate plan, or who did he choose as his power of attorney?
I'm sure he chose Kouri Richins Benson.
Okay, if we could show the witness, I don't want you to look at anything just yet. If we could show the witness 4-13, please. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
What is it?
I'm scrolling through it. It's a draft revocation of a prior durable power of attorney.
Is this also a document that you prepared for Eric Richins?
Yes.
I'm going to move to admit 4-13.
No objection.
4-13 is admitted.
If we could publish 4-13 to the jury, please.
The
So
revocation.
this was a document that you drafted as part of Eric Richins' estate plan, is that right?
Yes, I drafted it, and then you can see that there's the prior durable power of attorney is attached as an exhibit.
So
I didn't draft
other people's POAs. New POA revoking prior POA.
Prior power of attorney.
Certainly. Was this document ever recorded?
This version of the revocation of durable power of attorney was never signed or recorded.
Do you know why?
Eric was concerned about the repercussions he would face if he told Kouri.
Objecting hearsay, Your Honor.
That was my impression.
Pause.
The court said pause. She said he was concerned about the repercussions if he told Kouri he was revoking the power of attorney.
Please approach. My apologies.
And they're approaching on that. But it was her impression. But yeah, he was worried about the repercussions. All right. I'm going to let this play as I zoom through their sidebar. They're still at sidebar.
Appreciate your patience.
That was a long sidebar.
Jury, I appreciate your patience. You cannot consider what Eric Richins said to Ms. Bowman-Carter.
Right. It was hearsay, and the
so I'm
court
not
limited
sure if
it.
your answer was heard by the jury.
You cannot consider what Eric Richins said. Right, because concerned about repercussions is a big one. It's hard for jurors to, unring that bell. But no, you can't consider what Eric said. They're going to get about that another way, I'm sure.
I won't ask you why, but was this document ever recorded?
No, this document was never recorded.
Okay. Now, you mentioned earlier that you were communicating with Eric Richins' brother-in-law, I believe.
I had communications with Eric Richins' brother-in-law, yes.
And you were instructed to only communicate with the brother-in-law, is that right?
I was instructed to communicate with his sister, and I was given I believe it was a shared email account,
okay.
And they both responded there.
Was that unusual in your practice?
It was the first time anyone had asked me to do that, so yes.
Okay.
I think the actions here will also speak fairly loud, because the actions are, I've never had anyone ask me to communicate in this way. Someone is, and we saw this with the last witness, he is concerned about communicating through his own email. He is asking his brother and sister-in-law to handle communications. There are things he is doing to cover that indicate what he was thinking. The jury is allowed to consider his actions, right?
I now want to turn your attention to the week that Eric Richins died. Did there come a time when you learned that Eric Richins had died?
Yes, I learned that day that he had died, March 4th, 2022.
And is that when you became aware of it, or was that a day later?
I believe I learned the day that it happened.
And how did you learn about Eric Richins' death?
Clint Benson called me and told me that he had died.
And did you also receive a call from a sheriff's deputy that day?
Later that day, I received a phone call from somebody who identified themselves as...
Oh, I'm slowing this down. I'm real curious where this goes. I'm slowing this down. the brother-in-law called, because the brother-in-law, Clint, who they keep showing in the courtroom with his wife, Katie, the brother-in-law called because the brother-in-law knew about this trust. Katie knew about this trust. It is in dispute whether Kouri knew about this, but a sheriff's deputy called that same day
that he had died.
And did you also receive a call from a sheriff's deputy that day?
Yeah, later that day, I received a phone call from somebody who identified themselves as the sheriff's deputy and who asked me to talk to Kouri.
And did you talk to Kouri on the phone that day?
Yes.
Oh, boy.
What did you tell her?
Apparently, she was upset about the house, and I was asked to explain that there was an estate plan in place and that the house belonged to the trust, and that's what I told her.
What'd she say?
When you were explaining to Kouri Richins that the house belonged in the trust, how did...
There's another incident that is surrounding this that we just haven't gotten to yet. Thank you, chat, for no spoilers. We're going to let that one unfold. I know there are some spoilers. We're going to let this one unfold. We're going to let this one unfold for everyone who's new to this trial. I know it's hard. We're going to let that unfold. But the day that Eric passed, she was called by a sheriff's deputy who said, I need you to explain to her the estate plan. In opening statements, the defense said that Kouri was well aware of this estate plan. If she's well aware of this estate plan, why do you need to get the lawyer on the phone to explain it to her? That's my question. But this is the same day, which is also today's date, March 4th, 2022. So, we will get more details on this. Hang in there.
Did she react?
Oh, not positively. She was livid.
You're asking, how did the sheriff know to call her? Eric's sister is the trustee. Eric's brother-in-law is the secondary trustee. How did they know? Because Eric's sisters knew about the estate plan. The prosecution says Kouri didn't. The defense said that Kouri knew.
Apparently, she was upset about the house, and I was asked to explain that there was an estate plan in place and that the house belonged to the trust, and that's what I told her.
When you were explaining to Kouri Richins that the house belonged in the trust, how did she react?
Oh, not positively. She was livid.
Wow.
She was upset, and she said, what is wrong with you people? And handed the phone back to the officer, I believe.
When having this conversation with Kouri Richins, was it your impression that she was unaware of the estate plan?
Object to speculation, Your Honor.
I'll lay a little foundation.
What could you tell from your conversation?
Did she seem to know that this estate plan was in place? Kouri didn't call. A lot of you are asking if Kouri called. Kouri did not call. The sheriff called.
With Kouri Richins about her knowledge regarding what would happen with the house.
She told me that the house she told me the house belonged to her. She thought the house was hers.
I'm going to back that up a little because I stepped on the question.
Unaware of the estate plan?
Object to speculation, Your Honor.
I'll lay a little foundation.
What could you tell from your conversation with Kouri Richins about her knowledge regarding what would happen with the house?
It's a better way to go about it.
She told me that the house she told me the house belonged to her. She thought the house was hers. And obviously, if she thought that, then she was unaware of the estate plan and that the trust owned the house.
Right.
When were you contacted by an attorney representing Kouri Richins?
Oh.
Yeah, a bankruptcy attorney reached out to me.
Objection, Your Honor. Can we approach?
Sure.
boy, I wonder if the prosecutor is asking about the attorney for Kouri because Kouri sued the trust, and that we're trying to narrow it down to Kouri sued the trust, not that Kouri might have consulted with a bankruptcy attorney. So they have objected and approached. A few of you said, Emily, this wasn't recorded. No, the revocation of the POA was not recorded. All of these documents were recorded. So they are approaching. We will find out more about why the sheriff called. Preparing for Mountain Life said EDB. How can she sue when she was not supposed to get anything anyways? Well, anybody can sue for just about anything. She was suing to set aside the trust. So she sued to set aside the trust. That's why she was suing. That litigation is still ongoing and paused because of the murder case. Because if she is convicted of murder, it changes things in that litigation.
So you mentioned that you received an email from an attorney representing Kouri Richins. Is that right?
I received an email on March 8th from an attorney that said he represented Kouri Richins.
Okay. What, and so, sorry, I missed the date that you said. He contacted you on March 8th, is
March
that right?
8th, 2022.
What was the general nature of that email?
March 8th, you say? March 8th? Huh.
Email on March 8th from an attorney that said he represented Kouri Richins.
Okay. What, and so, sorry, I missed the date that you said. He contacted you on March 8th, is
March
that right?
8th, 2022.
What was the general nature of that email?
Just to tell me that he represented her and to ask that we give her time to grieve, don't act too quickly, so that she could attend to his services, and I believe that was it.
And so he was
like, please don't kick her out of the house just yet. Okay. I mean, the thing about a trust is that it happens. Like, it just happens.
Contacting you in reference to the estate plan, is that right?
Possibly. I'd have to look at the email, but I don't even know if he referenced the estate plan.
He was talking about...
don't act too fast, though.
The house that was in the estate plan, is that right?
Yes.
Which is fair.
Did you, after that email exchange on March 8th, did you provide any documents to Mr. Nate?
Yeah, it was Attorney Nate, and I did provide him with a full copy of the estate plan. I pointed out several things, including that the will called for burial and asked...
Oh, because that was going on.
Yeah, go ahead. You can finish.
And asked and because I had become aware that Kouri was seeking to have his body cremated, so I wanted to make sure.
Hearsay and non-responsive.
Well,
She's
taking him in reverse.
This is literally effect on the listener. I'm going to back that up because I want to hear the question before the objection, but this is going to affect on the listener. Like, lawyer, why did you do what you did? Well, I did what I did because of what was going on, which we have heard from other witnesses. Now, whether the jury reminds that without me chirping in their ear is up to the jurors. But we heard about this at the beginning, and for some jurors, the argument over Kouri wanted him cremated and the family wanted him buried might stick out in their mind.
Estate plan, is that right?
So she emailed him the estate plan.
Yes.
Did you, after that email exchange on March 8th, did you provide any documents to Mr. Nate?
Yeah, it was Attorney Nate, and I did provide him with a full copy of the estate plan. I pointed out several things, including that the will called for burial and asked...
Yeah, go ahead. You can finish.
And asked and Because I had become aware that Kouri was seeking to have his body cremated, so I wanted to make sure.
Hearsay and non-responsive.
Well, taking him in reverse order, overruled, and it's unclear, so I'll sustain it, lay some more foundation.
This is effect on the listener.
So one of the documents that you provided to Mr. Nate was the will. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And one of the reasons you provided him the will was so that he was aware of Eric Richins' wishes as it concerned his burial.
Yes.
Did you open probate on Eric Richins' estate?
Yes.
When did that happen?
March 14th
Of 2022?
Only 10 days after.
Right.
10 days after Eric's death.
In your experience, is that, first, I'll ask two questions about opening probate. Was that a typical time frame for those events to happen?
No, that wasn't a typical time frame.
Why not?
What do you mean by that?
Well, a couple of reasons. Usually people need to get through the services and grieve a little bit. If the property is secure, there's no reason to open probate right away. But in this case, Eric had a fully funded trust. I never would have opened probate if we were just administering the trust.
And?
That's the whole reason you have a trust, is to avoid having to go to court, make everything public.
And so when you're saying the time frame was not typical, it was quicker than usual. Is that fair?
Well, she said she never
Yes,
would have done it
was
at all.
Much quicker than usual. And with a trust, I just wouldn't have opened probate.
So why did
If
you?
at all, I would have opened probate a year after the death, after creditors' claims had been cut off.
And so you opened probate quickly because there was some urgency, in your view?
Yes. Eric
And?
Can I explain why?
Please lay some foundation for how she knows whatever she's about to say.
Well, sure. Did you,
And?
can we approach? I don't want.
Oh, they're approaching. The prosecution's like, can we approach? They're approaching to be careful, it seems. There is a reason that they opened probate so quickly. They're approaching at sidebar to kind of navigate what they want to do next. Okay.
Without telling.
Ms. Shervnak, please proceed.
Without telling us any specific statements or what anybody said, why did you open probate so
Yeah, what did you
quickly?
understand?
I needed to get the nominated personal representative in place so that she, Katie Richins Benson, would have the ability to manage the probate estate and make sure that Eric's wishes, as expressed in his will, were followed.
Thank you. And I neglected to check. Have I admitted Exhibit 4-14? I know I talked about it with this witness. Did we?
Oh, I'm sorry. Wrong one.
There's a reason they're tippy-toeing. We'll get back to it later. There's a reason that they're tippy-toeing.
It wasn't, Your Honor, without objection.
I just didn't have a note there, so I wanted to make sure I admitted it.
Ms. Nestor is correct. It's been admitted without objection.
Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Ms.
Okay, so she never would have opened probate, the official process through the court, because there was a fully funded trust. She said if the trust was functioning the way we expected it to, then we wouldn't have ever had to open probate. But because there was fuss, I'm going to leave it at that for now. We'll see if we come back to it at the end of the day. Because there was fuss, she opened probate 10 days after Eric's death to make sure that Katie Richins Benson, Eric's sister, could operate as the trustee the way that was needed. Normally, the trust is created and everybody's on board. Not everyone was on board, though in opening, the defense said that Kouri absolutely knew she wouldn't get any of this. She knew about the change in estate plans. This witness came in and said, well, she seemed awfully pissed about the house on the phone, and if she knew that the house was being held in a trust, why was she so pissed on the phone? Because the house was Eric's separate property prior to marriage. The house was in Eric's name, which means Eric didn't have to have Kouri sign anything to move the house into the trust because Kouri's name was never on the house. It was private. It was not private. It was separate property prior to marriage. So when Kouri's like, this is my house. Oh no, girl, it's not. No, it's not your house. It belongs to the trust. And I think that Kouri was concerned that sister-in-laws were going to yeet her out of the house, which I don't think sister-in-laws were planning on doing at that point with the kids, but that is separate and apart. We're going to have to get there later. So,
Thank you, Your Honor.
we're going to cross. The trust was
Ms.
paying.
Bowman-Carter. Good afternoon.
The trust was paying the mortgage on the home.
My name's Kathy Nestor. I'm one of the attorneys representing Kouri Richins today. All right, so I want to talk with
Hi,
you
Ms. Nestor.
about the revocation document that you talked about with Ms. Shervanack. Could we please bring up 4-13? It's been admitted, Your Honor.
One moment.
So that's the POA revocation.
You can see that, Ms. Bowman.
I can see it.
Okay, go
All
ahead,
right.
Ms. Nestor.
And can we scroll down to the beginning of, or actually the very bottom of it, the date of the original one that they were contemplating revoking? And just to refresh, you mentioned on direct, this was actually never done. You actually never did revoke this power of attorney, correct?
Incorrect.
Okay, I'm sorry, I may have misunderstood you. I thought you said that you all ended up not revoking it.
No, the revocation of the POA was not filed, but it was also built into the trust. So when the trust became irrevocable, the POA was revoked.
No, I said we didn't sign this document.
You didn't sign it. So I know what you're getting at. So in your durable power of attorney, you mentioned revoking all previous powers of attorney, correct?
That's not what I was getting at, but that's correct.
Okay. But this particular document never got signed or filed or anything?
No, another revocation got signed.
No. A different revocation got signed because the new power of attorney was set up. That's on me. The new power of attorney was set up with sister having power of attorney that revoked all prior power of attorneys. Yes. And yes. But the document, the revocation document, the first revocation document didn't get signed.
Apart from the durable power of attorney that you signed.
Okay. And the date on this document that you all were contemplating revoking, but didn't ever sign this document,
Why is she going here?
was May the 8th of 2013. Is that right?
That's what this document says.
So this is the power of attorney that all the parties were contemplating, saying you can't use this anymore, right? From now on.
This power of attorney was revoked, yes.
I'm trying to not use lawyer words. I'm trying to use like normal words, just so to make sure we're clear.
Okay,
So
but
revoke just means we can't use it.
by trying to use non-lawyer words about something that's incredibly technical, you're just making it more confusing. You can ask all the lawyer words and then you can back up. Everyone knows what revoked means. What word do you want her to use? We squished it. We played takesy backsies. What are we? Huh? Your jury is adults. Did she say 2013?
Power of attorney.
Yes, yeeted
that
it.
all the parties were contemplating, saying you can't use this anymore, right? From now on.
This power of attorney was revoked, yes.
I'm trying to not use lawyer words. I'm trying to use like normal words, just so to make sure we're clear.
It doodly booped out of
revoke just
existence.
means we can't use it anymore, right?
Right. It's taken back. It's null and void.
Perfect. Thank you. That's what I was getting at.
Damn it, she did get to takesy backsies. Withdrawn. Taken back. Takesy backsies. We did get, keep reading, Emily. We did get to takesy backsies. This is the one from May 8th, 2013 that has been revoked. What we're looking at is the, OPP, prior POA. This is the problem POA. The other people's problem POA. This is the problem POA from May 8th, 2013. May 8th is also the sentencing day for Brandon Banfield this year. Just FYI. So this is the revoked POA.
So, to your understanding, this power of attorney had not, there'd been no prior revocation filed on this power of attorney. In other words, it had been in place since May of 2013.
Right, but circumstances changed and he wanted to revoke it.
Sure. Anybody can revoke a power of attorney anytime they want, right?
Correct.
But he hadn't done that up until now, until he saw you in 2020.
Well, there was context
That is
there.
my understanding. He may have gone to someone else, but this is the first time I learned of it.
Okay, thank you. You can take that down.
Brother testified about this a little bit on day one.
Do you remember being interviewed by law enforcement within about a year or so after Eric passed?
Yes.
Okay. And when you were interviewed by law enforcement, do you recall telling them that it stuck out in your mind how kind Eric was about Kouri using that power of attorney in a way that he didn't like?
Oh,
right?
geez.
Do you remember that?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for hearsay.
No.
Statement.
No. Counsel, don't object. Let that go. Let that go because you're going to get to follow up on it. And Nestor is going to say it's an opposing party statement. Nestor's not wrong on this one. Counsel, shush. Because he's also going to want to talk about the misuse. But it's an opposing party statement when Nestor goes to elicit it.
Right? Do you remember that?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for hearsay.
That's her own statement, Your Honor.
Well,
Which is why it's a problem.
it's her statement about Eric's statement. Oh, no. Withdrawn. I'm wrong. Because as to her statement, it's hearsay. As to Eric's, it's opposing party. I missed a level of hearsay. Apologies, chat.
That's coming in through you.
Well, I'll lay a little more foundation.
Assistant.
As to Eric, though, I think she can try to get after Eric's statements as an opposing party, but you're going to run into privilege, though. This has posed an interesting legal question.
Was it your understanding that the goal of revoking this power of attorney that had existed before was that Kouri couldn't be trusted to utilize it well?
Yes.
And why couldn't she be trusted to utilize it well?
Because she had stolen she had misused it to take $250,000 out in his name, and he did not like that.
Totally fair. And isn't it also true that it was your understanding that Kouri's business acumen or business skills were less than fantastic because she was young and inexperienced?
I have no personal knowledge about Kouri's business acumen and skills.
Did you make that statement in your prior interview to the police?
She has
I
impressions.
repeated what Eric told me about her business acumen and skills.
Okay, and what was your understanding of that?
We're going to get into some tenuous areas.
I had no understanding of her business acumen and skills.
Well, what'd you tell the police?
I told the police what Eric told me.
Which was what?
That she was misusing the power of attorney, that I wanted to include stronger language in his estate plan, more protective. I was surprised that he was willing to. He said that she's the mother of my children. I know that she made mistakes. She needs some more experience. For now, I'm going to do what I'm doing.
Great. Thank you. Was there...
This lawyer was like, no, ma'am. This lawyer was like, no, ma'am. I was in full lawyer mode. This lawyer was like, fuck that shit. I want stronger language. I want all the language. Drop the hammer. Drop the vault. Come in like a wrecking ball with a fucking vault. And what did Eric say to her? Look, this is a big deal. However, this is the mother of my children. This is a mistake. I'm going to try to work past this. This is my takeaways from this. I'm going to try to work with this. I do not want to throw the hammer down into a vault. This was also around the same time that Eric was talking to the divorce attorney. Is this something that you can overcome or not? Someone's choice of what to overcome in their marriage is their own personal choice. So him saying, I don't want to do that to the mother of my children is an interesting thing to elicit from the defense. Truly. Because this lawyer was like, nah, burn it. I relate to that a little bit. Sometimes it's easier for lawyers. You're not living in it, right? When you're dealing with other people's property interests and other people's marriage, you're not living in it. You can be a stronger shield or sword than they might want to be. Your job as a lawyer is to give all the options and then do what your client wants. And so she wanted stronger language. She wanted more protection for him. And he was like, no, this is the mother of my kids. Right? Why do you elicit that as defense? Maybe to say, see, he knew about the HELOC and he was fine? Huh. I'm backing that up. I just wanted to hear that whole colloquy again.
Understanding of her business acumen and skills.
But what'd you tell the
curious.
police?
I told the police what Eric told me.
Which was what?
That she was misusing the power of attorney, that I wanted to include stronger language in his estate plan, more protective. I was surprised that he was willing to. He said that she's the mother of my children. I know that she made mistakes. She needs some more experience. For now, I'm going to do what I'm doing.
Great, thank you. Was there also, when you decided to add the house to the trust, did you do any investigation into whether Mrs. Richins had been contributing to the mortgage throughout the marriage?
I did not. Wasn't
not her.
relevant.
Yeah, that doesn't matter.
When you said that all of Mr. Richins' personal property.
Also, your friendly neighborhood Emily here. It's not, did you hear what she said? It's not relevant. Legally, it's not relevant. If the name of the house is someone else's and you're contributing to it, it needs to be really clearly spelled out what that means. Because essentially, if she's contributing to the mortgage, she's paying rent and it changes nothing. It's not relevant. We don't know if she was doing that or not, but it's not relevant. And people can decide how to split up their assets. But if you are paying into someone's home, you do not have an interest in it.
Property was poured into the trust. Did you do any investigation into whose funds purchased all that personal property?
It wouldn't matter if it was gifts, but no, I didn't.
So, for example, the furniture in the living room, do you know whether Kouri purchased it with her money or Eric purchased it with his money or it was joint money? Do you even know?
No, how could I know?
Okay, and you made no effort to find out?
The assignment that Eric signed transferred his personal property.
Right.
If
So you took his word for what was his personal.
No, that's not what she's saying. The assignment transferred his personal property, and that can be litigated, and it is being litigated.
Property as opposed to what was hers.
I didn't have to take his word. He was only transferring what was his personal property.
Okay. And did he give you an inventory of what that personal property was?
No.
Okay, so you didn't know.
Well, there's a worksheet, and he listed some things, like his guns, but he didn't prepare a very specific inventory. I just prepared an assignment that he signed, transferring all of his personal property to his trust, as is customary.
So that would ultimately be decided probably by the trustee, whether when she was trying to divvy up the proceedings as required under the trust, whether that couch was bought by Kouri or that couch was bought by Eric.
That's likely.
And you didn't give any guidance to that in the trust, the document itself.
What are you asking?
Was it listed in the trust, each and every item that was considered Eric's personal property?
No, it was
because
just
it can't be.
all of my household furnishings in effect.
Okay. You said all the household.
It has to be broad enough to encompass things that are purchased afterwards. It's not a snapshot in time because people continue to acquire things. Shocking, I know.
Furnishings were his personal property?
No, I said all of my household furnishings and effects, meaning all of Eric's household furnishings and effects.
Gotcha. Okay.
She can't actually be confused by that.
In the trust documents that you drafted, it's pretty common that you do what's something called a statement of intent, right?
No, it's not common at all.
So it was unusual that you did that.
Yes.
Katie,
boy.
can you pull up 412, page 1-2, section 103? This is in, Your Honor. If we could publish.
Okay. There you go.
And can you blow up the statement of my intent?
Well, it's not embiggen, is it? It's certainly a choice. Statement of my intent. I'm going to just read it. I don't know if Nestor's going to have him read it. Maybe I should keep reading, but I'm going to read it to you. I am creating this revocable living trust and any separate trust established under this instrument with the intent that assets transferred to the trust be held for my benefit while I am living and for the benefit of my beneficiaries after my death on the terms and conditions set forth in this instrument. Kouri is one of the beneficiaries, so I imagine it will go to Eric was providing for Kouri. We'll see if the question goes there. In order to accomplish the intent set forth in this section, I have given my trustee broad discretion with respect to the management, distribution, and investment of my assets. I wish to provide for both my wife and our children during any time that I am incapacitated after my death, and to preserve and protect and pass as much of my property remaining after my death and that of my wife to my descendants. All provisions of this trust are to be interpreted to accomplish my objectives. Ooh, danger, 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 danger.
So this is the part you said is unusual for you to do.
I mean, it's not unusual to, trusts will have them, but for me, I typically don't include one unless there's a reason.
So did you have a reason for including this?
Yes.
Okay. And I assume it was something the client wanted?
Yes.
Okay. And the language in here states that the intent of the trust is to provide for both Mrs. Richins and the children throughout their lifetime, right?
Right. We revised that the day of signing.
Great. You can take that down.
Great.
Did there come a time, you mentioned that it was your understanding that Mr. Richins did not want you to communicate with him directly, right?
By email directly.
Right. And is that because he and his wife shared an email account?
I don't know. It was E. Richins, I think. I don't think they shared an email account. I don't know.
Okay. So you just don't know.
It was not because they shared an email. What he told me was not because they shared an email account. It was because she snooped in his email.
Okay.
That's
So she had access to his email at least.
I don't know. That's what he told me.
Okay. And were you aware that
Snooping and having access might mean that you can get into the email, but it has a different it has a different connotation.
at that time that he was consulting a divorce attorney?
Yes.
All right. So when you previously said it's very unusual to not put your spouse as a trustee, if the individual was excuse me, considering divorce, that wouldn't be unusual to put someone other than your spouse, would it?
That's a good point.
No, that wouldn't be unusual.
Okay.
That's a very good point, Ms.
And
Nestor. Could we have gotten
was
there
a
faster?
time where you accidentally did notify Kouri of something?
Oh.
Yes. Explain that, please.
Oh, dear.
Kouri Richins, Kay Richins, and Katie Richins Benson. Very similar names.
Sure.
Oh, no.
After I spoke to
Autofill email problems. Oh, no. Right. Because if you go to, okay, Katie Richins and Kouri Richins, we got some Kay Richins issues.
Kouri on the phone, I sent an email to Katie, I thought, which actually got sent to Kouri.
Okay. And in that email, do you remember the date of that?
It was probably March 4th, the same day that I talked to, it may have been March 5th, but I think it was March 4th, 2022.
Oh.
The same day I talked to Kouri.
And just...
It was after. I was going to say, defense has a great fucking point here. If Kouri had gotten notice of this prior to the death because there was an accidental email, I think that would have been an excellent point that, yes, Kouri knows. That wasn't the case. Good line of questioning.
Which actually got sent to Kouri.
All right, I'm going to let her answer again. I'm fascinated by all of this.
Kay Richins and Katie Richins Benson. Very similar names.
Sure.
After I spoke to Kouri on the phone, I sent an email to Katie, I thought, which actually got sent to Kouri.
Okay. And...
Oh, boy.
In that email, do you remember the date of that?
It was probably March 4th, the same day that I talked to, it may have been March 5th, but I think it was March 4th, 2022. Right. The same day I talked to Kouri.
The day of
And
the
just
kerfuffle.
Talking about that conversation you had with Kouri, so this is less than 48 hours after her husband has died, right? Give or take.
No, it's
And
not
the purpose
less.
of your conversation
like less than 10 hours.
was at Katie Benson Richins' request?
No, it was the police's request.
Okay. And what you told her before she got very, very upset was the house that you live in is not yours.
Correct.
I told her that she did not have title to the house.
Okay. So basically you're telling a new widow that she's also about to be homeless?
That's not what she
at
said.
all. That's ridiculous.
I love that's ridiculous.
Did you tell her there was any other homes provided for her by Eric?
There was some context missing to all of this that's going to come in with another witness. But there was a confrontation. Spoilers, Emily, spoilers. Sorry, chat. I'm going to let... Chat, bear with me with the spoilers. No details, because some of the details might not come in yet unless the door gets kicked open. There was a confrontation between Kouri and sisters this day. And that, I think, is why the sheriff was there, because the sheriff had to come because of the confrontation. And I imagine that someone at that confrontation said, call the lawyer. Let's figure it the fuck out. And then the sheriff called the lawyer to try to settle the tension of the situation. There was a confrontation. We are going to, not all of the details of that confrontation are necessarily going to come in. If you want to know more, go watch the bond hearing. But that's what they are kind of dancing around, is the confrontation that happened. So this is why the sheriffs are calling the lawyer. It's like, you tell her. But what went down that it got to the point that the sheriffs were there, we'll just, we're going to just tease it. It's a teaser to come back when that witness testifies.
Waiting on her somewhere?
No, but I told her that he had, that she would not be kicked out of the house, that she could continue to live there, and that he had provided for her in his estate plan.
Okay.
So she was not told that she was going to be homeless?
Okay. So basically you're telling a new widow that she's also about to be homeless?
No, not at all. That's ridiculous.
Emily, you said you were going to let it play and now you've paused it again. Didn't Kouri own like 16 properties at this point, Miss Nestor? She could have gone and lived at Midway. I mean, I would never suggest that with her kids. She owned like 15 properties at this point. Don't tell me Kouri can't find a house. Kouri's got too many houses.
I told her that she did not have title to the house.
Okay. So basically, you're telling a new widow that she's also about to be homeless?
No, not at all. That's ridiculous.
I love that that's ridiculous.
Did you tell her there was any other homes provided for her by Eric waiting on her somewhere?
No, but I told her that he had that she would not be kicked out of the house, that she could continue to live there, and that he had provided for her in his estate plan.
Okay.
Right. So why was she so mad?
If I understand your previous testimony correctly, you never actually asked her, what did you know about all this before he passed, did you?
No.
Right. So you don't know whether Kouri Richins knew there was a trust before he died?
It was apparent that she didn't.
I'm sorry. Do you have any personal knowledge as to whether Kouri Richins knew before his death that there was a trust in place?
Uh-oh.
No, I have no personal knowledge of that.
Okay.
It was
I
apparent
want
that
to talk
she
about
didn't.
the intake form.
Right. Because there's a way to have those conversations and a way not to. And the fact that she was fucking livid, I think, is going to be explored more in other witnesses.
That Ms. Shervinack went over with you. If we could please pull up 4-9. It's also been admitted, Your Honor.
Oh, there was so much
And if
happening
we
with this
could
witness.
Scroll forward till we get to the page where he lists his assets. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. There. Your Honor, can we, can we blow this up just a little bit, that top half, so we can see it? All right, so this is the section.
What the defense has put on the screen is a summary of values of property, showing total assets and then total value, including something that says others, which I imagine that they're going to ask about. So that's what's on the screen now.
Where you ask the client to list, I guess, what they're worth, right?
Yeah, that is a summary of the assets listed on previous pages.
Okay. And Mr. Richins, it looks like, wasn't sure about stocks and bonds, life insurance, and retirement, and directed you to ask Freckleton, right?
That's pretty common. Clients don't want to fill everything out, and he knew Brian Freckleton had worked with me before on the buy-sell agreement. He said, talk to him about that stuff.
But he does say that they had $100,000 in bank and savings accounts at the time.
That's what this document says.
And $65,000 in vehicles at the time.
Well, you said they. He says he.
Okay.
Right. He says
$65,000 in vehicles.
That's what this
and
document
boats
says.
and RVs.
And $30,000 in furniture and personal items.
I mean, honestly, a work truck could be $65,000 in vehicles.
What this document says.
And $1 million in real property.
Yes, that's what this document says.
And it looks like he's valuing his business, at least his share of the business, at about $3 million.
That's what this document says.
All right. And that he had some anticipated inheritance, not a ton, but some. Right?
That's what this document says.
So his best estimate of his net.
Just because she skipped over it, it does also say money owed to you $300,000. I'm just guessing that might be the home equity line of credit that was $250,000, but we'll see what they say about that. So
net worth was about $4.6 million if you don't include stocks and bonds, life insurance, and retirement plans.
That's what this document says.
So as long as he's alive, I believe you said that he could do whatever he wanted with any of the money that was assigned into the trust, right?
It's a good point.
Yes,
It's a good
because it's revocable.
line of questioning.
So as long as he's alive, he can share any of this money that he wants with his wife.
He can make gifts to whoever he wants.
And he can share 100%, 0.5%, whatever he wants as far as his monthly income, right?
Could.
With his wife.
I'm not sure what.
Yeah, he could do whatever he wants with this money.
Nothing about a revocable trust
good point.
prohibits him from, if he's making $33,000 a month, giving his wife half of that or more.
He can do whatever he wants with his property.
And if he lived to be 70,
That's a
he
good
could
point.
give her as much as he wanted until he's 70, right? No matter what the trust says.
Like I said, he can do whatever he wants with his property.
But the minute he dies, Katie Richins Benson decides how much money, if any, Kouri Richins gets, right?
The successor trustee, who happens to be Katie Richins Benson, has to follow the rules of the trust set by the grantor, who is Eric. So no, Katie can't do whatever she wants with the money. She has to follow the rules of the trust.
Totally fair, and you're
That
right.
Were set by Eric Richins.
Fiduciary
But she's the one who will
duty.
decide from the moment he dies forward whether, if, how much Kouri gets any of Eric's money.
Yes, that's what Eric wanted.
It's a good point. The woman in the audience does not agree with the point. Hold on, Chad. If you're watching in the background, come back. The woman in the audience disagrees that that is a good point. The woman in the audience's face is giving, what the fuck does this even mean? I'm rewinding it. What are you talking about? I have thoughts about what the defense attorney's
That's
talking
what Eric
about.
wanted.
Hold on. That was funny. And here's the defense's point. The defense's point, I think, will be when they go to argue this, that Kouri had more access to, a lot of you are saying that's Katie. That's his other sister with the red hair. I was referring to the other woman, not Katie. I was referring to the other woman who was like, what are we doing? I think the point the defense is trying to make is that Kouri benefited more when Eric was alive. When Eric was not alive, everything got locked down and she had less access to it. That's what I think that's where I think the defense is going. Then again, why would you not just have her as a trustee? But I think there's a flip insinuation on that. And the other insinuation is maybe that Katie wanted control of the money? But Katie was not who I was talking about. I was talking about the woman who was like, what? That's why I moved my face.
If, hypothetically, Kouri Richins knew about the existence of the trust, she would know that as well.
I don't know what Kouri would know from reading the trust.
There's an objection on that.
But that's what the trust says in plain black and white in the paper, right?
Can you repeat what you're saying the trust says?
Yep, that.
For a moment. Go ahead, Ms. Sherman.
The judge paused.
It calls for speculation. She does that. She can't answer as to what Kouri.
Sustained.
The trust,
Pause.
if someone had a copy of it, lays clearly out what we've just discussed, that as long as Eric's alive, he can do whatever he wants with his money. Once he dies, it's up to Katie.
Are you going to prove she had a copy of the trust?
Like I said already, it's not completely up to Katie. She's the trustee of the trust. She has legal title to those assets, and she has to follow the rules of the trust, which say she has to give Kouri a certain income, that Kouri can come to her and ask for distributions of principal for health, education, maintenance, and support. This trust was primarily to protect the boys.
Did you ever advise Katie in her role as trustee, since you drafted the trust papers? Did you ever give her any explanation about her duties or talk to her about what she could and couldn't do?
That's attorney-client privilege.
She's your client?
She was my client after Eric's death for a period of time.
She's the trustee. This isn't weird, ma'am. She became the trustee. So, yes, the lawyer who drafted the trust can advise the trustee because the trust is kind of a client. Does that make sense, chat? But again, this will come up in redirect. Emily, just let it go.
She's your client?
She was my client after Eric's death for a period of time.
As of when was she your client?
As of Eric's death?
She's still your client?
No.
How much have you been paid by Kouri Richins Benson?
Nothing. She was
I
paid
waived
by the
my fees.
trust.
You waived your fees.
Wrong, Emily, wrong. Withdrawn.
She's still your client?
No.
How much have you been paid by Kouri Richins Benson?
I waived my fees.
You waived your fees. So you're her lawyer for free?
I'm not her lawyer anymore.
Okay. How long were you her lawyer?
I was her lawyer through, I think I formally withdrew in June. She needed a firm that had more capacity than I had with just me.
When you opened the probate, were you then responsible for any pleadings that came in and out of the probate matter? Would you have gotten copies of them?
Nestor thought she found
I
a
opened
nugget.
Probate. I drafted the probate pleadings.
I don't
Right.
think she found
So
a
if-
nugget.
For example, Kouri had asked Katie after Eric's death, can you please pay the mortgage for the next year out of the trust? That request would have gone through the probate, right?
No.
Okay, so how would it have gone?
Through the
Katie
trust.
was the trustee of the trust. That is not subject to probate.
Okay, so do you have any personal knowledge whether whether Kouri Richins ever asked Katie Richins for?
See, she did it too. Email problems. These are KR problems between Kouri Richins Benson and Kouri Richins. You did it too.
Any distributions? Do you have any personal knowledge?
Pause for 1 second. Your objection, Ms. Sherman.
Calls for hearsay. Kouri's statements to Katie.
Yeah, only if it's, so would you exclude Kouri's statements, but re-ask your question?
Without saying anything Kouri ever said, which, by the way, it
How would
sounds
she
like you
know
didn't
it?
communicate with Kouri anyway. But were you aware in your role as the person assisting the trustee whether any request for any money ever came to that trust in the year after Eric died from Kouri Richins?
I need you to be more specific to make sure you're not seeking hearsay.
Of your client.
Break it down.
In writing or legally or formal request to the trustee?
What in writing or legally?
Requests for distributions to Kouri, to her boys, anything from the trust?
I have no personal knowledge of that.
Okay.
Not everybody takes estates in law school. It depends on what state you're in, and if you, depending on what's on the bar, you are not, it's not mandatory.
You also mentioned that you were talking to a lawyer that.
And even if you do take wills and trusts in law school, the deep nuances of wills and trusts are not for everyone. There are certain areas of law that are so specific that you need to be in the practice area to have more than a broad overview of it. What you get from wills and trusts in law school is enough to get you through the bar and enough to remind most lawyers, I'm just going to hire someone to handle this for me. The few will be like, I love this. I want to do this. Everyone else is like, I'll hire someone when I need to.
you knew to be a bankruptcy lawyer, right? When he called you about Kouri shortly after the death?
I was surprised at how quickly he got in touch with me, and some of his claims
Wait!
about the way.
You objected to that, and now you're putting that shit in your question? You objected about it being a bankruptcy lawyer, and now you're just like sprinkling it in there?
That you were talking to a lawyer that you knew to be a bankruptcy lawyer, right? When he called you about Kouri shortly after the death?
I was surprised at how quickly he got in touch with me, and some of his claims about the way the property was titled. So I looked him up to see if he even knew anything about estate planning.
But you're certainly not telling this jury
shit.
that he was representing Kouri in a bankruptcy, right?
No, I just was curious, so I looked him up to see that it made more sense when I found out he was a bankruptcy attorney.
Okay. But he wasn't calling you about a bankruptcy matter. He was calling you about, please give Kouri some time to grieve before anything goes on with the house.
He never called me. I mean, he called me later, but in the email, he asked, please don't move forward on the probate until she's had time to grieve.
Okay.
He didn't mention a bankruptcy.
All right. I just want to make sure that
No, that email was so unhinged that she Googled him to see if he was even a lawyer or what area he practiced in. The fuck is this email? What are you even on about, bro? No. She Googled him to see what area he practiced in. Right.
Okay. He didn't mention a bankruptcy.
Right. I just want to make sure that the jury doesn't think there was a bankruptcy matter going on. There wasn't, to your knowledge, correct?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I mean, it might be better for Kouri if there were.
And then you also said that you told this lawyer that Eric wished to be buried. Is that right?
That's what his will said, and I did say that in a subsequent email.
And in fact, Eric was buried, correct?
I believe so.
Right. Did you go to the funeral?
No, I didn't.
That came in through the family.
Are you still close with his sister?
No, I've never been close with his sister.
Okay, well, you were her lawyer.
That doesn't mean I'm close to her.
Oh.
It was a professional relationship.
Okay. How often did you talk to her?
Ew.
When?
When you were her lawyer.
As needed?
Daily, weekly, monthly?
Go with its privilege.
I think it was daily at first.
Court's indulgence for just 1 minute here.
And why was it daily at first? Was it because Kouri started suing the estate? Was it because Kouri started suing the estate and you do wills and trust and not litigation matters?
Of course.
It was an interesting cross. I think there were a few good points in there, but I think Nestor loses her good points with the rest of whatever that is. But there were a few good points in there.
We send her the witness back to the state.
Anything further, Ms. Sherbanek?
No, Your Honor.
May we release Ms. Bowman-Carter?
Yes, Your Honor.
You're free to go. Take care.
Thank you.
Were you close to her? She's like, ma'am, that's not how lawyering works. What are you thinking?
Your Honor, the state can call a witness now. That direct will probably be an hour.
Why don't we take a restroom break now so we don't break up direct? Please rise for the jury.
All right, I'm gonna zoom while the jury goes out and see if anything gets put on the record, because today's been spicy.
Seat, please. Just checking. The next witness is
Robert Grossmann.
okay.
What?
And then anything on the record before we take a break from the state? From the defense.
What?
Okay. Why don't we come back at 2:10, please? Court's in recess.
This is why we have Zoom room. My head would have exploded. My head would have exploded if we had had to wait through a morning, afternoon break. The Paramour is testifying? Oh! The boyfriend. Okay, well, we saw the wills and trust attorney. It seemed that Kouri didn't know that there was a trust that put the home in the property of the trust, because when Kouri was on the phone with the wills and trust attorney, Kouri seemed to indicate that she didn't know that the house was not hers because it was property of the trust. That is going to be a big deal. We're going to get more information about it. But I can't even really focus on what the last witness said, because what Bloodworth just said is that the boyfriend is the next witness. But the point about whether or not Kouri knew about the trust is going to be a big deal. It's going to be a very big deal. And I think Kouri's actions and phone calls are going to give context to that. Okay. We're going to zoom the fucking Zoom. We're going to zoom. Miguelina, absolutely let the app know. Thank you. When I say get the Lawnard app so you don't miss the witnesses that you want to see most, this is literally what the fuck I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about, sir. Did you know she was married when you started dating? Did you ever go on that vacation to Secrets? Did you go on vacations in the future? What about that conversation where Kouri asked you what it was like if you killed someone? Where was the $25,000, and was there more money that was given to you? Were you living in any of the properties that Kouri had? What other questions do I have? Did she ever talk to you about how inconvenient it was? Did you get a text message shortly before Eric Richins' death that said literally like, hang on till one more day? And are we going to see those text messages? I think that's the bulk of my questions. Okay, let's go. I think that's the bulk of my questions. Yeah. Yep. Robert Josh Grossman, witness number 33? Oh boy. Witness number 33. Oh, one more question. Sir, is it awkward to come in and testify on the anniversary of her husband's death? Is that weird for you? And when's the last time you talked to Kouri? Did Kouri tell you to delete your text messages? I have more questions.
Mr. Bloodworth, the state's next witness, please.
Your Honor, the state calls Robert Josh Grossman.
Funny how empty the courtroom is today. What everybody was like, it's Wednesday, we're taking the day off because today is not the day to not be in court. Sir, did you email the memes? Whose memes were they? Oh boy. All right, well, we've got Zoom room. So while Mr. Grossman comes into court.
Mr. Grossman, good afternoon. If you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
This is going
Please raise your right hand.
to be interesting. I just want to make sure we're
Do you solemnly
at
swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter
normal
before the court to
speed.
be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury?
You did not just say, what do you mean by the whole truth? You did not. I have never seen anyone ask a question when being sworn into court before.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury?
Sir, do you swear to tell the whole truth under the pains and penalties of perjury, yes or no?
I won't lie. I'll tell as much as in this setting, I assume all the questions not.
Stand right there for a moment if you.
Oh, fuck. Why is she smiling? Why is he talking to the court about not wanting to take the oath to tell the whole truth? The court, is he going to send the jury out? The court is like, stand right there.
Don't mind. Can I invite you folks to take a walk for a moment, please?
He's sending out the jury.
Rise for the jury.
Girl, why are you laughing? I have never seen a witness. I have never seen a witness say, what do you mean by the whole truth? Ever. Yes, chat. Motion granted. Motion granted. How the fuck are we code red before the witness even takes the oath because the witness doesn't want to take the oath? Or no, I shouldn't say the witness doesn't want to take the oath. The witness is unclear what the whole truth means. Miguelina's going to send out an app notification for that. I'm going to rewind this whole moment for all of you listening in the background. Come on back. We're going to rewind this interaction. I've never been so happy to have instant replay. We're going to go to code red. We're doing all the things because what the fuck do you mean? What is the whole truth? Okay. Chat, motion granted. Motion for code red granted. I've seen a lot of things in court. I've seen a lot of things in trial, and I've never seen that. Leonards, if you're new here, code red means what the fuck is happening. It's our code what the fuck. And I love this bumper, but it is a little flashy. If you are flash sensitive, that ends when the music ends. We're going to code red in 3, 2, 1. I'm going to back this up. I just want to hear as much of this interaction as we can, because remember, he's not near a microphone. I wonder if he has some form of immunity that's confusing.
I won't lie. I'll
he said, I won't lie. But he said, what do you mean by the whole truth?
Sir, do you swear to
I'm gonna
tell...
back that up a little bit more.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury.
Sir, do you swear to tell the whole truth under the pains and penalties of perjury, yes or no?
I won't lie. I'll tell as much as I need to. In this setting, I assume all the questions not.
Stand right there for a moment, if you don't mind. Can I invite you folks?
Go get his lawyer. Does he have a lawyer? Go get his lawyer. He said, I won't lie. He said, I will answer as much as I can in this setting. Kouri looks like she is smiling and then trying to swallow a smile. The judge has
to take a walk for a moment.
had the
Please
jury
rise for
out.
the jury. Just pause for a moment.
He's still trying to talk to the judge. I couldn't hear him. The judge said, just pause for a minute. Oh my
Have a seat, if you don't mind.
The court is going to do a bit of a voir dire, it seems, to have a conversation about why this witness has questions about what the whole truth means. I bet the court's never seen this before.
Mr. Grossman, do you understand the difference between what's true and what's not true?
I do.
Do you promise, under the pains and penalties of perjury, to tell the truth when you're asked questions?
Absolutely.
Anything
was
further,
that
Mr.
so hard?
Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Would you bring the jury back?
Why was this so hard? Why is this so hard?
Your Honor, an instruction that he's taken enough.
I'll make it clear.
Yeah, because the jury saw him being like, what's the whole truth? What? Are you confused or are you not wanting to be
So
here?
that you're not surprised, I'll just ask you to confirm that you've sworn to tell the truth. Yes, sir. Okay.
I don't know if he's genuinely confused, if he's reluctant. I don't know. I'm not going to speculate. Thank you, chat, for not speculating. That's wild. And Kouri seems pleased as punch. Okay. I mean, he said, I'm not going to lie.
Folks, please have a seat as you come in.
Maybe the language is a problem. I don't know. But, well, chat, he didn't ask if this was an admiralty court,
Please
so
have a
that's a
seat.
good thing. Other people's truth? No, Emily, that doesn't work. Holy shit.
Mr. Grossman, just to confirm, you have sworn an oath to tell the truth, correct?
Yes, sir.
Very good, sir. Mr. Bloodworth, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. What, sir, is your name?
Robert Joshua Grossman.
Sir, do you know Kouri Richins?
I do.
How do you know her?
I've known her for, I don't know, a decade probably at this point. We met in South Carolina. She was flipping a house and I answered, and a help wanted ad.
Then did you come to know her in...
Wait, did you actually install cabinets? Were the cabinets real? Were the cabinets in addition?
South Carolina through helping her flip homes?
I did.
Did there come a time you moved to Utah?
Yes.
When, sir, was that?
It was just as COVID was kicking off. So 2020, I believe.
Why?
Early in the year.
And why did you move to Utah?
To work with her, help her flip houses.
And when you moved to Utah, where did you stay?
Initially, I stayed at a flip that she had acquired in Heber.
Oh. Okay. So, was there a relationship prior to her moving from South Carolina? And then she moved to Utah. She met Eric. She got married. And then you followed her across the country to flip houses together. And then you were living in one of her houses. You were living in one of the houses she was flipping. Uh-huh.
I had my dog with me. We do live-in flips.
We do want to know
Me
what
and
the name of the dog is.
Yeah.
The chat would like to know, can they pet that dog? And what is the dog's name?
Other than accommodations, did she pay you for your service?
We didn't have any contractual agreement. She took care of me. I lived for free. She gave me money whenever I needed it. I just, I liked her, so I'd worked for free.
So you had an arrangement. That, sir, that is an arrangement. Yes, you didn't get paid, but you were cared for. You had a place to live. You had money. You had an arrangement. Yes. Okay.
She gave me money whenever I needed it. I just, I liked her, so I'd worked for free. Not that she didn't, pay me. She did from time to time in lump sums. And
Did she also give you a truck?
yes, she bought me a truck. 2 of them.
What?
Bought me one, traded it in, got another one at one point. Didn't trade it in, gave it to her mother.
What?
Yeah.
Did, sir, there come a time when your relationship turned romantic?
Yes.
About when?
Same time, just before driving to Utah.
What?
So right about...
So your affair started in South Carolina and then you decided to move across the country for this woman who was married with 3 little kids.
The outset of COVID.
Right.
Scott, can I get Exhibit 3-1, please?
Oh, boy.
The witness has it.
Thank you, Your Honor. It's been admitted. Can we publish it?
Bendy in the chat said other people's pickups.
And Scott, can you zoom in on the top portion? Thank you.
Oh, the trip to
Mr. Grossman,
secrets.
do you recognize that document before you?
I know what it's alluding to. I know of it, yes, sir.
And did you know about a trip planned to the secret St. Martin's Resort?
Yes.
So I want to take a look at the passenger name line. There's some initials there.
And yesterday, just yesterday, I was saying, Kouri, what are you buying all those tickets to Garth Brooks about, girl? Where you don't have any money, girl. You definitely don't have the money to be a sugar mama. What are we doing? What, ma'am? I withdraw my statements about the crumble cookies. I did not realize that there was a whole other person that she was supporting.
G, with a birth date of 9 December 1982 and a gender of male.
Oh, boy.
So are those your initials?
Yes.
Is that your birth date?
Yes.
Perhaps obviously.
Yes, definitely.
Thank you. Did you and Kouri Richins at some point plan to go on this trip?
Yeah, she. I think that was a birthday present.
For you?
I remember seeing a text or something. It was. She sent it to me. We didn't discuss it much, but it was there.
Thank you, Scott.
There were some texts. Oh boy. This
During
is
that time that you were romantically involved with Miss Richins,
wild.
Did you love her?
Yes.
During that time,
Emily, no.
Did you feel that she loved you?
Yeah. I have a tendency of going head over heels, though, probably more than most. So, you know, I think she did.
Did you exchange text messages with Kouri Richins?
Yes.
So, baby, I love you is
From the time you moved to Utah.
for real, for real.
About how often?
Daily, unless she was mad at me or vice versa.
What topics on those messages did you discuss?
Same thing you would discuss with your best friend, plus house flipping stuff. Life.
Do you discuss her children?
Yes.
Wow.
Sir, I'm going to show you now some text messages between you and Ms. Richins.
Okay.
Oh,
they're the same
bring the
ones I
text.
believe we've looked at before.
Bring
I'm
the
gonna ask you if
text.
you've recognized them.
Chat. Thank you. It is hard it is hard in all of the this is wild. Bro still loves Kouri, yeah? That's the vibe. I don't even know. I've seen some of the text messages, we've seen some of the allusions, but the witness on the stand is a whole different thing. But he's still in full, like, baby, I love you, right? Like, still, you can see, or at least, I just want to check with chat because y'all let me know if I'm reading too much into it. But it seems that he is still just like, full, baby, I love you. And he looks like the dance of trying to testify honestly and not testify against her is real uncomfortable for him. Whew, that's not what Garth Brooks meant by that song. It's a different dance, sir.
If you can recognize them right away, that's fine. If you would like me to scroll down through them again, I'm happy to do that, okay?
Okay.
Scott, can I get Exhibit 2-13 Delta, please?
Wow. I wonder if there's jail calls between the two of them. Oh, they're gonna get to when their relationship ceased. It's just gonna take a minute. Oh boy. There actually were cabinets. I'm still stunned about that. I mean,
Those
well,
are pretty
maybe there were
small.
cabinets.
If you need people to zoom
Yeah.
in, you can ask, sir.
Is that good enough for you to identify them, or do you want to zoom in and step through them?
I mean, if you could zoom in a hair, that wouldn't hurt.
Okay.
Was I supposed to be reading them at that clip?
No, I just,
right there.
what I'm going to ask
Okay.
you, the
I got
question
you.
for you, sir,
I mean, so that's totally fair. They scroll through those texts pretty fucking fast.
is do you recognize this as a text exchange that you had with Ms. Richins?
I got you. And I do for this one.
Okay. Then the state moves to admit 2-13D.
Could you just, Scott, could you just scroll down and let me take a look at everything that's in there real quick? Keep going.
Oh boy.
Okay.
Yeah, I wonder if Lewis's cross is going to be a friendly with buddy cross, or if it's going to be a different version of cross. We've seen two types of Lewis on
Okay.
cross.
All right.
Also, I think anyone would be a bit uncomfortable with all of their texts of the person that, well, he didn't seem to be in another relationship. He wanted to be in this relationship. But to be in court when she's on trial for the murder of her husband and all your romantic, I love you, baby, I love you, texts are going to come in court. That shit's embarrassing for anybody. Oh boy.
Okay.
Like, that shit's gonna be hard for anyone on the stand.
Oh my gosh. Never mind. Okay.
I know what Lewis is saying.
Counsel, take the time you need.
There's that many texts?
Let me just pull it up real quick. I don't believe I have any objection.
It's just too many texts, Your Honor.
I'm going to say no objection.
States 2-13.
It was so many texts that her Windows iPad thingy couldn't keep up.
B is admitted.
Your Honor,
You'll let me know when you want to publish them.
moves to publish, yeah.
Understood.
And then, Scott, if we could just walk through them with the jury, please.
How many texts are we gonna go through? Emily, the limit does not exist. I don't know the date on this one. I don't know if these are Valentine's texts. When I don't get much love from you, I just figure it's because you're doing things that you know I wouldn't like and would hurt me. It is draining to love you and pretend to be an idiot. I don't want to avoid things with people I love, thoughts or problems. I want to communicate until we get to know each other better and solve stuff together. Not by myself, for each other. Like and love you today. I live too much through this phone, though. I'm tired, babe. I just want to know the date on that. She's saved in his phone as K Babe. We saw that yesterday. Oh, damn it. Hold on. Sorry. I was trying to pause this. December 18th, 2021. And then we're still on December 18th. I'll tell you some of what was on my mind tomorrow. Uh, 12/18/2021, Kouri. What do you want to know that I'm not telling you or quiet about? And since the prosecution moves kind of quick through these and they do not read them to the jury, I'm going to just read them. He says, I want to know everything about you. It's part of being in love. Not tonight, though. I don't want any info tonight. We're good, exclamation point. These are December 18th. Something specific spiked this, though. This is Kouri. There's something you want to know that I didn't tell you. Can you tell me what it was? I know you're busy, tired, sore fingers, not wanting to text me because a call would be better or in person, but I will be up all night wondering, babe, worrying, feeling horrible. I would greatly appreciate you telling me, but if not, that's okay. Not tonight. Yeah, nothing about that text says it's not okay. Nothing about that text says, yeah, no, if you don't want to talk, that's okay. No. That's not what that... Emily, today's not the day for the analysis of the texts. No, it's not. But none of that text says it's okay to not tell her. He's like, I don't want to talk tonight. And she is like, okay, but you have to tell me. I mean, it's okay if you don't want to, but you have to tell me. I'll be up worrying all night long. All right, next texts. These look like they're from Grossmann. Can't text it. This texting shit sucks. Several things. Well, bro, you know she's married. This is from December 18th at 9:16 p.m. If you live one day with my phone, you will get it. He says, not mad at you. Know that. It's this these cuts, too time consuming. I have 2 hours of driving soon. I have to get off this job. What's wrong with the pho? What's wrong? What the pho do? What did the pho? What the fuck did the pho do? I know. I mean, maybe he means it's this phone. Emily, you're thinking of soup. Yes. This is from Kouri. Quote, it's draining to love you. My heart is burning with sadness to have read that. Like it popped out of my chest and someone is stomping on it. I'm sorry I'm draining to love. I knew this would come one day. Just was hoping it wasn't today or anytime soon because I love you. I love talking to you, being with you, laughing and joking, venting, and being overtly happy with news I got today. This is December 18th. The sense of never feeling judged with you and just so comfortable around you. I don't have that in my marriage, and I really enjoy my relationship and love for you. But you're right. We both know this love triangle can't go on forever. You don't deserve it. I don't deserve it. Ma'am, get divorced then and then go be with dude. Like, or don't get married. And I have suggestions. This is not the time. It goes on to say, I can't expect you to sit around for the day Jesus Christ. That did not age well. Let me back up. You don't deserve it. I don't deserve you. I can't expect you to sit around for the day the trigger gets pulled because who knows when that's gonna be. I tried and failed. I can't expect you to sit home and wonder what I'm doing or my home life or when I might call you next or see you. That is so beyond selfish of me. You're right. Okay, look. Here's the thing. I'm just going to say it is just as reasonable that she meant it. You shouldn't have to wait till I pull the trigger on getting divorced. However, if there's ever been a lesson for the shit that you write, if it is read in court, will often be read in the light least favorable to you. This is one of those times. This is the example. She might well mean the divorce, but there's a fair interpretation that she's talking about not divorce because we're here in a murder trial. So, we saw that get twisted in the Depp Heard trial in a much different way, but I continue to read this correctly. That aged badly. 12/18/21. The I tried and failed is, and she's very happy about news she got today. Oh boy. I'm not surprised that the prosecution is going to let the jury read this one in its entirety. Took me a minute to read it out loud. We're going to be doing this for a while, it seems. There's a lot of chats. A lot of you are asking when the attempted murder is. February 14th, Valentine's Day. Holy shit. Okay. Kouri, sorry I didn't see it until then. What a damn selfish person I am. How could I think someone like you would be okay with this for the rest of forever until I pull my head out of my ass. Why is it always how's selfish not to step away and let you just live your life without the constant wonder. Quote, your love is draining. I'm sorry, babe. You're right. It has to be exhausting. And how dare me be okay with that? The mental and physical stress on you. I'm sorry, babe. Maybe saying goodbye earlier than later is better. Ma'am, how about before he moves across the fucking country? But I digress. I'm sorry, babe. You're right. It has to be exhausting. And how dare me be okay with that? That mental and physical stress on you. I'm sorry, babe. Maybe saying goodbye earlier than later is better. That's not the phrase. I'm sorry you have to work so late. I shouldn't have kept you up so late this morning. Ew. Again, selfish. Wow. I am just so sorry. I'm just realizing this. I feel like an idiot. Oh, girl, this is not the first person to call you selfish. Don't text back. No words needed. Finish up work and get some rest. We can talk later. Good night. Okay. I'm waiting to see what time that text was. And when they scroll down, we'll see it. How many pages of text are we doing? Could you have him read it in? I guess it's probably better to not have him read it in. This next text is from 10:02 p.m. same day. Love triangle. What do you mean by that? I don't get it. Well, it doesn't feel like a triangle to you, I'm sure. Kouri texts back, well, I'm married, and you and me are relationship. I don't know what else to call it. I'm in love with a man that's not my husband. 10:04 p.m. I could talk to you right now. We could be great. Not a fair shot. That was, I think, later that night. Instead, it's going to be misinterpreted text once again. Instead, it's going to be, let's end this sooner. This is at 10:13 p.m. Wild, he says, exclamation points. This is Kouri. I meant what I said yesterday. I'll always love you. Emily. Okay. I meant what I said yesterday. I'll always love you, handsome. If it's okay, can we talk tomorrow? I want to go to sleep as happy as I was when I woke up with you this morning. I won't misinterpret anything. No, the misinterpreting and the gaslighting are two different things. Or I hope I don't. Right. There it is. Until I talk to you about it more. I'm sorry, babe. This is at 10:19 p.m. See what the next text is. He goes on to say, it's draining to love you. You threw the last half of the sentence away. My dearest Angelica. It's draining to love you. You threw the last half of the sentence away. You changed the meaning of the sentence. You said, my dearest Angelica. You changed the meaning of the sentence by deleting some of it and then used your new sentence as an epiphany and the reason to profess your love. Triangle of Eric and end it sooner with me. That's what I gathered from that. Chopped liver over here. Oh, so you did not misunderstand the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, sir. Yeah, there's a comma after dearest. Change the meaning. You changed the meaning of the sentence by deleting some of it. I mean, you read that situation correctly, Grossmann. Oh, boy. And then he sent her an emoji at 10:51. He sent back, you goofball. She responds at 11 p.m. Oh, God, we're parsing sentences. I threw the last half of the sentence off because it's almost as bad as the first, quote, pretend to be an idiot. I took that as, quote, are we ever going to address the elephant in the room and recognize what's really going on here, the bigger picture? Quote, profess my love for Eric? What? That's not what I'm saying either. You took love triangle and changed it around to professing my love for Eric. I'm exhausted. We're like 2 pages in. I'm already exhausted. When that's not at all what I was doing. I'm telling you, I'm in love with a man that's not my husband. That's 3 people. Want to make a circle with 3? No, it's not a cuddle puddle, girl. Want to make a circle with 3 people? No, that's not how this is going to go. You just don't. Oh, sorry. You just didn't the exact thing I did, assumed and misinterpreted a text. Well, girl, why are you mad? What, girl, why are you mad? So she clapped back at 11:13 p.m. or 11 p.m. 13 seconds. The Paramour did not get charged, and so far it does not sound like he has a deal, though he may. The prosecution has brought that out pretty quickly in testimony in the past, and they did not ask any questions about that. They just jumped right into the texts. And I imagine we're going to go all the way through March. Yes, chat, a lot of you have pointed out she's not saying anything about, well, it's not really cheating because Eric's cheating. Fair point. I don't know if we'll see any of that. She corrected her last statement with did the exact instead of didn't. He responds with, if you think you love me now, then ending it sooner will be good for one reason only, because you don't. You're going to fall in love with me in ways you never thought you could. That is a guarantee. Speaking of guarantee, last night by no means counts as your guarantee. It was not stated as such prior, so it doesn't count. No, I don't want to know. There's some stuff I just don't want to know. Emily, you wanted to read the text. I did want to read the text. He said, but I did it on purpose. She responds, you will never be chopped liver to me. Absolutely not true. I had an epiphany of the selfish person I really am. Girl. That's the only epiphany I had. The day you yelled at me on the phone, you had said I was selfish, and I was so offended by that because nobody ever says it to my face. Emily, stop. That's not in the text. And now I understand why you said that and why I felt so mad, because it's true. You're right. If we don't end things, I would fall deeper and more in love with you than I already am, which is going to be even harder. Okay, I'll take it. Doesn't count, guarantee for the 3rd. Maybe that will be more of a date to remember than just celebrating Christmas and a guarantee. So guarantee is the code word? I know your fingers hurt. I know you're working. I can try to get away tomorrow for a phone call. I think we're gonna need it. That was still on December 18th. He responds, if you're going to be mad at me, you need to come see me and do it in person. If you're going to say goodbye forever because that's what you want, do it in person. Or better yet, just love me. Pick me. Choose me. That's not what it says in the text. Just love me. Love me like you have no choice in the matter. I want to be my best for you. I want us to be ourselves for each other. This is still on December 18th. This is now 11:11 p.m. He says, I love our love. I love you. Do you believe that we could be great together for each other? What do you mean by more of a date to remember December 18th? Oh, shit. They scrolled away from the text to the witness who's just put his head, I don't know if he just did it, but whose head is just down on the bench while the prosecution is scrolling through all of their romantic text messages. He looks miserable. Well, I can see why the camera scrolled away. Maybe we'll see the rest of the text. But solid choice on those in court. Kouri says, I'm not mad about anything, I promise. Saying goodbye. I mean, that was a solid call from production there at the pool camera at Court TV. Kouri said, I'm not mad about anything, I promise. Saying goodbye. Say goodbye is a whole different thing. Saying goodbye, we promised to do in person, and both know it was coming and happened the same day it happened. Dude, you guys have been together for like 2 years at this point. It's not what I want to do, but it's also not fair to you in any way possible because I want you, but can't break up my family. It's having your cake and eating it too. I do just want to love you. I do love you. I love our love. It's my favorite. Do I think we could be great together? Yes, of course I do. You're one of my best friends, babe. Oh no. Now we're fighting over which best friend he is. You're his best friend. He's one of yours. Sure. And Eric Richins' family is sitting in the courtroom reading all of these texts on the anniversary of his death. Oh, court is just. It's giving Banfield. Ugh, not my number one best friend. You're one of my best friends. You're not chopped liver. You're just one of my best friends. December 18th, 11:19 p.m. They're texting fast on the phone. He responds, no, ma'am. I thought you were getting a divorce. Fair on him. She responds at 11:23 p.m. That's what I'm saying. What if that's in a year? You're just supposed to sit around and wait for me? No. And I would never ask you to. He moved across the country and is living in one of your rental houses. Oh, the judge just asked him to turn his chair around. Wait, did you just turn around and face the wall? The judge just said, can you turn your chair around? He did. It looked like he was turned around facing the wall. Oh my. I'm going to try to get to the text when it comes in. Take me back to 7 a.m., please. That's Kouri. It sounds like they had spent the night together the night before. This is at 11:23 p.m. He said, of course I'd wait a year. If you're coming over on the 3rd to say goodbye to me, you're not invited. This is at 11:24 p.m. This is also December 18th. Take me back to 7 a.m. every morning or 9 at night every night. This is at 11:26. She said, I'll just take 7 a.m. and 9 p.m. every day with multiple phone calls and visits in between. Why does she have this much time? He goes on to say, I'll see if I can find a tree and put it in. We've now switched to work talk. I'll see if I can find a tree and put it in Little Mill Creek tomorrow. If there's a particular one you want me to get, send me the info. This is at 11:28 p.m. He's just like, oh, trees. I was thinking about trees. No, sweets. You do you tomorrow. Take the day and just relax. Storage unit stuff. Panda walk. Is Panda the dog's name? Don't worry about it. I really appreciate it, though. This is at 11:29 p.m. Wait, is the dog named Panda? I actually do want to know. I want to know about the pupper. She responds, hey, that was at 11:32. Oh, what? He didn't respond fast enough. He said, that is doing me. That's what I'm going to do. So if you don't want a Charlie Brown tree, you might want to participate. Okay, that's kind of funny. That's at 11:33 p.m. That's kind of funny. And then he said, hey, this is at 11:34 p.m. She said, Scott's pulling that up. Ha, 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 ha. You're the best. I thought of not talking to you and listening to your silly jokes sounds awful in a million ways. I love you. This is at 11:35. I wonder if there was something sent in between there that we didn't see, because that's disconnected from the tree conversation for me. Good night, P in my pod. Oh my God, are we going to get sun to my moon and stars of my stars? He says, I love you. Oh, and then he spells out her name. What is this called when they do this? I do not know. But then he has picked sentences and has spelled out Kouri. Let me read it to you. I love you. Kind. Outgoing. Unique. Thank you, chat. Acrostic poem. Appreciate it. Unique. Romantic. Inches away from signing her divorce papers and falling madly in love with her soulmate. Good night, Lima Bean. Okay. Thanks, chat. I actually did not know that. I appreciate it. The English majors in the chat are like, this is my time. And then, well, Midnight Dreary in the chat said other people's poems. Too late, I've already fallen. Night was from Kouri. Oh God, that was just December 18th.
That text was from December the 18th, 2021. I meant to go in chronological order.
That was all one day.
Sir.
That was all one day.
We're going to go back in time to November the 29th, 2021. Scott, can I get 2-12 Delta?
He looks gutted.
Can we scroll that through that?
I don't know if this dude thought anything other than she's going to leave her husband. This is going to work out. She knew me first. You know, she married the wrong one first, but we're coming back round. I don't know what he knew. So we're just going to go text by text. Here's what I will say. I am so thankful that this man's devices were recovered because Kouri deleted everything. I also wonder, because he loves Kouri, if they ever had conversations about him deleting his devices and he didn't. Or he tried, because the devices were broken and then they were repaired and this was recovered. I just wonder if he thought this would never see the light of day and also feels some kind of way about that.
No, for Mr. Grossman and counsel, please.
But he looks absolutely gutted to me.
Yeah. Yes.
He might have wanted to save the texts. The defense is looking at texts.
Sir, is that an accurate depiction of a text exchange between you and Kouri Richins on November?
Oh, there's a number of questions in this the chat, including from Lona. What do you mean the devices were broken? The devices they recovered from him were broken. The witness with the great hair, Giacono, that witness with the great hair, the G with the good hair, testified that the devices from Grossmann had to have the screen replaced, and when they opened them up, there was a bunch of debris inside and water inside. So the phones were broken, but they were able to be repaired, and then the data was dumped off of them, and that witness was day 1 or 2, but they opened up the phones and were able to fix the phones and then download the data. But it had debris in it, it had water in it, and the screen was fucked. But we didn't see pictures of how fucked the phones were.
The 29th, 2021?
He had new phones.
Yes.
But they also took the old phone.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 2-12 Delta.
No objection.
States 2-12D is admitted.
And Your Honor, publish it, please.
We are now moving on to November 28th into the 29th, I imagine. It is 18:51 p.m. He texts, just want to be straight, babe. You know I want to know. That's why I asked. I can't guess or decipher anymore. My head hurts. She says, get some rest. I don't want you to use your head anymore. Damn it. It wasn't that big of a deal, really. I'll call you tomorrow, 8:21 p.m. Next text, he says, maybe it's a teeny deal, but you could still tell me so I'm not made to sit here and wonder. That's not fun. 8:26 p.m. And she texts back. When I was little, I grew up scrubbing other people's toilets in Park City at quote unquote rich people's houses after school. Christmas breaks all summer. I worked for my aunt's company. Doreen. I was just always looked down upon, and I'm trying to just read it the way it's typed, because you're literally the person cleaning toilets. I always said to myself and my aunt, quote, one day I'll own properties in Park City like all these rich, snotty people, and I will never be like them. Luxury prisons for rich people then. Tomorrow I close on 3 properties, all in the same day, 2 being in Park City. That's a huge deal to me. Biggest accomplishment to date career-wise. It's never been about the money. It's about being able to say, I too have properties in Park City, PC, and you're not better than anyone the way you treat people, and I can prove it. Tomorrow is a really big deal for me. No, for me, self-accomplishment wise, to sit and reflect and be thankful. So I just wanted to sit for a minute and celebrate with someone and have a drink. No one really knows about the PC properties. So your spouse doesn't know that you're closing on 3 homes in Park City? We did see the escalation in the property buying. And then it goes on to say they won't mean, this is at 8:37 p.m. Well, we see where some of the property buying comes from. I think the witness is whispering at the judge. Listen to that.
Water. Yeah, no problem. Grab a glass and there's cold water.
Oh, he was asking. It seems like he was asking for more water.
Water in there for you.
It sounds like he's pouring more water for himself. This is the same text that's still up on the screen. From 8:37 p.m. on November 28th. This is the continuation of what it just said. Hold on. They won't mean anything to anyone, but that's okay. I like the secret part of me and don't like people knowing my business. But tomorrow for me, it's big, a big day for me. So that's all. I just want to see if I could find an hour we were both free to just toast to new beginnings of life and celebrate. That's all. Okay. Are we going to see Doreen testify? She says, hope you have a great night. Good night. That's at 8:44. He says, there's an image on this one. Thank you. That's not silly, babe. Not telling me would have been silly. Looks like a smiley emoji. Very, very happy for you. Of course I'm going to celebrate with you. Sleep great. Keep me posted. I love you. And then there's a little image of you and me with like connected at the heart is the best way I can describe that. Oh, great. They pulled up the image bigger. Yes, the you and me image.
Scott, can I get 2-18 Delta, please? Can you please scroll through it for Mr. Grossman and counsel?
Oh boy. We're going to scroll through their laying foundation for our next set of texts. We're going to do this all day. Talking about the Park Cities property is interesting, for sure. But again, I am very glad that these were recovered. It gives a lot of context, and I cannot believe that this is the day that we have gotten to this witness testifying. He's supposed to be looking at those. He is not always looking at those. These large gaps of silence that I am filling are the witness looking through all the texts that are going to come to lay foundation for them. A number of you in the chat are asking, are they still together? I'm not going to speculate on that. I'm curious to hear what he says because he'll be asked about that at some point. For sure. But yeah, this is wild. Sorry, my chair and I are fighting because it will not roll where I want it to roll.
Is that an accurate depiction of a January 9th, 2022 text exchange between you and Kouri Richins?
I mean, I think so. I didn't necessarily recognize some of it. I saw the word dope sick in there. That doesn't, I don't know that that's, can you scroll back up to that one?
Yes, he did just unbutton.
That just doesn't seem like a topic of conversation of ours, but.
He did just unbutton his next button
like
down.
Word, I recall.
So I'm.
Other than that word, does it appear to be
stressed?
An accurate depiction?
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, it's a TV show. Yeah.
Your Honor, the state moves to that.
He went and reread the context of it and was like, yeah, it's a TV show. Dope Sick, the TV show.
-18D.
That's going to be real interesting.
The state's 2-18D.
It's going to be real interesting.
And to publish, Your Honor.
So these are the next round of text. All right. This is from Kouri to him. Random question. Have you ever done anything besides smoke weed? Drug-wise. January 9th, 2022. Travis, oh God. I'm not asking chat. I'm reading texts that are in trial, bud. What's going on? Hold on. Travis just walked in. We're gonna. All right. He said, yeah, pretty random. We've already had this talk. This is January 9th, 2022. Sorry, chat. Travis has a guitar question. We've got 30 some odd thousand people. Are you trying to figure out what you're playing next on guitar? They just want to see George at this point.
It's either I go drop C and I keep learning the songs I already half know, or I go in C sharp standard and learn some one bit.
All right, why don't we let the chat decide? Drop C or C sharp standard, chat. Let's let the chat decide.
The only difference is because I'm trying to learn some Bullet for My Valentine or Limp Bizkit, and I'm just between the two right now. I don't know which I want to do.
All right, we're gonna let the chat answer. I'm seeing a lot of drop C. Some standard. I did tell him about Phil Collins. A lot of drop C. Some C sharp, but a lot of drop C. All right, buddy.
It's so annoying to tune in.
I know it is. You're welcome. Okay. Thanks, buddy. Yes, you did hear him say I'm going to start dinner soon. T helps prep dinner every single night. So let's get back to these texts. Let's see. Kouri's asking about drugs other than weed. on January 9th, 2022. Why is she asking him about drugs, chat? Why is she asking him about drugs? Have you ever done anything besides smoke weed drug-wise? This is at 3:35 p.m. He responds, yeah, pretty random. We've already had this talk. She responds, no, we haven't. She says, no, we haven't. This is at 3:37 p.m. She said, I would have remembered. I'm just curious. This is at 3:37 p.m. on January 9th. He says, yes, we have more than once. The first time was at Chili's. Me, you, and Ronnie. Wait, Ronnie, her brother? Y'all are going out on dates to Chili's with her brother? His memory is, was this Chili's before they destroyed the delicious queso? Because the new queso was bullshit. Ronnie's the brother. She responds, well, what did you say? He said, yeah, I've done other things. Not all of them, not often. That's at 3:44 p.m. And you, ? From him at 3:50 p.m. She said, it's not a big deal. I was just wondering. I'm starting the new series Dope Sick tonight that just came out a few months ago. That's what made me wonder. When was the last time? Nope, not me. It's not a big deal. I was just wondering. I'm watching Dope Sick. I swear, it's not a big deal. I'm not curious about anything. Nothing weird. Nothing to see here. No, it's fine.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
When did Dope Sick come out? He said, I don't recall. Are you sure? Prescriptions count. She said, like years ago, nope, well, if prescriptions count, then when I had Weston, imagine as one of the kids, she says, I don't recall. It's an answer. How could you not remember? I have a cabinet full of all sorts of prescriptions, but not my thing. It's at 3:59 p.m., still on January 9th. MB in the chat said, smile and wave, boys. Smile and wave. Yeah, cute and cuddly, nothing to see here. Years ago, he said, cabinet full and not my thing isn't an answer. I mean, clock it. He then said, what's for dinner? Sir. I mean, you've ended up on the stand in a murder trial that I'm sure you don't want to be here. But sir, what's for dinner is the question that's just going to do people in. Not the what's for dinner. Not the what's for dinner. She says, how's that not an answer? I answered perfectly. No prescriptions since I had Winston. Oh, the Seroquel doesn't count then. And even then I wouldn't take them. So I stored them in my cabinet. Just pain pills. They're all still there. Pills and drugs are not my thing. If prescriptions count, then years ago for drugs and prescriptions for you. This is at 4:05 p.m. Oh, boy. And then she says, steak, mashed potatoes, mixed vegetables. You? So she answered the what's for dinner question. He said, nah, my VA prescription. Feel like I took someone else's at some point. Just can't remember who or what. Too much alcohol first. That's not a good combo. Not sure. Looking for ideas. Had Mickey D's earlier. Yours sounds good. Grill, boil, or bake. Sure would like to see you be with you in the kitchen. She wants to know more about drugs and less about mashed potatoes, sir. Thank you, Elisa said. Dope Sick came out in October 2021.
2-27 Delta, please. Please scroll through it for Mr. Grossman and counsel.
I wonder why she wanted to watch Dope Sick. All right, they're going to be laying foundation for this. He is a vet. Erica asked, is he a vet? He is a vet. That will come up. It came up in the prosecution's opening statement. It will come up here. Yeah, it will come up here. The reason I'm not zooming through this while they're laying foundation is because when we are evaluating civilian witnesses, seeing them on the stand is part of it. So I'm not zooming past this. But we will hear more about his service when we get to conversations they had after Eric Richins died, based on what we saw in the opening statement. Oh, Chad, I'm talking about a veteran of the armed forces, not a veterinary doctor.
Sir, is that an accurate depiction of a February the 14th, 2022 text exchange between you and Ms. Richins?
It is.
Your Honor, the state moves 2-27D into evidence and to publish.
No objection.
227D is admitted. One moment.
So he's going through the text and looking at them to authenticate them. That's the foundation. And then they're coming in. The reason they're doing that is to authenticate the other side of the conversation. Kouri's come in through a number of different exceptions and through the phone extraction. So they're authenticating what he's saying, which is for context. This is February 14th, 2022, the day that the attempted murder is charged on. We saw some of these texts earlier in trial, but we have not seen all of them. This is from 9:06:14. The timing on this, I think, will come up probably in closing. She says to him, "Good morning. I'll call you when I'm going to head down carpooling now, then have to run home and make quick finger food for Carter's V-Day class party, drop off at school, and then I'll hit the road probably 9:40. So this is, they meet up on Valentine's Day. He responds, cool. This is at 9:06 a.m. on Valentine's Day. She says leaving school/campus. This is at 9:41, which was really accurate on the time she said that she thought she was leaving. Headed that way at 9:43 a.m. He liked that text at 9:43 a.m. He said hour-long ride at 9:44 a.m. She said yep at 9:49 a.m. and then sent the image of the map that we'd seen previously at 9:52 a.m. That came up in one of the other phone extractions. She then says, I love you at, I can't see the time. I couldn't see the time on that one. She says, I love you at, the time on that one looked weird. We're at, wait, hold on. The time jumped. She says, I love you, and that is at 6:11:35 p.m. So we've jumped in time substantially. I wonder if it's just because she drove to him and then they were together. And this is when she's leaving. It would be my guess. That was read at 6:36. She says, I love you, want to be one of my Valentines. That is 6:11:37 on the extraction. She says, I love you again. I didn't see the time on that one. This looks like the same text we saw. I love you, want to be one of my Valentine's Day. I love you. It looks like this is duplicates. I love you. I want you to be one of my Valentines. Then she says, I can take a no. That's okay. This was read at 7:51, but I didn't see the time it was sent. We've read this one. No, not the tiger again. Okay. We're back. We're back to this. This is Valentine's Day. He texts, for those, I'm reading it again because a lot of you might not have seen this the other day when it came in. He says, my heart is smiling. When those three words come from you, it's very unique, different than any time I've heard them before. Those feelings, when coming from you, bring up different feelings in me. Your love reminds me of how much God loves me, reminds me that I, parentheses, my mom's son, and paren, am secretly the luckiest man on the face of the earth. Gives me immense amounts of appreciation, gratitude, and honor, exclamation point. I wouldn't trade your love in for a million of, you name it, whatever is next best. Darlin', you better believe that I'll be one of your Valentines. Will you be my Valentine tonight? I was writing this on the way to Salt Lake. I know you feel the need to apologize, but just so you know, I like to see you on phone calls. I like to watch you text and hear you read aloud. I see beauty, intelligence, quick wit, cuteness, and authenticity. It's like seeing a white tiger in a tropical forest instead of remembering one at the zoo. I love it. Continuing on. That was the witness, not me. That was him. That was him on the stand, exhaling. That was him, not me. That wasn't me that time. That was the witness sighing, for the record. This has got to be so uncomfortable. To sit in a courtroom with all of this going on. He then says, love you most. That's at 7:55:18 p.m. That's a photo of the map that was sent in the texts that shows an hour drive.
Scott, can I get 2-29?
Oh, there's more texts. Yeah, there's more text. Well, if anyone need inspiration for the things you write may one day end up in court, if the text with Higgins and Karen Reed were not enough to remind you that write it, regret it, say it, forget it is actually facts, this is also a reminder.
Look at this as they go through.
Okay.
Will you go back to the beginning, Scott?
The judge just said you have to look at these, sir. The judge really was like, sir, you have to look and you have to make sure these are your texts. Looks incredibly uncomfortable. I am going to uncode read us for a little bit because we have gotten past, I think we're in the text message fuckery, but I think we've gotten past the what is the whole truth fuckery. So I'm going to uncode read us for now. We'll see if we end up back there. Right now, we're kind of in the, we're in the broad realm. But Kouri asking about the drugs is way sussy. Just a quick question. That's going to be such an interesting timeline when Kouri started asking Carmen about the drugs. And when she's
1 second, Mr. Grossmann.
Watching Dope Sick. It's going to be real interesting to see the timeline when all of these things are put together. Scott said that the tech disconnected. I'm going to zoom past that.
Kouri Richins?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves 2-29D into evidence.
No objection.
2-29D is admitted.
And that's why some of these texts are coming in. We are now on February 15th. And she is texting him. How does Harry know my name to correlate the conversation between Dave and who I am? Haha. I mean, I know you have talked about me, but I don't think it would be anything worth remembering. Now I've got questions. And this is February 15th, the day after Valentine's Day at 10:23 47 a.m. And he responds, apologies. He responds, Harry owns 10 doors. We've spoken about real estate since we first met. Also, questions of who I know, where I live, what brought me to Utah, etc. Though I tried not to allude to it, he could probably tell that I was in love with you. Matt Strong, deal finding, 10 months worth of daily grind. Then there was Sandy. He brought you up all the time. He cares about his business and about me. I'm almost half of his workforce. The way I speak of you, eyes lit up, lively, proud, honestly, and deservingly praising when things are good, not speaking and looking like I have a foot and a half in the grave when they're not. He would have had to bump his head mighty hard to forget you. Okay. I got a lot of questions for Mr. Matt Strong. We've heard Matt Strong's name a lot. Matt Strong is one of the lenders that is financing some of these purchases. I got questions, Matt Strong. She says, wait, did you just say you're, Y-O-U-R, in love with me? Big difference in loving someone and being in love, all caps. God damn it. Sorry, it scrolled too fast for me. And being in love, all caps, with someone. Did you need to correct that? Girl, why you fishing? This is at 10:57 a.m. Matt Strong's the one who she was emailing how inconvenient it was to be married. We heard about that yesterday. He then says, no, ma'am. No correction. No, ma'am. I am in love with you. I hope that's okay. I can't change it. 11 a.m. on February 15th. That was the witness, not me. He says, no change. It doesn't change me or have to change us. I've been this way for a long time. I assume he's still referencing back to being in love with her. Because baby, K-baby, I love you. Kouri is still digging for more information. She texts back at 11:04, like actually all caps, in love with me? If I was divorced right now and ask you to marry me tomorrow, you would?
Oh, man.
That was the witness, not me.
Oh, man.
I think he said, oh, man. Yeah, K-baby, I love you. He responds, yes, in love with you. Of course I would. We saw some of these in opening statement. This is the Baby I Love You series, K-Baby I Love You series of text. Or K-Babe I Love You series of texts. Next text seems to say nothing, but it was read. She says, have a good day, babe. At 11:11. What in the, how the fuck did that text conversation off ramp? Do you really love me? Do you really mean it, baby? Do you really love me? Like you're in love with me? Okay, have a great day. Bye. What?
Scott, can you please bring up 2-31?
Tell me how much you love me. No, really, tell me how much you love me. Don't tell me more how much you love me. Okay, bye. Thanks, bye. Have a great day. I think I might need that. There might have been a phone call in between, to be fair. I think I need the stand desk. I think the stand desk needs to stand. I think so. Yeah. Yeah, sir, there's not enough water in the world. It's just gonna be. They're doing foundation for the next round of texts. I'm gonna stand up real quick. Hold on. We're going to stretch for the jury. They're going through foundation of other texts. Emily needs to move. It's been a long day. It's been a long day. This cross is going to be longer than an hour. Chad is asking if witness needs an air sick bag. He's going through foundation of other texts. He does not look happy to be there. Yeah, this sucks, dude. This absolutely sucks.
Sir, is that an accurate depiction?
He's like, do we have to keep doing this?
February 19th text message.
Yes, sir.
Okay, February 19th.
Your Honor, the state moves 2-31D into evidence.
No objection.
2-31D is admitted.
Yeah, this is not an easy thing to do. All right, email only, please, from Kouri to Josh on February 19th. Kouri to Josh, February 19th, 2:04 p.m. KW agents are hard to work with. What, Keller Williams? Because their brokerage doesn't allow for them to decrease their commission, and we only want to pay 1%, but would still totally chat with her. I think she means Keller Williams. She says, thank you for the energy and time you have put into this. I really appreciate you. And then, babe, I miss you already. This is now at 4:16 p.m. Babe, I miss you. I want you today, every day, not just sexually, but physically. We saw this in opening. Not just sexually, but physically, mentally. Every day when I wake up, I do want a future together. I do want you. Figure life out together. If he could just go away and you could just be here, life would be so perfect. I love you. IDK what my deal is today. I'm sorry. I mean, you might be really disappointed that he didn't just go away because this is February 19th. But if he could just go away, he's going to be, yeah. And again, I have no indication that this witness thought that if he could just go away, it meant anything other than divorce. He says this is from way earlier, and there's two images attached. Sorry, my phone died and customer talk, 30 more seconds, and I would have, ellipses. I could have kept going and going. I erased short-term and long-term rentals, stager, Kouri, MIA, and just MA, ma'am, teacher, coach, and hero to 3. What? Speed reader, speed demon, organizer, host, planner, boss. That's boss, right? Boss. Center of every room, motivator, caretaker, philanthropist, chef, cleaning crew, teacher, and Boy Scouts, COO. You better believe I'm going to address you. I'm going to address your next text in a bit. What is this? Kouri Richins, first of her name, boss, host, planner, center of every room, moon of my moon, son of my sun, son of my stars, mother of dragons. Is this what? Caretaker, philanthropist. And then there's screenshots that I'm sure we'll see at the end of this. I think he's going with, heart of my heart. Mood of, could somebody remind me? I've gotten the Khaleesi lines all screwed up. Son of my moon, moon of my stars. I've completely fucked it up. There's no time to Google while we are chatting. She responds at 5:02 on February 19th. You are so sweet. Please don't repeat that to anyone. Just keep all those sweet words to yourself and let others believe whatever they would like to quote unquote think about me. Thank you for giving her my information. I'll watch for an email. You finish work and please address my latest text in a bit. I love you. I always appreciate your sweet, kind words. I hope you know I think you're one incredible man. Not sure what I would do without you. Okay. I mean, he's texting more thoroughly and eloquently than she is, by the way. Just for my opinion, what it's worth. Samantha, Sam the Moth in the chat says, I want to know what he's thinking right now. He's thinking, how can I get the fuck out of here? I want to vomit. Yeah, he's thinking I would like to be anywhere other than here. Why the fuck are these texts in existence? I am sure. He says, you got the title teacher twice, but the first was everywhere but the schoolhouse to the boys, and the second was literally at the schoolhouse. Sir, if you have to explain your jokes to her, and then there are GIFs or GIFs, depending. Don't worry, we'll see those. This is still February 19th. That's him in the background going like, yep. And the witnesses, heads down on the witness stand. I've rarely seen that. He also sounds like he is trying to put his head between his knees and breathe deeply. That is just my interpretation of the sounds. Yeah. I think the witness is trying not to pass out. Yeah. Sir, it's too early for a medical emergency in court. He might be crying. I would not judge him for this. This is miserable. And his level of discomfort makes me really sad for him. Because he is just, struggling. He texts, it's probably better that he doesn't have to read these. He texts to her, aw, and whoa. What you would do without me, ? I just erased this because I knew I would send it to you in my next text, but I don't know it will be this one. We're thinking alike. I love you, sweetheart. And then there's another GIF. We'll see those at the end. But yeah, he's not having a great day testifying. Or not testifying, sitting here while the jury has shown all of his texts. At least he's not being made to read them out loud. He goes on to say, this is still February 19th. Oh, babe, all the exclamation points. There's nothing more I want than to be with you now. No matter what's going on, I love your company. I know that a lot of the times that we spend together has somewhat of a cloud hanging overhead. I really look forward to quality time with you that isn't rushed and doesn't have a goodbye lurking around the corner. I've been in the truck running errands, or I would have texted you 10 times by now. Well, thanks for not texting and driving. Wish we could talk. I feel like maybe you're having a rough day in some ways. Yeah, why would she be having a rough day on February 19th? Sure would like to hold on to you, to do something to make you happier right now, to make your tomorrow better. I love you today even more than I did yesterday. Promise with my heart, I'm a very, very lucky man. If you only knew how fortunate your love makes me feel, how valuable, how not taken for granted. Oh, sir. It just looks different from the outside, sir. He goes on to say, oh, I'd smother you with hugs and kisses right now. Yeah, the not taken for granted, it doesn't translate on this end of the trial. Also, chat, just, yes, two things can be true. Look, Kouri shouldn't have been cheating on her husband. We can start there. We're in a murder trial, though, so I don't know if it's our biggest issue. But dragging everybody else into it, like we felt in Banfield, I think there were many of us that were looking at Juliana Magalhaes going, girl, what are you doing? But also still felt bad for her. Both things can be true. I feel for him. I don't know what Kouri was telling him, but also, both things can be true. I feel for him. This has to be miserable. He seems very, very upset. You can see him sitting on the stand wiping his eyes. I think he is probably crying at this point. And I don't have any evidence that points to anything other than this man thought that she really was going to get divorced. And thought that the court asked if he wanted a second. She goes on to text, yeah, or yes, just wanted to say I love you and good night. This is at 11:53 p.m.
Sir, would you like to take a break?
Bloodworth is coming in asking if he would like to take a break, which is appropriate at this point to say, do you need a minute? He responds, thank you, gorgeous. I love you as well. And I know you're going to sleep so good. I imagine that when he was texting these things February 19th, 2022, he did not expect that this is how this would go, right? You just expect somebody's going to get a divorce. Right, sir. That seems to be the reasonable choice. Get a divorce. Get a divorce first. Then carry on with your... yes. But we don't know. This looks like contact information sent. It's the screenshot that was earlier in the text. It says, I'm going to forward your information to Kouri Richins. She's a real estate investor, flipper, general contractor, etc. We're in Utah. She's going to be the one to talk about the Vallejo deal. Better yet, here's her info, krichins.realty@gmail.
Mr. Grossman, level with me. Do you need a minute or two?
I don't know what I need.
Let's just start with that. Why don't we take pause for a moment, sir, if you don't mind. Let's take a 5-minute break, please. Please rise for the jury.
Yeah, I have a lot of judgment. Kouri doesn't look impacted by this at all. Chat seems to have more empathy for the witness on the stand than Kouri in court does. That is just my read of it. He apologized to the judge. You heard him kind of softly say, I apologize. You heard the court say you don't have to apologize. The jury's going out.
Please have a seat. Mr. Grossman.
Yes.
I'm going to let you take a few minutes.
Yeah, go to the bathroom.
Yourself. You're welcome to walk around the lobby. You are welcome to use the restroom. Do not speak to anyone, all right?
Nobody in here.
Nobody in here. And in fact, I'm going to ask everybody that's in here to just sit tight for 5 minutes.
Don't go follow him.
So we don't have any ambiguity.
Good on you, Your
about
Honor.
whether anybody is interacting with Mr. Grossman while he just takes a short break.
Good on you, Your Honor.
Feel free to stretch your legs. There are going to be more questions. I just need you to be present, able to listen.
All right.
It's fine. Take 5 minutes. Don't talk to anybody. Okay?
Okay.
You go
You
stretch
can
your legs
leave.
for a
No,
second.
leave. Leave the courtroom.
I feel like I got something I want to say.
No. What do you mean you have something? No. Sir, go stand up, go stretch. Just move you're going to feel better if you move. Oh, dear. Sir, I turned off the code red. What do you mean you feel like you got something you want to say?
You go stretch your legs for a second.
I feel like I got something I want to say.
Yeah, but you're going to have to wait and just answer questions that are asked, okay?
Okay, I'm ready, though.
You sure? You sure you don't want to stretch your legs?
That ain't the legs that
All right.
need to stretch.
Well, I'm going to sit here for a minute and just answer an email and take a deep. Well, I'm going to sit here for a minute and just answer an email and take a deep
Just
breath.
go,
Okay?
sir, just
All
go
right.
move. Sir, just go move. Just go move. You'll feel better. Just move. Oh, it would be.
Take 5 breaths. Will you line the jury back up? Thank you.
Okay. He has something he wants to say.
It's important that you just wait for the question asked. Okay.
Also, chat, when he said it's not the legs, I think the man is just heartbroken. I really do. We'll see. Yeah, Kouri's snacking at council table. Mr. Grossman, she's having a sneaky snack. Yeah, she's having a snacky snack. She's just snacking. You look like you're literally being disemboweled on the stand, going through your text with her, and she's snacking.
It's important that you just wait for the question asked. Okay. I appreciate that, sir. Bowen, whenever they're lined up, you can bring them in. Thank you, sir.
The jury's gonna come back in. She's snacking. I don't know what her attorney gave her to snack on, but she's snacking in court. He looks like he's gonna barf or puke. Other people's word, other people's puke. Chad, how are you feeling about this witness? It's a totally different demeanor than Juliana. It's noticeable. So, he's got another bottle of water, but he's just, yeah. I know. I feel for him. I feel for him too. Also, chat, multiple things can be true at once. You can have empathy for a human that is going through it. Things might change with this witness. I don't know. All I know of this witness are the texts that we've seen and that he was having an affair with Kouri. I don't know what she was telling him. I mean, right now, she seems full Banfield to me with
Please
the baby I love you of it all.
have a seat. Thank you.
So, I mean, Juliana knew what was going to happen. I don't know if this guy knows what's going to happen or knew what was going to happen. I don't know. Some of you were
Have a
asking
seat.
about Kouri's custody.
Gross.
She has ankle shackles and stuff on in court.
And you're still under oath. Okay. Very good. Mr. Bloodworth, your next question, please.
I believe Grossman does have an attorney. He can't really talk to his attorney during his testimony unless it's regarding Fifth Amendment issues.
Thank you, Your Honor. Scott, can I get 2-32D,
More text.
please?
More texts. But again,
Just glance as these go by. Mr. Bloodworth will have a question for you.
we will see how this plays out. Again, all I know of this witness is what we've seen on the stand today and the text that we've seen in pretrial. So we're just going to take it as we take it. Though my feelings on witnesses are subject to change for the longer we go on. So again, that's what the jury has to do, right? You try to take people at their word, openly, authentically, and see what happens. That's kind of just keeping an open mind. But I have questions. I have questions. I really want to know what the jail calls are. So they're going through more text messages. It's also okay to have empathy and questions at the same time, chat. It is. Feelings are valid. They're showing him the text to authenticate them.
Sir, is this an accurate depiction of a February 23rd, 2022 text exchange between you and Ms. Richins?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-32D.
No objection.
2-32D is admitted.
All right. This is Kouri texting Josh. Hey, babe. I hope you had a great day. It sure was a cold one. Hope you dressed warm. Super sad I couldn't see you, but I understand work is super busy sometimes. I wanted to celebrate some semi-good news with you tonight. Maybe another time. I miss you. I hope I can see you next week. If there is anything I can do for you, please let me know. Yes, I had soup for dinner. Make it home okay? This is at 7:50 p.m. Or no, it says read it 7:50 p.m. I didn't see what was below that. That's when Josh read it. These are all from the Celebrite extraction. She texted, get it? We were starting over. Since his next text is actually longer than any of the novels Kouri Richins has written, I'm going to pause it. He says, phone died. I had 100% charge a couple times today. I don't use it that much. Yes, it was quite a chilly day. It's a shame that I have to use my fingers and can't wear gloves. Sometimes the garages are colder than the driveways. I stopped for Domino's. I always want to celebrate with you. You have to tell me what happened. Before my phone died, my text was a series of questions. What time does the convoy roll out in the morning? Breaker, one-liner. We got ourselves a convoy. I didn't think we would get to convoy in this trial, or ever, honestly. Where will y'all stay? What is their most important good accomplishment or news of the day? Ditto bad. Any random ideas or thoughts? Can you share something with me that my curious mind wants to know without me asking? Rubber Duck, we're going to need to throw the hammer down because we got ourselves a convoy. Because we've got a big old convoy rocking through the night. We've got a big old convoy. Ain't that a beautiful sight? Sorry, that is a deep cut on the Law Nerd soundtrack. That is a deep cut. But also, can you share something with me that my curious mind wants to know without me asking? All right, the response text from Kouri on February 22nd. It looks like it was right around 8:16 p.m. Wait, no, is that I don't know which this is. I have a crazy dream. We saw this in opening statements. Fair. You quit your job, I divorce, and come up with millions and millions. We buy Midway and live in the guest house and rent out the house and rent out the huge house as a big event center. $15,000 a day like they charge down the road, maybe $12,000 to stay competitive. And we will just run the event, quote unquote, center as our daily job and hang out every day, raise some kids, have a little farm. Deal? Leaving around 10 a.m., I think. First game is at 6:30 p.m. Oh, like travel game for the kids. Staying at my father-in-law's house down there. Well, Carter and Weston's would be, they didn't have any cavities at the dentist. They're talking about the kids. Ashton's would be how he kicked someone's butt at practice today, I'm sure. My random thought or idea is above. Share something with you. Like, don't make me read this. Emily, you wanted to read the texts. We're adults here. Share something with you. Like, what am I wearing? When should we go to CA? I think they mean California. Maybe. When are we going to see each other again? Or your curious mind could just ask me, Excuse me. Those words were, Liz in the chat said other people's pity. I mean, we might be at other people's pity party. But the dream about Midway, we saw this in the opening statements. However, the defense is going to argue. She said divorce and come up with millions. However, she knew about the prenup and she knew that wasn't going to happen. Jellybean in the chat said, not EDB choking on the cringe. Yep. Yep. Her texts are, her texts sit less well with me. He responds, wow, that's some pretty powerful daydreaming. Not sure if you're saying that you had a dream while you were asleep or if you have a dream while you are awake. A dream is just a goal without a plan, right? I guess I could just say deal. Yes, she's manifesting, just in the wrong direction. I guess I could just say deal. I'm definitely digging some/all of that. Am I going to get to see that Midway mansion in its current state? And then there's 3 asterisks. Is that what you wanted to celebrate with me? Does that mean that Ashton has cavities and the others didn't kick butt? I doubt it. Nope. I don't want to know what you're wearing or not wearing. I just want to know that I'm not there to see it or be it, so I don't approve. Yeah, I'd like to know when you're thinking of going to California. I probably have 1 rack at noon that day and might need to reschedule. I love you. You know that. ? That's his whole text as they are chatting about the kids. Look, man, can we leave the kids out of it? Though I wonder if the prosecution's going to argue that on the raise some kids, that she's really planning to just start over a life with him and not share custody of the kids. Because they're going to have kids and a farm and a event center and all the rest of it. Next text. This is from her to him. I've been thinking about that dream for weeks. Not possible, but it's fun to dream. Maybe another property when the timing is better. Girl, then why did you go buy it? Ooh, girl. Why is it not possible in February, but you know it's going to be possible in March? What were you thinking? I've been thinking that dream for weeks. Not possible, but it's fun to dream. Maybe another property when the timing is better. Sounds kind of amazing though, right? I would love to show you Midway. It's insane. Crazy, crazy place. Oh, maybe she was talking about, well, no, I think is she talking about Midway? Anyway. Haha, that means yes, Ashton had a cavity. Not sure on California yet. Her title work is a mess. I'm working through it. We extended closing until the 4th, but I don't see that happening. As soon as I figure some more things out, hopefully tomorrow, I'll have a better idea. Uh-oh. Harry's not going to approve of you moving things around. What you going to do? What you going to do when they come for you? Bad boy. Sorry. No, we're not there yet. I was just thinking of going one early morning and spending a night or 2 and coming back super quick. I know that I love you. Questionable on your love. Girl. Be so for real. Questionable on your love. Stop just digging. Ugh. These are still on February 3rd. I think extending closing might be Midway because Midway closes on the 4th. These are all February 23rd. Girl. These were all deleted off of her phone. She texts back, JK, I know you love me, babe. Why do you ask? He says, I wasn't really asking as much as I was finding another way to tell you again. What were we going to celebrate today? This is still February 23rd. Halloween, Christmas, New Year's, Valentine's Day, the right way. One of your many acquisitions or sales. Did you already answer that question? What's going on here? That wasn't me. That's in the text message, but same. She texts back, you're so cute. Not that big of a deal, really. Ha. We can chat next week about it or whatever, or whenever I see you again. This is now at 8:40. It was read at 8:42 p.m. Goes on to say, that's the tell me even though I didn't ask of the day. This is from him to her. But I understand your desire to wait for a moment. I just hope that you don't forget that the right moment comes, or I hope that you don't forget and that the right moment comes. Also, that we're not postponing getting to know each other better. This is like 2 years in. All right, I'm sure little ones are there or really close. I'll let you do your thing. You're lucky I'm not in your space right now. Couldn't beat me off of you. Good night, sweetheart. That's a turn of phrase, isn't it? A few of you in the chat are asking, how young are the kids? Young. Like young elementary. Like young kids. They're little. She responds back, you're so cute. Not a big deal. Adam didn't come through on the funding for Midway. Matt did, though. He's going to fund it for me. I just need to put down $300K, but good news is it's really getting funded. That's all. Boys are almost home. I wish you were here. I want you on me. Good night, babe. 8:52 is when it was read, because we're not getting the bottom of the conversation. We don't see exactly when it was sent, but we have the general idea. This is after 8 o'clock in the evening when these are being sent. The funding's really happening for Midway. He texts back, wow, that's great news. Good job, Core. I love your name, babe. Can you lean on private money for that? Not him asking the real questions. Can you lean on private money for that? We'll talk about it whenever you want. Well, I'm super sad I don't get to see you today, that I'm not your whatever you want right now. Looking forward to our time. Okay.
Scott, can we get 2-36D, please?
More texts. Emily, you said you wanted all of the text. I mean, did I really know what I was asking for? Did I know what I was asking for? I don't know if I knew what I was asking for, but here we are. He is going to have to authenticate this next group of texts. He is not happy about it. We've gone through a lot of texts. Emily, you're moving, yes. We had to stand up. Other people's private funding.
Sir, do you recognize that as a accurate depiction of a March 2nd, 2022
oh boy
text exchange between you and Ms. Richins?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish.
Ooh, March 2nd.
2-36D.
No objection.
2-36D is admitted.
Oh boy. March 2nd text exchange. I forgot to turn up my lights when the sun went down, so I've just been standing here in the dark. Apologies, chat. All right. This is from Josh to Kouri. Hey, cutie. Yeah, everything is good. My body disagreed with my mind yesterday before I went to work. I sat down to eat that hush puppy thing, and that's all I recall until about 11 p.m. Sounds like the fire department experience was not a disappointment. Call me if you get a chance today. Hope your talk with Matt went good. I'm assuming Matt the lender. No idea about the fire department. Who gave you the hush puppy? Sir, I got some questions about what you're eating. I got questions. Emily, we're going too far. She says, haha, no worries. Just want to make sure you're all good. Fire department was so fun. The chief is like 65, 70 and was so cute. Just got this text from Matt today. I could have cried. You can't read out loud that fast. We're going to be here forever. I could have cried. We'll definitely call you today. Oh, did they go to the fire department with like the kids for school? And then there is a JPEG attachment. We'll see that later at the end. Then there's another text that seems, did it just say red? And then she is texting him. This is March 2nd, 2022 at 9:12 a.m. I just can't even believe this. I want to celebrate with you. Well, Friday, when it's officially closed, recorded, and we're done. She then says, love you, love you, love you. This is at 9:13 a.m. on March 2nd. Thank you for always being my support, shoulder, and rock. I need you all the time. Some things I just could never do without your encouragement. You have no idea how much I appreciate you. Okay, so now it looks like one of the text messages, that was MS. I imagine that's the funder, Matt Strong. So screenshot of a text. Okay, cool. So this is how I propose on my end with the Burns now coming in with 400, Sierra West funding of 2.5 million, loan amount of 2.6 million, ATM Michael Burns, do you know they're calling you the ATM? Just curious. ATM Michael Burns, funding of 400K, loan amount of 420K. That will get you 100% financed on the purchase. Then you can decide if you want to use any of the other monies you've already raised for closing costs. Maybe you won't end up needing these folks. Okay.
Scott, 2-38D, please.
All right, we've got some more texts. So that was about, a lot of that was about the funding for the Midway property. And that was a screenshot. The Midway Money Pit, can we just call it that? Can we call it the Midway Money Pit? The Midway can't get a property pit, can't get a permit pit, other people's permits, all of that. They are now looking at the next set of texts that he's going to authenticate. I'm gonna zoom.
Have a March
since they weren't
2nd,
showing him.
2022 text exchange between you and Ms. Richins.
More March 2nd texts.
I do. I mean, obviously, I'm not gonna remember every word in there, but I'm not.
Those are them.
I'm not saying it's not. These are our texts.
Right.
Period.
These are our texts.
Whether I remember them all or not, you know, but yeah.
That's accurate. I think that's fair.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-38D.
No objection.
2-38D is admitted.
All right. This is from March 2nd. Sorry. I didn't pause it fast enough. This is from March 2nd at sent, it looks like sent at 4:35 p.m. from Kouri to Josh. I love you. This is from Josh back to her. Okay, thanks. I needed that. I bet the dentist is going to charge me more money and late fees than money I made today. Winner, winner. No time for lunch. No time for dinner. That's looks like it was sent at 4:52:16. The reason we don't know exactly when Kouri's texts were sent is because those were inbound to his phone. This is a dump from his phone. So we know around when he read them, not exactly when they were sent. I just read the times to give us a sense of the conversation. He says to her, I'm an hour away. I just decided I'm not going today. Screw it. He can keep his late fee and give me the remainder of my $2,300 minus the filling. I assume the dentist. That's at 4:54 p.m. He says, I'm no closer to knowing how wide your bathtub is. That took a turn real quick. That's at 4:55 p.m. He then says, I love you too. This phone is going to be the death of me, or it's going to be the death of this phone. So I'm turning off, and it's going to spend the night on my floorboard. Can't take it anymore. Have a great night. Bye. What the fuck are we missing? Something happened. I feel lost. Oh, wait, literally the measurements of the bathtub, because there's a picture with lines on the bathtub. I thought he meant like he wanted to like do two people fit in the bath. I was thinking that in a totally different direction. Well, I guess that shows where my head's at. That was her text to him. She's texting again. This is read at 8:41 p.m. on March 2nd. This is not as professional as something you would send me, but it's all I got. I'm sorry you're having such a bad/sad day. I know you miss Panda and blank, and work isn't going as you want. To me, you're worth millions a year. I'm honored to be your friend, quote unquote. Why is this in quotes? Quote unquote, best friend, actually. Lover, go to, in quotes. Life is going to be different, I promise. You're one hell of a patient person. I hate your hard days. I wish I could be there to turn them around for you. Can I try Friday? Give me a few days. Hang in there until then, please. You plan on being free on Friday, Kouri? You just need a few days. Girl, you just need a few days. This is March 2nd. Girl, you just need a few days. What do you got planned? Can I try Friday? Give me a few days. Hang in there until then, please. Okay. Give me a few days is going to come up at closing. Or, yeah, in closing arguments. Eric Richins died overnight, March 3rd to March 4th, 2022. She says, I hope you don't turn your phone off. I know you're sad, but I love you. Please be safe. I miss you. I wish you knew how much you make my heart smile. If it could burst, if it could love immensely. You are an incredibly smart and talented man, loving and caring soul, most selfless person I have ever met. My baby, or babe, good night. 8:32 p.m. And that's the picture of the bathtub.
Scott, can you please split screen 2-39D1 and 2-39D?
And yes, chat, for those of you asking, March 4th, 2022 was a Friday. Police were called to the Richins home just after, 3:15 a.m. on Friday morning.
Two.
So now we're looking at the next texts. The hang in there until then. Can I try Friday?
2-39D. Scroll through that.
Oh, March 4th was a Friday in 2022. Somebody said it wasn't. It wasn't a Thursday. It was Friday. Unless my calendar's wrong. Oh, he just said, oh boy, to whatever texts are coming up next. I felt that for him. Mm-hmm. Well, sir, what's the oh boy? I don't know what the oh boys are, but I'm curious. Very curious. This is why I'm not fast forwarding through this while he's looking at the texts that are coming up to authenticate them. He is sitting there looking to authenticate these texts. They are scrolling through those. The camera's panning the audience, but they are scrolling through those texts.
Sir, is that an accurate depiction of a March 3rd and a March 4th, 2022 text exchange between you and Ms. Richins?
Boy.
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves 2-39.
Oh, he looks like his hands are shaking.
No objection.
2-39D is admitted.
That was the witness that said that, not me.
2-39D is admitted.
Man, oh man.
Eric Richins' family is Eric Richins' family is in the audience.
Man, oh man.
Just pause for.
The judge is saying just pause for a minute. I don't know what the witness was saying. I think he was saying, oh man, oh man.
Man, oh man.
Man, oh man.
Just pause.
This first text is, I hope I get to see it. This is on March 3rd at 5:38 p.m.
Okay, okay.
The court is saying pause for a second, sir. I'm reading the text 3/3/22, 5:39 p.m. Josh to Kouri. So it's official now. I thought it already was. What do you think Ronnie is going to do? Kouri says at 5 or read at 5:51, the possibilities are so endless with that place. It would be a piece of cake to cover the mortgage. I would never, ever worry about that. I would love to run that as a business. How amazing. Someone's going to kill it with that. Well, he has me working on his resume tonight. That was Kouri to Josh. And he responded with a very long text message. All right, we're going to do the first part of it, and then they'll have to scroll for us to get to the rest of it. Okay, this is a long one. Kind of giving you a hard time here, but I do so with love, affection, some honesty, and light heart and patient understanding. I promise I will happily take any bit of time I get with you. But if we're going to celebrate, I want to celebrate. I don't want to keep the Mylar balloons in their packaging and Scotch tape and those sad flat things to the ceiling. Oh, and Scotch tape those sad flat things to the ceiling and return them that afternoon. I want to blow them up with helium and watch them fly off into the sunset. Don't release the helium balloons. Okay, Emily, you're getting distracted. And ideally, right before bedtime at sunset as well. I don't want to keep the barcode stickers on the wine glasses or not pop the top on a bottle of champagne because you're going to be speeding without a seatbelt down a winding, already ran off the cliff there before, mountain road in just a bit. I don't want Interstellar to consist of 90% of our visit. So I guess Interstellar is just going to be like a Bigger Pockets podcast as far as we're concerned. I want to be there when the news comes in, seeing and hearing your reaction, waiting to pounce on you with hugs and kisses, the confetti and the music. I'm waiting for that to scroll. And when it scrolls, I'll keep reading. And as it scrolls, I want to be there when your news comes in, seeing and hearing your reaction, waiting to pounce on you with hugs and kisses, the confetti and the music, to release the hidden mariachi band that has spent the entire day twisted together in the cabinet under the sink. Don't put the mariachis under the sink. I'm teasing. I know that he's being hyperbolic. One of your painters, one of your landscapers, a drywaller, two people of a cleaning crew, a giant brass guitar with no frets. That's awfully specific. A shoulder slung guitar that only has 5 strings, 2 trumpets, 1 violin, and a maraca in every pocket. Appetizers and apple ciders, a special dinner and dessert, the intimate attention deserving of a super sexy cutie with a booty, sweetheart, an absolute knockout of a rock star real estate investor and amusement park owner. What? Is he talking about Midway? Amusement park owner who is willing to let me have exclusive tickets to the after-hour rides. Wait a fuck. I don't think he's talking about the property. I don't think that's the amusement park he's talking about. I don't think that's it. No. Nope. I don't think that's the amusement park he's talking about. Nope. Mm-mm. Nope. I don't think that's what he's talking about. Okay. I mean, seeing that Kouri's the one who says she's the author in this relationship, he is definitely the one who writes more. Okay, he wants the exclusive tickets to the after-hour rides? The adult rides. All right. He texts her, do you recognize that? Not bad for free, right? Just gotta make it accept. And it's some kind of picture. He says, just being funny, babe. Don't be mad. I 100% understand and respect your schedule. Oh, here's the gif we saw in opening of the kissing. We are on March 3rd, 2022. She says, I'm not mad at you at all. Just haven't had a second to text. Give me a few. Love you. This is read by him at 8:30, 8:35. Remember, she told law enforcement that she and her husband were celebrating with a drink for the closing of Midway at 9 p.m. He read this message at 8:38. Three, 4, 2022, 10:35 a.m. Hey, babe, how you feeling today? I'm proud of you. What? What are we talking about? Oh, what are we talking about? What are we talking about? What are we talking about at 10:35 in the morning? What are we talking about? What are we talking about? I hope we're talking about a house. I really want us to be talking about a house. He then says, hey, what's going on with you? You good? This is at noon that he sent it. It could be the closing of the house. She texts him at 2:02. He reads it at 2:03:14 p.m. from Kouri to Josh. Eric passed away. Talk later. The first text doesn't look like a text from him. The next one says, "What?" with a question mark. Like, what? She says, "No words, turning phone off. Eric passed away last night." This is at 2:24:38 p.m. He says, "No words either. Lost." That's on March 4th at 2:32 p.m. She says, "Nuts. I can't do this." It's at 6 p.m. that he read. He said, "I am devastated." She hasn't said, "I am devastated." He says, "I can't comprehend. I don't know what to say or do. I want you to be safe. You're everyone. What happened? Who are you with?" And this is at 6:12 p.m. She says, 3 a.m. I called the ambulance, been up since then. People, family, friends still here. This is at 6:13 p.m. that he read it. She said they think an aneurysm.
Scott, can you bring up the GIF attached to that?
The GIF attached? Oh, the GIF was from the night before. The kissing one. Right.
So is that an accurate moving depiction of the GIF thumbnail that was attached?
Yeah, it's the kissing.
Was attached to what?
The text
email we
message.
just looked at.
Text.
That seems like pretty. I mean, I don't know. Who sent that? Me?
We can go back to that. Scott, can you take us back to 2-39? Sir, can you see that?
I see that. Maybe I'm just mixed up on the times or dates or something.
Sure. If you bring up the GIF.
If I sent that after reading what I just read on here, then I was,
Just wait for the next question, please.
It was, the thing is, it was sent, the kissing,
Is that the moving version of the thumbnail that was
the
attached?
kissing GIF was sent before. He's like, I don't think I sent that afterwards. The kissing GIF was sent before that. So that was sent before. All right.
right.
Your Honor, the state moves this in. What I'd like to do, I'm not sure how they got separated. I would like to mark the the text exchange as 2-39D1, the associated GIF as 2-39D2.
Yeah, because that was sent the night before.
No objection, but could we clarify the GIF was sent on March 3rd? Those texts cover both March 3rd and March 4th.
The GIF was sent, it's in the text. It was sent at 7:22 p.m., March the 3rd, 2020.
And I think that's what
Okay.
he's talking about.
2-39D1 and D2 are admitted. What order would you like to publish things in?
Your Honor,
We've seen the texts.
let's please publish D1 and then we'll publish D2 at the end.
Okay. Scott, let me know when you're ready.
Yeah, we've walked through D1. We've
My
published
apologies.
D1.
Okay.
So it's just publishing D2.
Okay.
Which is the gift that we saw in opening.
Do you want to show do you want to show the message at the end to provide context for the thumbnail, or do you want to go directly to D2?
Tell you what, Scott, give me D1 on the left, D2 on the right, thumbnail portion of D1 on the left.
One moment. Okay.
So that shows the text and that was me. Hold on. That shows the text in context and the gift next to each other because Scott pulled them up together. So it shows the Just being funny. Don't be mad. And the kissing, I love you, that was sent the night before Eric passed.
Thank you. Scott, can I get 2-49D?
All right. I don't know what the next set is, but I guess we'll see. Kouri can see them on council table on the screen. It seems like that's what she's looking at. I imagine this is another set of text that he's looking at. Ashley said, I wasn't expecting to see Peter on the stream. Well, the other people's thumbnails, LYK thumbnails, as I was trying to pause, and I don't know, and YouTube just YouTubed at me. But he's looking through those texts. The screen is in the direction that he's looking past the microphone. Other people's pop-ups, that was funny. So he's looking at these texts as they're going through.
Depiction of a March 20th, 2022 text exchange between you and Ms. Richins?
So we're on March 20th?
I believe so.
Your Honor, state moves to admit and publish 2-49D.
No objection.
2-49D is admitted, and we'll publish now.
All right, next set of texts. This is from Kouri K-Babe to Josh. This is a different, is this the, no, she was using the 1152 number, not the 18, not the 1987 number. It's a link that she is sending about Secrets St. Martin on March 20th. She then says, are we there yet? March 20th, 2022. I mean, when was the funeral? Good Lord. He texts her back. I don't know how you feel about that. The visitors, I feel however you feel, but without knowing. I think that I'm glad for the village, but how many commas can a guy put in one sentence? I made a Harbor Freight run. Now I'm going to pick up a couple of Fuegos and go get busy. Not my preferred kind of busy. That place sure does look cool. It's definitely pretty there. Soon enough, though, it's going to be breathtakingly beautiful and the most stunning place on the planet. I can't believe it. I've known I've wanted to go for a long time. Speak any French. She's like, vacay, let's go. All right, next text is from him. Would you mind if I ate a ton of curry tonight? She says, it's a lot, overwhelming, exhausting, repeating yourself, emotions all over again. This is from her to him on March 20th. Sounds like a good evening, I guess. Could be better. It looks so pretty. I've always wanted to go there. No French. Haha. Why would I care, silly? Not like I'm going to eat it. Fill up on it. From 6:13. He read that at 6:13 p.m. He responds, I feel like it's a little out of the ordinary compared to some places. I could very easily expect the exact opposite. No visitors, nobody wanting to bother you, especially wouldn't except for the army of heathen kids. Except for Ashton's protege, I just need a little time and some beers. to bring out my Frenchness. I'll be spouting some wee before the night is done. Okay. And the attachment, hold on. I'm sure we'll see it bigger, but he sent her, I don't want to know what that GIF is doing. Bunnies. Snarktastic Sam said, I'm glad you read it that way. No way. Why French? Where is that coming? She says, why French? Where is that coming from? I don't know. Let's let him explain. Why French? Where is that coming from? 3/20/2022. I don't know if he said there's a lot of Frenchies over there. That's the main language, I think. Sir, we're talking about St. Martin, right? Aren't we talking about St. Martin? Haha, no, it's English, goofball. I mean, and then he sends French Caribbean, St. Martin, helpful? I mean, are we going to the French side or the Dutch side? What part of St. Martin are we going to? But he said a lot of Frenchies over there. And then he said, but you're right, it's only 6 or 7% that speaks the, I don't even know, Frencha. Going to get you some Eggs Benedict over there for sure. Well, they're planning for this vacation. She says, yes, please, can't wait. She's very excited for vacation. He then sends a Facebook Marketplace link. He then says, yes, ma'am, going to be awesome, all caps. Well, there's no chat rules in the texts. And then we've got a whole bunch of links and pictures. He says to her, I don't know what the passport thing is, $600 boat runs, boat motors, / I know it's not even remotely interesting to you. That crappy table I could build for $40,000 worth of $200 tables with this material. Or I could build legit welding tables, at least 100 of them, 400 plus a piece. I just want you to see how expensive a used scissor lift trailer can be. It would cost me somewhere between $1,000 and $1,300 to build that trailer from scratch, utilizing this steel, enough metal to build 40 of them. At $5,000 a piece, it'll be $150,000 profit. That's all I got. What are we talking about now?
There, Scott. Thanks. Scott 2-51D.
More text. Sorry, I was just making a note. He's looking at those to authenticate. And because he keeps saying things under his breath, I'm not.
Sir, do you recognize that as an April 8th?
Sir, when do we recognize the sound of a woman becoming a widow? Or a wife becoming a widow? Where is that part? I heard a lot about that in opening.
2022 text exchange between
From
you
the
and Ms.
defense.
Yes.
Your Honor,
April
the state moves
8th.
to admit and publish 2-51 Delta.
We're on April 8th, 2022. It's got to be hard for Eric's family sitting in the gallery on the anniversary of his death with all of these texts coming in.
Sorry, no objection.
At least they're not being read out loud.
2-51D is admitted.
All right. She texts, I love you at like 9:11 a.m. He says, I love you. You were in my dream. We're on April 8th. Baby, I love you. She says, I think I want you to be my husband one day. He says, I could respond to that in a bunch of different ways. I could assume that you finished second in a few drinking games. What? I could show you this and give you $1 million of each. And then there is an image with text on it attached. The image with text attached is hearts. It said, if you could see yourself through my eyes, you'd know how much I love you. I'll love you forever.
Is there a last one? 2-53 Delta
all right.
Sky.
Last one. I think Bloodworth was saying last one to give this witness a little bit of relief that he's just like, are we done yet? Oh boy. So, I don't know if we're at the end of the texts yet, but almost done with the text. This is the last group of texts. We're nowhere near done, but this is getting the texts out of the way.
Sir, do you recognize that as an April the 15th, 2022 text exchange between you and Ms. Richins?
Oh, after her phone got yoinked.
Yeah, I recognize it.
Police were at the house today. Yoinked the phone. New number, who dis?
I didn't have time to read it all. I'm not saying that I need to. I'd like to read it later, maybe.
Okay.
I don't think they went on vacation.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 2-53D.
What day was that vacation? What day was that vacation scheduled for?
2-53D.
I don't think they went on vacation. There's no indication that they did. This is April 15th. This is from new number 9592, love, to him. Uh-oh, was Harry mad? Mine should be super quick and one big deal or I big deal. Ha ha ha. I would also appreciate that. I'm going to call. I had 22 cops searching my damn house Wednesday for 8 hours. This shit just keeps getting worse and worse. Oh, ma'am, we have not gotten to the bottom of worse yet. This is April 15th. I mean, you would think your spouse dying would be the worst part, but he says searching your house for what? Oh, and now she writes a novel. All right. The response. Oh boy. The response. I have not seen this. This is new to me. The autopsy report isn't done yet, but the toxicology report came back and he had a trace of... That's not what that fucking said. Sorry, she texts, and he had a trace of fentanyl in his system. I didn't even know what the hell that was until they showed up at my door. My attorneys are fighting it because they detained me, exclamation point. No reading me my rights, WRITES. Emily, that was petty, yep. No reading me my rights. They ever probably even told me why, or never, I guess that's never, told me why they were at my house and what the hell they were looking for. I know. I was like, WTF? Girl, if you want to know why your husband died, okay. This is not how any of this works, Emily. Just keep reading. I was like, WTF? They had a search warrant and everything. Well, then you kind of know what they're looking for. This is so fucking ridiculous. And all that drug dogs and everything, and they didn't find a damn thing but Eric's weed gummies. Congratulations, idiots. Oh boy. She goes on to say they were so disappointed. My attorney said in order to get a search warrant, they would have had to some kind of proof a crime was committed, whether it's drugs being sold in and out of my house or me having something to do with this shit. There it is. IDK even know what the fuck that is. I thought it was cocaine. That's new. I thought it was cocaine. The detective isn't corrected me. They took all electronics out of my house, even my kids' stuff. They don't have to read you your rights, ma'am. Those fools. That's not how it works. It's not like TV. There was way more than a trace of fentanyl in his system. That's a text. Yeah, they did take all your devices. Your devices were better wiped than Proctor's were, though. I mean, I read that. Spelled fentanyl right. Read me my rights? Not so much. Oh, they took her phone. This is the new phone. Chad, some of you are like, they didn't take her phone. This is the new phone, new number. Next day. Yeah, she wasn't arrested. She wasn't questioned. And the day she was questioned, I don't think it was this day, she was questioned in her living room, not in custody. The prosecution is just like, let's just keep reading, shall we? Next text message. April 15th, 2022. Eric does not do fucking drugs. He ate a shit ton of edibles, 4 to 5 a week, but rarely even drank. This is absurd. Remind me how long weed stays in somebody's system again? I know. And they don't even have a COD yet. How can they just jump to all this bullshit before we even know Ronnie swears the gummies are laced with it because it was a new pack? This is all just so freaking stupid and crazy. He had no THC in his system. And they did test the THC. Those lab results haven't come in yet. They did test the gummies. Oh, COD is not certificate on deposit. COD is cause of death. Ronnie is the brother. Yeah, COD is cause of death. They don't even have a cause of death yet. He responds, I have tons of questions / thoughts. I'll save them for a phone call. Better. She says, okay. This is still April 15th. She says, call you in a bit. April 15th.
Sir, did there come a time after Eric Richins' death when you met up with Kouri?
Oh, boy.
Yes.
Do you recall the first time?
Yes.
About when was that?
I'd guess 2 weeks, 10 days, 2 weeks, something like that.
What happened when you met up with him?
I forget where we met, but we rode up into the Uinta Mountains together. Two vehicles, I think. I can't remember. We both wound up in hers, though, in her vehicle. We sat there and talked.
Did you talk about Eric?
And?
Yes. Yeah, that was the first time, first opportunity to really, just, that was the first time.
And?
Did there come a time during that discussion that Kouri Richins asked you about killing?
Do you want me to contextualize it?
Yeah.
Please.
Explain.
So, yeah, we sat there and talked for quite a while, and I'd never seen her that way, obviously. It was a heavy conversation. And I'm not used to that with her. She's not used to being open like that. So at one point, my opinion then probably still now, looking back, was that, you know, she was looking for any reason. I think she was exhausted emotionally. And I think she was looking for a reason to divert the conversation away from herself, because she does that. She does that about lots of things in every normal life, you know.
It's a weird way to
And I think
divert
that's
the
what she did.
conversation.
She asked me, go ahead, I'll let you ask, I know you.
Sure.
But
Did she ask you a question about killing?
she did ask me yeah.
What did she ask you?
What sort did she ask?
She asked if I had ever killed anybody.
I don't know what that noise was. I
Was
think
that
it's him.
specific to killed anybody while serving in Iraq?
Right,
Did you respond?
I did.
Did she ask a follow-up question?
Yes.
Sir, what was that follow-up question?
She asked me how.
I don't know what just happened. I don't know what just happened. That was the feed.
She asked me how.
That's the court feed. That's the court feed. I'm going to wait till it resolves. No. No. Let's see if it fixes. That's the court feed.
Made me feel, or something along those lines.
No. No, I'm going to refresh. The choppiness on the feed is just wild, but that's... Oh, I'm going to try to get back to it. I'm going to refresh the feed, but the choppiness on the feed is wild, but that's coming from the court. That looks like it's coming from the court. Hold on. Let me get through the texts and see if we get back to that part. We are almost at the end of the day. Oh my goodness.
I had done it.
Hold on. I'm trying to back up and
Better than I do. I don't know what they call the time difference. You got.
Okay. I think I am ahead of where he was.
We're going to work on some houses.
Oh, I jumped way ahead. Hold on.
Yes.
I don't know where we are in this feed right now. Sorry, chat. I am trying to find where we were when that froze. And I don't know where we were when that froze. It looks like he's still looking at texts.
I'm sorry.
Okay, that's way too far back.
The moving depiction of the GIF thumbnail that was attached.
All right, that's way far back. I know, the worst cliffhanger ever. Sorry, chat. Yep, nope, it's still frozen. It is still frozen. Magdalene, will you look and see if there's any other feed? We're at about 6:26 of this feed. Yeah, no, I think that's coming from court. Yeah, I think that's coming from court. I'm just gonna let it play until it resolves. I can't believe that. Wow.
Made me feel, or something along those lines.
She asked how it made me feel or something around those lines. I'm gonna let this just pass. That's so weird. So she asked how it made me feel or something along those lines, but I do not know why this is frozen. It is the worst, but it is frozen. That is frozen. I'm going to switch. Yeah, I'll switch feeds and see if we can find it on a different feed. But this feed is frozen. I refreshed it, but I think it's this feed. So I'm going to switch feeds. Give me 1 second. Thank you, chat. Feed problem. I had feed problems all day, so I'm not surprised that anybody else had feed problems. So I'm going to switch feeds real quick and get us back to that location. Sorry, guys. It's just going to take me a second. That is literally the worst place that could possibly happen. Not the first time today we've had feed shenanigans, but let's see if we can get back to where in time we were with that witness. Oh, that's the wrong feed. Hold on. That was the wrong feed. All right, let's try this one. Sorry, chat. Other feeds. And all of the shenanigans. All right, I'm trying to get to when we're done with all of the text messages so that we know where we are in
Promise
this
to say
feed.
goodbye.
Okay, it sounds like they get to cross, so I'm going to really try to get to the right place for us because we are behind real time, but I want to hear his answer very much. I very much want to hear that answer. So, I don't know. I think the feed froze when his soul left his body on that question.
2022
All right.
text exchange between you and Ms. Richins.
All right.
She's not used to being open like that.
I'm just leaving it. We're close enough. I'm just leaving it. We're staying there.
So at one point, my opinion then, probably still now, looking back, was that, you know, she was looking for any reason. I think she was exhausted emotionally. And I think she was looking for a reason to divert the conversation away from herself, because she does that. She does that about lots of things in every normal life, you know. And I think that's what she did. She asked me, go ahead, I'll let you ask, I know.
Sure.
But
Did she ask you a question about killing?
she did ask me
This is wild.
if yeah.
What sir did she ask?
She asked if I had ever killed anybody.
That's him.
Was that specific to killed anybody while serving in Iraq?
Right.
Did you respond?
I did.
Did she ask a follow-up question?
Yes.
Sir, what was that follow-up question?
She asked me how it made me feel or something along those lines. And then I answered her. I took it as not out of the normal, though, really.
That's okay.
Did you and Kouri Richins stay romantically involved after?
I don't know if the jury's going to take it that way, but also, why are you asking him that? That's something, if somebody offers to talk to you about that, that's fine. But why are we asking him that? He also looks incredibly heavy.
Eric Richins' death.
Yes.
He's asking if they stayed romantic. I know the volume is lower on this feed. I'm working on that.
Stay romantically involved after Eric Richins' death.
Yes.
For how long?
You'd have to look at my phones to tell me that. I'm going to guess, bless you, 6 months.
He was looking at the court.
Best guess.
And then what happened?
I don't know. Just had a falling out, disagreements. things changed after Eric passed. I mean, I don't know what to say. Things weren't the same, so I don't know if that led to us parting ways or what, but there was a lot on both of us.
Right, it changed after Eric died.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any further questions.
Wow. I'm surprised the prosecution has no further questions, but that conversation is something, for sure. But then things changed. And we're going to get to cross, which is interesting. That was me. Sorry, chat. I was trying to turn this up. I'm going to try to turn this up.
May we take a restroom break?
They're taking a bathroom break. I'm going to try to turn this up just a little bit and hope it doesn't mess with the closed captioning.
Yes. Please rise for the jury.
All right. I'm going to gain this up as much as I can. All right. They're taking a restroom break. We're not going anywhere. We are going to just keep zooming through this restroom break. They told him he could leave the courtroom.
Thank you.
I'm sure he very much wants to leave the
Have a
courtroom.
seat.
I'm going to see if the judge puts anything on the record. It sounds like the mics in court are off.
Chris, we're going to go off the record for a couple minutes.
And Kouri was reaching for the lip gloss.
We're going to go off the record.
Immediately reaching for the lippy. And they are off the record. We're going to zoom through that court break into cross-examination. Sorry for the tech shenanigans. I'm sure it will shenan again. But it happens. All right, the jury's coming back in. Ah, that was me. I'm going to try to gain this up just a little bit more as the jury's coming back in. I mean, I definitely need to refresh the lippy a few times a day, for sure. But let's see if that will stay. That sound will stay boosted without...
Please have a seat as you come in.
It will not. All right, I'm going to try to boost this one other way. Because it is much quieter.
All right, please have a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience.
Yes.
We'll now proceed with cross-examination of Mr. Grossmann. Mr. Grossmann, you're still under...
I'm going to try to switch feeds. You guys, hopefully we've gotten past the glitch on a different feed. I can't do this with the sound. I've got to yeet. The sound on that is so low. Let me see if the other feed comes back without glitching as we get to cross. Fingers crossed, chat. Fingers crossed. I'm optimistic. Let's go. All right. That is much better sound. My feed had issues today too, so I couldn't just go to mine because mine
thank you for your
had
patience.
so many issues
We'll now
today.
proceed with cross-examination of Mr. Grossmann.
Oof.
Mr. Grossmann, you're still under
That's
oath.
much better sound.
Ms. Lewis, please proceed.
Fingers crossed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Grossmann.
Good afternoon.
All right. So, Mr. Grossmann, you said that you and Ms. Richins met in South Carolina, correct?
Yes.
And she was flipping a house or more than one house there?
I'm very
One
curious
at
about this.
At that time.
And she hired you to do some work on it, correct? Was that in response to an ad?
Mhm.
She hired you?
Yeah, IKEA furniture is what it originated as.
Okay. And
just building
you knew
IKEA
each other
furniture?
for quite a few years before your relationship turned romantic. Fair?
Yes.
And you weren't in contact that entire period of time from, was it about 2017 you met or earlier?
No, it was earlier than that. I'm no good with dates.
That's okay, but earlier than 2017.
Oh, it's okay if he's not good with
And
dates.
then you weren't in constant contact between 2017 and 2000 when you became romantically involved.
No. I think we had maybe 2 or 3 years we didn't speak.
All right.
I'm guessing here.
That's fine. So in 2020, you decided to move out to Utah, correct?
Yes.
And one of the reasons you moved to Utah was because you were going to work on some houses with Kouri, correct?
Yes.
And you were interested
he was interested in a
flipping
bit
houses
more.
yourself, fair?
Yes.
And that was something she was going to participate with you.
Yeah. Yes.
All right. So let's look at. We're going to talk about some of these text messages that the state just pulled up, and I want to ask you some questions about some of them. The first one, I believe, is.
I'm surprised we got the cross
State
today.
Exhibit 3-1, and this isn't actually a text message, but let's pull that up. And this has been admitted.
I'm going to reference what these texts were. I'm not going to read them in entirely again, or we're going to be here another 7 hours.
That is not it.
And we've read some of these texts twice, and that's more than enough for me.
I don't believe. There we go. Thank you. All right. Publish this while we speak about it. So you said you recognized that as a vacation that Kouri had booked for you and Kouri.
Yes.
This is the booking to Secrets with that travel date in April 29th.
And she booked this on December 7th, correct?
Yes.
And then you said she told you it was a birthday present, correct?
Yes.
And your birthday was December 9th, correct?
Right.
And this vacation was scheduled for, do you recall the dates? I know it was April.
I mean, we can read them.
April 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, you never went on that vacation,
I mean,
true?
the chat has wanted to know that.
All right. Okay, let's move to, you said let me ask you this. You said that you...
Yeah, I imagine after the police raided her house, going on the vacation was not top of mind?
You two texted almost daily for a long period of time.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yep.
All right. But you and Kouri weren't consistently in a relationship between 2020 and 2022. There were times when it was on, times when it was off. Fair?
Fair.
All right. Let's pull up State's Exhibit 2-13D. And if we could pull up page 10 of that text, Katie, and blow up the blue bubble, I think. I can't read it at all on here. Okay. So
this is a text from December 18th. I'm not mad about anything from Kouri to him.
This series of text messages took place December 18th of 2021, right? It says on the bottom there.
Yes, ma'am.
And these messages were part of a conversation discussing ending your relationship, correct?
I'm going to need a minute.
Do you need to see the other texts? Because that's fair.
Do you need to look at more than that one text to determine that?
Maybe not. I don't know.
He wants
Can
to
you maybe
read it.
show him a couple of texts before that? Can you see that, or do you need that blown up?
Yeah, if you could zoom in a little bit, that would be good.
Boy. She says, you will
Okay,
never
is
be
this
chopped
the-
liver to me.
this
Absolutely
where
not
we're starting?
true.
Sure.
Okay.
Just let him read it.
If you can just go ahead and scroll. Thank you, Katie.
I mean, is that enough time for anyone to read anything?
Let me stop there. It says, you need to come see me in person if you're going to say goodbye forever, right?
Right.
So this series of texts was talking about that you may be ending things, correct?
I guess so.
He doesn't
All right.
agree with that.
I mean, I don't
Well, let's just look at it.
necessarily remember it, but that's what it sounds like. Unless we were just being tongue-in-cheek. I don't know.
Well, let's look at a couple.
read enough
I'm
of it.
sorry.
That's exactly what I don't know means, sir. You are right. You are absolutely right.
Not mean to interrupt you, Josh.
No, that's okay.
Let's look at a couple more. Maybe
She's
pull up
trying to give
Kouri's again, the
context
blue
that he
bubble.
doesn't agree with.
And she says that she's not mad, but you did promise to say goodbye in person.
Okay.
It's not what I want to do, but it's not fair.
Yeah, I'm tracking now.
Okay.
That sounds like adios to me.
So this was.
Oh, now
so
he's
it was
tracking.
late 21, after the vacation was purchased, that there was a discussion about ending the relationship. Fair?
Appears that way.
Okay.
He does
but,
not
But you
agree.
didn't end it then. I mean, I don't know, maybe you did briefly, but if you did, you got back together, right? Or you resumed. I know you were never together, but you resumed your relationship.
Yes.
Okay. Let's look at text State Exhibit 218D that's been admitted. And Katie, could you just get to the
Katie is doing tech
So, Mr.
for
Grossman,
the
this
defense.
was about, well, first it was about a television show called Dope Sick, right?
Well, Kouri talked about that.
We talked about that on your direct, while you and Mr. Bloodworth talked about that.
Mr. Grossman, my apologies. We need words, yes or no.
Okay. I can't see it. Can you zoom in a little bit for me?
Go ahead.
Can you
Please.
embiggen, if you will? Embiggen?
And while Katie's doing that, and
These
you
are
take a
leading
look,
questions, chat, but it's
yeah, she's starting a new TV show. Dope
it's
Sick,
cross.
correct?
You're allowed to lead on cross.
Correct.
All right, and she's asking you questions about.
The defense is going to do everything they can to make the text seem less bad. That is their job. They're allowed to ask leading questions. They are going to try to provide context and see if he will go along with them. And he's like, yeah, I don't know. I guess I know. Okay, maybe. She's trying to make the, hey, can I talk to you about drugs? Let's talk about drugs. What do you know about drugs? Did you ever do drugs? I have questions about drugs. She's trying to make that seem less bad. It's just a TV show, guys.
Out if you have taken drugs, right?
Yes.
And you kind of go back and forth.
Yes.
And at one point, she tells you, and Katie will pull up the text so you can see it, that she has a whole cabinet full of all sorts of prescriptions, but it's not her thing, correct?
Correct.
And then can you get the painful one? And then she also tells you, and we'll pull up the text, that when she had her last child, that she had a bunch of pain pills and they were still in the cupboard. She just hadn't even taken them, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Ma'am, we've seen all the texts.
But you guys talk back and forth about drug use, and is it fair to say, and this is just a yes or no question, that you have on and off used illicit drugs? Fair?
Fair.
All right. Okay,
You gonna be mean to him about it too, or nah?
let's move to State Exhibit 227D. And pull that up so Mr. Grossman can see the date. All right. So do you see that these texts were on Valentine's Day 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said you recognized them as texts between you and Kouri. But do you recall specifically anything about that day?
She
that
came to see
Valentine's
you.
Day 2022?
I've tried to remember. I don't even know where we were, what we did that day. I don't think it was able to be extracted, or because I figured my GPS would
Figured my
have
phone would show it.
been able to clue me in, but I don't
Okay.
know.
So you don't even though the texts say you met up, you don't even remember if you met up?
He doesn't remember where.
I mean,
If the text
He said he
Let me
didn't remember
said that
where.
we met up, I
He said, I don't know where we met up. I thought they'd have my GPS.
assume we met up, unless the
And-
text say that hey, change of plans.
I would agree with you. The texts do say that. I'm just asking you if you have a memory of it, of the actual meetup.
Not necessarily, no.
Okay. So there wasn't anything about that day that Kouri did or said that caused that particular day, July 14, 2022, to stand out in your memory. Fair?
Well, no, I can't remember where we were, and that's not a,
That's fair.
you know.
It's a while ago. Okay.
And it's not that nothing memorable occurred that day. I just don't remember, man.
Okay. That's fair. Let's look at State's Exhibit 229.
It's all right, sir. She doesn't remember what month Valentine's Day is in. Don't worry about it.
And I believe it's the second and third page of those texts. So this is the next day, July 15th, 2022, and you maybe below that.
Yeah, we're still talking about Valentine's Day, and we're not talking about Valentine's Day in July. She means February. She just keeps saying July.
Up for
the
Mr.
date's on the
Grossmann.
text.
Is this page 2?
Says it at the bottom, 2/15/2022.
Page 3. Yes, if we could blow those up. Okay, so this is where you tell Ms. Richins, I am in love with you.
Yes.
And
I mean, it's not the only place.
go ahead, let's keep going. And she responds to you like you're actually in love with me. We're not just love each other like friends or an affair. You're in
We went through all of this on direct. I don't know where she's going.
love with me, correct?
Right.
And that was February 15th of 2022.
Oh, there we go. Now we got the right month.
All right. Let me take that down. Okay, I want to move to March of 2022. If we could pull up State's Exhibit 2-32D. I think it's page 3.
It is slow, but I am not putting this witness at
Kouri's
1.25.
text
I know,
there.
Chad. The replay crew is going to speed this up.
I
but
can't see unless you blow it up.
A, I want to hear what he says
so
in
this
between the
is the
questions.
text, and this is on.
I want to hear what he says between the questions. I'm curious about how she's asking them. I'm curious about how he's responding. So this is Kouri's I've been dreaming about the Midway House text. It's up
February
on the screen.
23rd, 2022. Do you see that at the bottom?
Yes.
And she's talking to you about the property that has ended up being called the Midway Mansion, right?
Yes.
And that she has a dream that you could, and actually I think she describes it in the text before, if you can go to that. She has a dream about you two living in the mansion, and that she could be divorced and you could live there and just have a farm and a number of things.
The text does not say that he could be divorced, ma'am. He is single. Your client is the one who could be divorced. Ma'am, you continue to read that incorrectly. You continue to read that incorrectly. Constantly.
Yes.
Okay. And then if we can go back to the other one. But then she tells you this isn't possible. It's just fun to dream about, right?
What you just highlighted, yes, ma'am. Yeah.
So, Mr. Grossmann, well, would it be fair to say that the talk about a future together between you and Kouri was really more a fantasy than a realistic expectation?
My opinion? You want my opinion on it?
Sure.
Yeah, man. Yeah. What do you mean, sure? Yes, we want his opinion on it. Does he seem like he thought this was a fantasy, or does he seem like he thought she was going to be with him? Yeah, he thought they were going to be together. He's talking about them being together. So, Miss Lewis, do you then agree that your client was just stringing him along?
I'd say yeah. Yeah. More of opinion. You want my opinion on it?
Sure.
I'd say yeah. Yeah. More of something that maybe I thought I wanted, but didn't necessarily, like I couldn't picture it in the future, you know. I don't know if that answers your question.
It does answer my question.
Something I thought I wanted. Right.
Okay, let's move on.
She wants that to mean something else. I think she can tell how reluctant he is. So it's a fantasy. I mean, he moved across the country. But okay.
2-36D, State's Exhibit. And maybe we could blow this up and go through it a little bit. So these texts were on March 2nd, 2022, 2 days before Eric Richins' death, right?
Or a day before.
Yeah, about a day and a half, right? Because he died early morning, 2022, or March 4th. Okay, if we can scroll a little bit.
Well, he's correcting her on that.
A little farther. Now, in these texts, Ms. Richins is telling you that she's going to be closing on the property in Midway. Is that right?
I don't know. I'm gonna have to see that bottom one.
Let him read it, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay. And this is the biggest deal that she's closed on, correct?
Correct.
Is it fair to say she was very excited about this property?
Yes.
And she says that she wants to get together with you on Friday to celebrate this closing, right?
Right.
Right. She is trying to recontextualize these texts because the defense has to recontextualize these texts. So are the texts about just hang in there till Friday, we're going to be together? Or are the texts about the Midway Mansion? And that's where the defense is trying to raise doubt on what these texts mean.
And what was your plan on Friday to get together to celebrate?
We were supposed to meet sometime mid-morning for brunch. Brunch and mimosas was the plan.
Okay. Can we pull up States 238-D? We go to the one where it says hang in there. Just a minute, she'll pull up the text and. Well, you can't see it on the screen. Okay, here we go. So this is again March 2nd, 2020.
That was not your internet, your computer, or my feed. That was the court feed. It just is.
In the evening,
that was what
right?
that sound did.
Yes.
And Kouri implies that you're sad or having a difficult day, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember why you were sad? If you don't, that's fine, but if you do.
I don't.
Okay.
No, ma'am.
That's fine. And she tells you to just give her a few days and hang in there until Friday, correct?
Yes.
She's trying to give context.
Well, let me ask you this.
Hang in there
when
till
she
Friday
told you to
was
hang in
to
there till
cheer up.
Friday, was that because she was
Right.
planning on meeting you for brunch on Friday?
Objection, Your Honor.
It does call for speculation.
Do you know why?
Hold on. Are you referring to the Friday or to the last question?
Your Honor,
It's not speculative that it's Friday.
asked what?
It's not speculative that it's Friday. It's speculative as to what Kouri meant about hang in there till Friday.
Essentially asked what Kouri Richins was thinking by Friday.
I can rephrase it. It's
Please
fine.
do. Sustain. Thank you.
Okay. Why was she telling you to hang in there until Friday? What was going to happen on Friday?
All
Objection, Your Honor. Same thing.
sustained us a speculation as to why Ms. Richins was waiting. The question regarding what he recalls was going to happen on Friday is permissible. If you'd answer that, sir.
The only thing I knew about Friday was brunch and mimosas.
They were going to see each other.
Okay.
And the closing on the house. She was getting the keys that day.
So that was a big day.
Right.
Big day.
Did she
Epic
ever
day,
tell
one
you
would say.
that you were going to be together on Friday permanently?
Objection, Your Honor.
It's. I think he can
It's
say yes or
hearsay.
no. We're not asking what Ms. Richins
You can't elicit your client's own statements.
said specifically.
It's very specific, and that question is sustained.
All right, let me ask it this way. Did you ever have the impression that come Friday, the two of you were going to be together forever?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation on how he would get an impression.
I'm going to overrule that one. Go ahead, sir.
No.
Did you ever have any impression that as of Friday, Eric Richins would be out of the picture?
No.
All right. And then let's go to 239.
She is trying to move the ball on those texts and what he understood. Right? Because she has to.
9D1. So this is Friday, March 4th, the day you were supposed to meet for brunch, right? Well, the beginning might be March 3rd, if I can see that.
Look, it's brunch. It's about
Yeah, I'm
brunch.
just seeing 3-3.
Okay, let's scroll down.
That's definitely not brunch, Miss Lewis. That's at 5:38 p.m.
Okay, we can stop right there. When you say it's official now, are you talking about the property or are you talking about something else?
This is at
Midway
5:39 p.m. This is
Or do you
before
remember?
Eric
What
died.
was the text previous, please?
It was from you. It just says, I hope I get to see it. Do you know if you were referring to the mansion?
That's what it sounds like.
Okay.
You'd have to go up another text.
Yeah.
But the next morning, he's not texting her, where are you? We're at brunch. Where are you?
Well, let's keep going. That's fine. I mean, if you don't remember for sure, I
Because he
get
didn't
that.
show up for brunch and
Let's
he wasn't
keep
texting her, where,
going.
WTF, where are you? What
See
happened?
Okay, maybe this helps put it in context because her response is the possibilities are so endless with that place. And I would run to love it as a business. I skipped a little, but that's the gist.
Right.
Does that help you recall? Were you talking about the Midway Mansion on March 3rd of 2022?
If that text is directly following the ones in front of it, then yeah.
Okay. But then March 4th comes about, and this, we can skip down to this, skip this.
What
and
are we
you two are
skipping?
supposed to meet for brunch, correct?
Yes.
But Kouri doesn't show up,
Right.
and you text her to see what's happening
Yes.
and why she isn't there.
Yes.
None of those
It's not
texts
like
say
her
that.
to not show up.
It's not like her to be a minute late.
Show the text.
And that's when you find out that Eric Richins.
Hey, babe. How are you feeling today? I'm proud of you. That's 3/4/2022 at 10:35. And then at noon, he says, hey, what's going on with you? You good?
Had passed away that early morning.
So I thought it was my recollection when she says brunch, I'm thinking 10 o'clock sharp, right?
Okay.
Right. And that's not what he says in those texts.
And I thought that I texted her because I could just sense, I could feel something was wrong because she was late. I hadn't heard anything from her. So
You don't
I
ask me.
texted her,
And said, what? Where are you?
you know, is everything okay? And she responded, that's when she told me. But
None of those texts say, where are you?
like I thought it was, how do I say it?
Hey, where are you? I'm sitting at insert name of restaurant. I'm sitting at this. I'm sitting at that. Okay.
Thought all that would have happened prior to noon at least.
Right.
But
He's questioning the timeline.
Can I say?
Yeah, he's questioning that that's when they were meeting for brunch because he's like, I thought we would meet for brunch at 10. I don't see all those texts.
So I texted her, is everything okay? And she responded, that's when she told me. But, I thought it was, how do I say it? I thought all that would have happened prior to noon at least. But, can I say?
Yeah, go ahead.
But I was shown texts that say that it happened at 2 o'clock, but I thought it happened earlier. So your question was that morning. I don't know if it was that morning. I thought it was that morning, but I've seen texts that say 2 p.m. So
All right, so your recollection is different time-wise as to what shows on these texts.
I think so. At one point in time, I asked for some texts of mine and hers so I could review them.
You asked who for some texts?
I was in a meeting. Miss Margaret provided them with me.
And
I think
by
that's
Ms.
his
Margaret,
lawyer.
do you mean the county attorney, Ms. Margaret Olson?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, no, he meant the DA,
But
Ms. Margaret
all I
Olson.
got was the month of March, but it was like that. So
What do you mean when you say it was like that?
It was thick. There were a lot of text messages
Okay,
that
so-
month. So I'm
I
not
don't know.
faulting her for stopping there, but
Let me I just want to make the record clear. You said you held your thumb and finger together about an inch, so you got about an inch worth of pages of text.
right. And they were just for the month of March, and because I was trying to figure out what happened too,
Okay.
So I'm going through them and the
Well, this is in the month
timelines on
of
them.
March. This is in the month of March.
I'm not saying this is the case, but to me, they appeared off by several hours. Like my text, something that I thought I sent at 11 a.m. would be 4 p.m. or whatever the case was.
So there's a clock drift.
And then I don't know if that was corrected, if I was doing bad math because of the time zones or. So I don't know. Time-wise, I don't know. Some of it doesn't necessarily coincide with my memory, but I don't. But it might be corrected. I don't know.
When you say it might be corrected, what are you talking about?
Just that one text, for instance, because I remember very clearly where I was at, which direction I was facing when I was told that he.
This would be something that you might remember more than Valentine's Day.
One text, for instance, because I remember very clearly where I was at, which direction I was facing when I was told that he had passed. And I just remember it not being as late as what it says on the screen. I don't know. Maybe I'm completely off, but that's my memory of it.
So you had wondered if what the time is on these texts is incorrect.
Right.
All right.
By several hours.
And you noticed this in a lot of texts? Or just these ones this day?
No, I think it was consistent amongst everything I looked at.
What was consistent? That the time was off?
That everything was just pushed forward. You know better than I do. I don't know what they call the time difference. You got a +8 and all this
Yes,
nonsense.
the
UTC time conversion.
So
Time. I turned to Alex because he's our phone guy. But yes, I do know what you're referring to. That sometimes on the phone is 7 or 8 hours ahead of when it actually happened, right?
Right.
Is that what you were referring to?
Yes.
Well,
So
you
you
know
were just
what?
wondering why the time.
You know what would make it real easy to correlate those two? If Kouri hadn't deleted all her texts, and if his phone hadn't been so damaged that they could see the text on the screen, but they couldn't see the text on the screen to correlate them to the extraction because the phone was so damaged. So there's really no way to correlate it at all.
Times didn't seem to comport.
Right.
Okay. All right, that's fair. But
I
let
think
me
he's saying
ask you
he's
this.
confused.
Was it March 4th that you found out that Mr. Richins had passed? March 4th of
Yes,
2022?
Yes.
All right. Were you surprised by that information?
Yes. Yep.
So you didn't meet up with Kouri as planned on March 4th, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't see Kouri for a couple of weeks, approximately, give or take.
Yeah, I would guess 10 days to 2 weeks, something like that.
Okay. I'm going to come back to that in just a moment, but can we quickly look at State's Exhibit 253D? Where, do you know which one I'm looking for? Since you read my mind, Katie.
Uh-huh.
Okay, this is when Ms. Richins tells you that she found out that...
This is from April 15th. This is the autopsy report isn't done. The fucking cops came to my home.
Eric died of a fentanyl overdose, right?
Chat, I haven't watched Dope
You're gonna
Sick.
have to let me read
Is fentanyl in Dope Sick or not?
it, but in my mind,
Well, go ahead and look at, yeah, right there where it's highlighted.
you know,
Mandy-
I didn't know what fentanyl was.
Mandy asks, can you not get copies of text from the phone company? No, you cannot. You need to get those off the phone.
Then, so I don't know if that's why it didn't stick, but I remember, I mean, I can go through and read all this if you want me to.
No, I just want to know if this is the text where she told you. I mean, you don't have to know what fentanyl is. Is this the text?
It's written right there.
All
Yes,
right.
ma'am.
I just wanted you to confirm for the jury what the date of that text was.
4:15.
April 15th of 2022.
A lot of you are saying not covered in
All right.
Dope Sick. Thank you.
Now
I was
let's
just curious. I
go
haven't
on
not seen it.
to when you met with Ms. Richins a couple of weeks later, and you drove up into the Uentas. You with me?
Yes, yes.
All right. And you just testified about a conversation that you had with
All right,
her
I'm
at
sitting
that
back
time.
down.
Yes.
My
Right.
back.
And you told, well, let me back up.
Thanks, Chad.
You were interviewed by, I don't know if it was by the prosecution or by their investigator in about the spring of 2023 about this case. Is that right?
It was warm outside. I don't
This
remember.
cross is going so
Was it shortly after
slow.
Kouri was arrested?
I think, yeah.
Okay.
I'm
And
here,
that's
but I'm
when
going
you
to
told
move
them
my
about
desk
this
down.
conversation, right?
No.
When did you tell them about the conversation? Let me ask this question. You're the one that told them about this conversation. That information came from you, correct?
Yes.
Why did you tell them about this conversation?
Because it seemed weird, counsel.
Because I was trying to figure out what happened. And, oh, man. So, never for a moment did I have a clue, a hint, not a fleeting thought that something intentionally might have happened to him, right?
Right.
Let alone from her. So, you know, I think we'd gone a year without speaking at that point, and I don't know if I turned on the truck radio and I heard she wrote a book and wasn't surprised, but
my texts are better than hers. No, now I'm just being snarky.
But then I started, I listened to the interview she gave about her book, and then maybe I did some research on my phone and saw that she had just been arrested, or either she just got arrested, I don't know, days later, a week later.
Okay. And then do you recall who you met with when you talked about this conversation?
After I found that out, I was overwhelmed with, you know, guilt, sorrow over my wrongdoings, you know, infidelity. And that's when I called. I was trying to get a hold of Eric's sister to tell her I don't think she was home. I spoke with her husband instead. Told him what I told him, and he told me, I forget the guy's name, but he said, I think there's somebody that would like to talk to you. And it was the Richins family private investigator. I think I called him immediately.
So you heard that she had been arrested. You were overwhelmed with guilt about the infidelity. And at the time, you didn't think Kouri's question was strange. But when you heard she'd been arrested for killing her husband, you were like, oh, that conversation. That conversation. The context is a little bit different. And so you reached out to his family. I mean, fair. So, like, holy shit.
After I hung up, spoke with him. I don't recall the ins and outs of the conversation, but he told me that Kouri had done it. You know, that she was guilty. He couldn't tell me why, but she and that changed everything for me. You know, I was blown away, and then I'm like looking at everything in our past with a different set of goggles on through different lenses, and I was trying to figure out if she did it.
Oh, he's mentioning it all, and she can't stop him. Emily, isn't that hearsay? Yeah, the prosecution's not going to say shit in the moment because the defense is eliciting all of this, and he's just explaining why he did what he did and how they got in touch with him and how he felt, and you can see the grief from him testifying. This gives it a little bit more. But she can't really stop him now because I think the defense will probably try to spin this on, see, the Richins family's blaming her. I think that's where the defense will go. I'm going to back that up and let him finish because I interrupted.
He's guilty. He couldn't tell me why, but she and that changed everything for me. You know, I was blown away, and then I'm like looking at everything in our past with a different set of goggles on through different lenses, and I was trying to figure out if she did it and I could help. That's what I was gonna do, and you know, that's sometime after that. It wasn't the first time I met with the investigator. I think it was the second time or something. It dawned on me, oh man, you know, what about that one time she asked me this? What about the time she said that?
Okay,
and
so let me just stop you just for a minute so I can ask a couple of questions. So Investigator Gabler, the family's detective, just told you she's definitely guilty.
No.
I don't know if
No, I took that he was saying the brother-in-law said she's guilty and said you should talk to the PI. That's what I think he said. The brother-in-law said she's guilty, and I can't tell you more. But now again, Lewis is just taking what he says and just like, bloop.
For a minute so I can ask a couple of questions. So Investigator Gabler, the family's detective, just told you.
You guys are saying you
she's
thought he said the
definitely guilty.
PI.
I don't know if he used the word definitely, but said that.
She did it.
Right.
All right.
I thought he meant
so
the brother-in-law.
then you started thinking back with 20.
The chat is split. Some of you thought PI, fair. I thought brother-in-law, fair. All right. Well, the chat is split on who he would. We have pronoun problems as to which he we are talking about.
20/20 hindsight about conversations.
Right.
Which led you to think of the conversation in the Uentas. Fair?
Yes.
All right. Today, sitting here, when you think back on that conversation, does that conversation seem like it was a strange conversation to you?
Man, I can't tell one way from the other anymore. I've been confused for years, you know.
This conversation was about more than just what you did in Iraq, right?
Yeah.
this conversation, was it about just life and death in general?
Yeah, it was about that. It was about lots of things. It was about the boys. It was about shooting a bow. It was about God. It was about supernatural stuff.
And at the time you were having the conversation.
There is more he wants to say about that. Did you see his face? If you're listening in the background, he has follow-ups to that.
It was about God. It was about supernatural stuff.
And at the time you were having the conversation, did it seem like a strange conversation back at the time it happened?
Oh, those.
At the time it happened,
Those were, you know what I'm talking about, eyebrows.
her and I just experienced supernatural things. So no, there was nothing that was surprising at that. But the talk was not surprising.
So it was in context with things that were going on and that you were talking about at that time.
What?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know why you were talking about bow hunting? Why was that part of this? It seems a little different than the rest of the conversation.
He didn't say bow hunting.
She was talking about
He said shit about it.
she was talking good things about Eric and how phenomenal of a man. And I don't know. And she mentioned it, how good her boys were, or I can't remember. One of them can, one of them can't. At that time,
bow hunt.
Well, I don't know. It was one of them was shooting a bow, one of them wasn't.
Oh, okay.
I don't remember, but.
So she wanted to learn to shoot a bow. Is that what that was about?
She did. She told me that.
Okay.
Or she already knew how. I don't remember.
Huh?
When you and Kouri were together, were you aware that Eric had an affair also?
I was told that.
By who?
You'd mentioned during direct that
She can't
you
ask
did
by
work
who
for
because it's going to be eliciting Kouri's statements.
Kouri here in Utah, and that sometimes she would just pay you in lump sums. Do you recall that?
Yes.
That's
Do you
going to get
recall a
back to
lump
that
sum
$25,000.
She paid you in the amount of $25,000 after Eric died?
I remember that lump sum. My timeline's pretty foggy though.
Okay.
I feel like it was after he passed. Yes.
Okay. And was that for a house that you flipped together that she felt she owed you money on?
Yeah, I think.
Is that what you thought it was anyway?
Oh, he doesn't remember at all.
If not all of it, that was definitely a large part of it. I mean, I don't know. Yes.
You were aware that Kouri got a life insurance policy, right?
I feel like he's just acquiescing to whatever the defense says at this point. He's just like, yeah, sure, yeah, yes, okay, sure, what? The chat would like to know what in the Sam and Dean is happening in this cross-examination right now. I agree with chat.
Yeah, she texted me one time. I believe she texted me. She had just found out and sent a text like, look at this kind of thing.
And what was her reaction about receiving that life insurance?
I don't know. It was through texts, I believe.
Well,
and she just seemed like surprised. Like it was unexpected.
It was unexpected she was going to get that policy, is what your impression was of her demeanor.
I want to know which policy we're talking about because I think all of us were surprised that she got the policy from February. Yeah, shocked. Same.
Yes. I'm sitting here right now. I mean, it's in the text messages, though.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that Kouri was protective of Eric and his reputation?
Yes.
Huh.
So after Eric passed away, did Kouri see you as often as before he passed away?
No. I mean, immediately thereafter, we didn't see each other at all for a little span of time. And then, no, I think she was doing things with other people, grieving, whatever she was doing. So,
Did she appear to change after he died?
yes. How so?
Well, she's
Like,
asking you, sir.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, I was hoping you could tell me how you thought she was different after his death.
He's like, can you just tell me?
I would just say in the normal ways that anybody would be different after something of that magnitude. I mean, the effect it has on her children and how she's got to handle that. You know, you can't go from that to talking to me on the phone and be the same, I don't assume.
Did she come across as happy that Eric was gone?
No.
Did she come across as grieving or sad?
Yeah. But I didn't see her in that window directly thereafter. But when I saw her, I think it was more sporadic than usual.
The sorrow
But yeah,
was
there
more
were
sporadic,
times
or seeing
where,
each other?
You know, she was bent out of shape in front of me.
Was it about the
All right.
police?
And you said you couldn't remember how long you continued to see each other after Eric passed away, but does 3 or 4 months sound close?
I don't know, because it was so sporadic. It was like a chunk here, a chunk there. But I thought it was longer. I thought it was 6 to 10.
All right.
I don't know.
Okay, that's fair.
Then stick to what you remember,
then-
because she's not going to be correct.
Kouri ended the relationship, correct?
Right.
And you, what was your feeling about ending the relationship? I mean, were you sad?
Yeah.
Did Kouri, though, appear to have made up her mind? It was just done?
I don't know. I think she liked me. So it appeared as though it's done, but who knows?
It was done, right?
Yeah, it was ultimately.
I mean, after that,
That's not what he
you
was just saying.
Stopped seeing each other,
Yeah.
correct? And did you?
This is the first time I've seen her since that day. So
Which was either late 2022 or early 23. You don't remember for sure.
I don't know. It was
Well, it sounds like probably in 2022.
It was cold outside, so it was late. The same year that Eric passed,
Okay.
it was the end of that year. That's when it was. Or the very beginning of the next.
Did you exchange more text messages after that, or was that it?
Not that I can recall. I don't know.
I just have one moment.
So like he said, 6 to 10 months from March. So that's just like he said. Oh boy. The defense said, give me 1 minute.
Sir, when you and Kouri Richins were
And we're on redirect.
in the Uintas 10 to 14 days after Eric's died, and we were talking about a lot of things, right?
Yes, primarily that, because I hadn't even spoken to her hardly. So I
primarily
was trying
that.
to see how she felt, you know what I mean?
And when you were talking about Eric and bow hunting and the boys, part of what you were talking about was what a phenomenal father he was, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Anything further, Ms. Lewis?
That's it. Huh.
Phenomenal father, yeah.
Please listen to me.
Sorry.
It's okay. Did Kouri give you an impression about how she felt that the boys had lost their phenomenal father?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
That's fair.
Anything further, Ms. Lewis?
Could we approach?
Sure.
No, Miss Lewis, that is not an appropriate line of questioning. They're approaching. I'm zooming. Will they approach? This has been an adventure today.
Is anything else for Mr. Grossman?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Counsel,
And
may
the
we
court was
release
like,
this
absolutely
witness?
not.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm shocked
Sir,
we're
you
done
are
with this
free to
witness
go.
today.
Sorry. Thank you for your patience. Please watch your step.
Oh, boy.
Mr. Bloodworth, appropriate time to recess for the day.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis, actually, would one lawyer from each side please approach regarding scheduling?
Oh, today.
Folks, we're going to start at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow morning. Between now and then, please
Yay.
Maintain some discipline. Do not speak about the case. Don't allow anybody to speak to you about it. Affirmatively avoid reading, watching, or listening to anything about the case. And please do not do any online
Very
research
excited
about the case at all.
About that.
Please travel safely. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Please rise for the jury.
Stitched and Solved said, what's with today? Today. Yo, what the fuck was that? I don't know. Some of you were asking what time zone for tomorrow. Mountain. They're starting at 9:30 Mountain. It's about an hour later than they normally start. So we're going to start at 11 again tomorrow like we did today.
Please have a seat.
11 with wiggle room.
Mr. Bloodworth, Ms. Shervanack, anything on the record before we recess for the day?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor, Mr. Ramos?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. We'll be in recess until 9:30 tomorrow morning. Thank you. Please travel safe.
Ooh. Well, today was much. We had the full tech experience. My mascara. I have been raising my eyebrows so much that my mascara has stuck to my eyes. We have had a full span of human emotions here today. I don't even know what the jury must think walking out of that examination today. From the forensic accounting yesterday into the life insurance today, into the whiplash that was the lover, paramour, boyfriend testifying today. That cross was interesting. I think for some, depending on how you see the other evidence in this case, that Miss Lewis did the best she could with recontextualizing some of those text conversations. This is about closing on the house. This is all about closing on the house. And to be fair, that might have been the only meaning for him. He might not have had other context for it. Then again, in hindsight, you might want to distance yourself from the fact that she's like, just wait till Friday when Eric dies early in the morning on Friday, overnight, Thursday to Friday. So I can understand it's about the house of it all. How the jury reads this witness is really going to depend on what they believe his understanding was versus what they believe Kouri's intention was versus what the texts say. Or are both things true? It's really going to be up to the jury in the context of everything else. But some of those texts are rough. But I appreciate that this witness was like, after I heard that she was arrested for his murder, I felt an incredible amount of grief and guilt and stress. But on that cross, he seemed like he was looking for Miss Lewis to just save him. Just tell me what I'm saying. Or that's how it felt to me. On direct, it was, this is what these texts say. This is what these texts say. Head down on the desk, trying to breathe. And then when Miss Lewis was up there, it was, Yes, that's what I meant. Yes, this is what it is. Yes, we were meeting for brunch. Yes, it was weird that she didn't show up. The timing seems off on these texts. It was weird that she didn't show up. Not a single one of those texts says, where are you? Where are you? And I'm so sorry. Yeah, why do none of those texts say, where are you? None of those texts talk about meeting for brunch. We're going to celebrate on Friday. But none of them talk about brunch. So I got some questions. I still have some questions. I think that he was incredibly torn about having to be there to testify. I think he was incredibly torn to have to sit across from Kouri on the one side and Eric Richins' family back further in the courtroom. I absolutely think that the emotions there were a lot for him to process in real time. But he did reach out to the Richins family and say, I was having an affair with Kouri. I don't know if they knew Kouri was having an affair before he came forward to them. I think that was discovered because he came forward to them, because all of those texts are from his devices that were recovered, not hers. All of the stuff from him was deleted. And we wouldn't have had those texts if he, or I don't think we would have, if he hadn't come forward. So for that, I mean, you get a little bit more context. It's going to be interesting to see how the jury contextualizes those. Really interesting to see. Because I don't know if the phone records would have uncovered that. The phone records would have uncovered that to his phone number. The vacation planning, some of those other things would have shed some light on that Kouri was doing some other things. But very interesting cross. And we never got back to the supernatural things. Chat's like, what about the I don't know. We never got back to the supernatural things. He had more to say about that. But also withheld that because he wasn't asked directly about it, which is the whole testimony was wild, starting off with, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing, or, nothing but the truth? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, under the pains and penalties of perjury? And he was like, what do you mean by the whole truth? Like the whole thing was just wild. I don't know what a jury makes of that when they walk away from today. Probably a bit confused. They've seen a lot of text messages. It's going to be real interesting to see some of the timeline line up with some of those texts. But it did come across that he genuinely cared very much for Kouri. Kouri didn't seem very torn up at all about his testimony. He seemed gutted by it. He truly seemed heavy in having to come in and testify against her. And she was sitting at a counsel table having a snack, staring at him. Didn't seem bothered at all by that text, which gave quite a lot of context, didn't it? What an interesting day. And then we have the whole estate planning. Today was wild. Today was absolutely wild. We have been streaming for like 9 hours. I'm going to answer some questions. We've definitely got questions. You've got questions. I've got questions. We've got questions. I'm not going to get through a ton of them because I also need to eat. And then I've got kiddo stuff this evening. What a day. What a day. But that again, what do you guys think of that conversation where Kouri was asking if he had ever killed anyone and how it made him feel? What do you make of that conversation in the weeks just following Kouri's death? Not have you ever seen someone die? Have you ever lost someone? Have you ever been there when you lost someone? Have you ever watched them doing life-saving measures on someone? I can't get that out of my head. Never, not a conversation about the experience of finding someone dead. But have you ever killed someone? Which is going to be real hard when we get to the Google searches of if someone's poisoned, what does it go down on the death certificate as? There are these moments in the things we're seeing in this case that stand out. Also, she was with him for years. How do you ask that? It's odd to me that he didn't indicate, well, maybe it's telling that Kouri didn't ask. How do you recover from losing someone? How do you move past this? How do you deal with grief like this? How do you deal with even the conflicted nature of grief? Because if Eric had died suddenly and unexpectedly while she was having an affair and thinking about having a divorce, I would imagine the conflicted feelings would be significant, and that conflicted feelings and guilt and sorrow might be the thing to have a conversation with. How do you deal with how do I resolve the conflicts of feelings? But that's not what he said that conversation was about. So it's interesting. Do you believe that conversation happened? You let me know what you think, because I've seen a lot of people deal with grief, unfortunately, in a lot of different ways, and a lot of sudden and unexpected. And I've not seen a conversation go like that in my experience. I've seen a lot of what ifs. I've seen a lot of if only I could have, if only I did. But not you ever killed anyone? How did that make you feel? Strange conversation. And it's interesting to me, and maybe more telling, because I'm still not done processing all of what just happened in that cross. I'll probably have more thoughts about it tomorrow. But it's interesting to me that after he heard she was arrested, that he felt he had to reach out to Eric's family because things that had gone on between them made him think he needed to talk to Eric's family and let them know what he knew. And that might be the most telling part for me, is his actions, not necessarily his words. Because whatever went down with him and Kouri, when he heard she was arrested, he was like, I have to reach out to his family. I have to try to reach out to his sister. I have to tell them what I know. Those actions speak pretty loudly, I think. And it's clear that he felt a lot of grief about this, and a lot of sorrow and a lot of heaviness. So tell me what you think about that witness. Tell me what you think about his testimony. Do you think when he heard she was arrested, his gut was, oh shit. Oh dear. Or was it, I should tell them we were having an affair. I need to confess that we were having an affair. And do you unburden the affair you were having with someone's sibling's spouse to them? Is unburdening about the affair what's needed? Or does it go beyond that? There is just so much more there that we do not know. There is so much more there. You can feel it. It's not just me. There's more there. There's just more there. I don't know if we're going to get to it. Yeah, I don't. Tater Farm asked, why didn't Bloodworth bring out that Grossman went to the family with information? It seemed to me that Bloodworth was treading incredibly carefully with that witness, and that eliciting things, if you don't know what his answers are going to be, especially if his answers can be kind of all over the place, you don't want to elicit something that is going to cause a huge problem for the jury. When the defense elicits that, it is a different situation. When the prosecutor elicits that, it could be a problem. So I wonder if that's why it was like, I need to get these texts in. I need to ask about that conversation, and I am done. You look, that he seemed like a little bit of an unpredictable witness to me, and you get what you need and you get out. That's how I read that direct examination. You don't touch it too much. It just gets messier. So you kind of back away. And if the defense makes it messier, that's not on the prosecution. You just don't touch it more. It's going to get everywhere. But when the defense does that, it's they're not going to necessarily cause a mistrial in their own case. So it seemed that it was get the texts in, get the convo in, get out. Texts are in, convo was in. I did what I needed to do here. We are done. That's what I think. And that's why I think he didn't ask about the $25,000 either. Let it go. In and out. Who said like a heist? Yes. Try to leave no trace. Yes, because that the beginning of the beginning of this testimony today, when he had feelings about the oath and then had to talk to the judge about the oath, there's just a lot more there. And I think the prosecution didn't want to uncork whatever that may be. Get the texts, get the convo. Goodbye. Yeah. Silk Song said, let sleeping dogs lie. I want to pet that dog. I want to pet that dog. Yeah, you don't touch it. I think that's exactly what it is. So that's why I think the prosecution would have had at least one meeting with him, I'm sure. I imagine some of law enforcement have. They might have known what areas he might have gone into and known that those areas he could wander into could be inappropriate. So they're just going to shut it down. Also, the prosecution has been pretty strategic in this case, and they know more than we do. The defense knows more than we do. The defense, their job is to make things more muddled, not more clear. And I think Lewis did a good job. Oh, this was about brunch. This was about, it's just like, what drugs did you do? There's nothing weird about this. These texts are just about this and just about this and just about that. And the conversation, you guys had a supernatural situation happen. It didn't seem to you that Kouri was asking about killing people because you thought she killed somebody, right? That's a totally normal conversation to have. That's their job. But there's moments about that, isn't there? All right, let's get to some more questions. Thank you all for being here. Don't forget to get the Law & Order app. We didn't see Bestie today, but we saw Boyfriend today. We will send you app notifications when the witnesses you want to see take the stand. This was one of them for me. I don't know what I expected. I expected the text. I did not expect that. I did not expect that today. Yeah, I don't know what I expected. It was not that. Can I tell the whole truth? What's the whole truth? That is not how I thought we would start a witness today. And a few of you in the chat, including Andy, said, can I say something? I can't move on from that. I don't know what he wanted to say, but the judge didn't want to know. The attorneys didn't want to know. And everybody's like, I don't want to know. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. So everybody was like, don't touch it. I want to say something. Don't touch. Do not touch it. Don't touch it. Don't touch it. Because you don't know what he is going to do. Is he going to declare his love to Kouri? Is he going to apologize to Kouri? Is he going to talk to the family? I don't want to know. Nobody wants to know. Nobody wants to know. It's not going to go well. It's not going to go well. at all. Oh, man. Schwazarma said, first full trial week I can be here in a while. The college I teach at is on winter break. Excited to be here. Well, congratulations, Professor. Glad you are here. Today was much. Susie Marr said, every day is a new opportunity. The OPP in this case is strong. I did not know what to expect from Paramour, but there was a heaviness for sure. Yeah, it was. Granda Malonard said, EDB, will the financial trial be streamed? It will, well, it depends on if there's a trial. Ask me after this case resolves. This is trailing that. This case is going to have to resolve first. Audrey said, is Kouri's no makeup look and hairstyle a strategy decision? Not really. She's in custody, so she can't have makeup in custody. She gets kind of whatever she can put on in the 3 minutes before they come into court, which might be mascara and the lip gloss they let her have. She can't take those back to jail with her. And she doesn't have a lot of options in custody. She's not going to have like a hairdryer or anything. So pulling the hair back in a bun is kind of the best, one of the best options when in custody. So no, she doesn't have a lot of options, and they get what they can bring to court, and that's about it. So let's see. I'm just going to try to get to, a lot of you have lovely and kind comments about the channel, the chat, the coverage. I'm trying to get to some of the questions so I can answer them, but I see all of the kind words. So thank you, Law Nerds. I'm just trying to pick out some of the questions that we can answer before my brain actually begins to buffer like stream today, because it just is much. Kimbo said, Emily, it's so cool to see lawyers be witnesses. Could a criminal prosecutor or defense attorney ever have a reason to be a witness? Well, we saw Carrie Morrissey be a witness, and we've seen Lally be a witness. Yeah, there are times. It's rare. It's very rare, but there are times. And I imagine when Taylor Shabusiness, I think she went to trial for attacking her lawyer. I imagine her lawyer would be like, yes, I was her lawyer. Yes, that's me in that video of her attacking me. Yes, it will happen. Just not as often. And it's unusual to see that happen. So Rebecca wants to know, asked if Utah is a community property state, would it affect the trust? The prenup impacts the trust, and then the other laws do. And the attorney talked about that pretty clearly. So I would just refer you back to the attorney that was drawing the estates about what Kouri's interest was on property not specifically lined out in the prenup. She talked about it. I don't want to get that wrong, but it was discussed briefly about what went into the trust. But yes, the prenup informs it, but then the laws of the state inform it. So if it's not in the prenup, it goes to the laws of the state. And that's why there was a separate Q-tip trust for Kouri. So it was that part of the code. Angie asked, did she tell you, baby, I love you? She certainly did. She certainly did. Woo! Today, Ashley said, it's happening. Everybody stay calm. My head hurts. Today was a lot of a day. Today was a lot of a day, Law Nerds. Tori said, Judge M has a deep voice like my dad. And when my dad used his deep voice, we knew we were in trouble. It's a much different relationship. But there are times that Judge M is like, nope, he was not playing today. I think Judge M is tired too. I really think Judge M is just, tired, I think. A lot of you asked, how does one have a broke sugar mama? I don't even know. I was very surprised that I was joking when I said, are you living in any of these properties? The fact that he's actually living in the properties and then doing work, and then she's just making sure he's taken care of, but he's actually like doing part of the house flips, but not getting paid regularly, but like he's not on payroll, but she's just paying him when she feels like it. It just wild. I wonder when he stopped living at her properties. Casey Cat, they did ask about the $25K, and they downplayed that to like, oh, but it's for back work that you did. It's for back work that you did. Man, oh man. Melanie asked, does he realize he's been used? I think that might have been part of the heaviness looking at this in hindsight. But he might also still care about her in ways too. Human emotions are complex, but I wonder if he asks that question about whether he was just manipulated, because on Valentine's Day, she had an alibi. And if she was setting up brunch that morning, it's like, oopsies, went to brunch. Everything's fine. Like, yeah, I don't know. I do not know, but it is a lot. So a lot of you have the same questions about those texts, because of course we do. Have to wonder how the defense is going to attack him. Well, we kind of saw they didn't. They kind of recontextualized it. Baba's a bit of advice. Don't ever ask a veteran this question. It is never okay. Agreed. I didn't realize that was like not just how everyone operated, but also when Kouri's coming out with that, it's just like, do you actually care about this man? Or do you just care about you? I'm very curious if anyone on the jury has veterans in the family or is a veteran. I want to know. Wendy said, Emily, what was the supernatural thing about? We didn't get an answer. We got eyebrows. We didn't get an answer from him about the supernatural stuff. Defense attorney backed away from that immediately. She was like, I don't want to know. 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 She didn't want to know. I can understand why. You have no idea where the fuck that's going to go. And he was like, we had just had an experience. Also, many of you today are like, why does the defense keep saying, can you blow this up? Can you blow that up? I also don't know. Can you enlarge it? Can you zoom in? I don't know. I don't know. Burps or burp snarts 23 in the chat said other people's poltergeist. The other people's poltergeist. I know, embiggen, but big fan of Justice says, what is the paranormal feeling about feeling haunted? I don't know. But I don't know. But I am dumbfounded. It's interesting to me too, the reaction he had about her writing a book. The book came up a couple times. He had feelings about the book, and his actions speak in ways that he maybe didn't on the stand to me. And if I was a juror, I'd be sitting there and being like, okay, but something weirded you out enough that you decided that what you needed to do as the guy who has been in a long-term romantic relationship with the deceased's wife, what you decided you needed to do was to call his sister and tell her what you knew. That goes beyond an affair. That's not just, oh, you need to know we were having an affair. It goes beyond that for me. What the hell are we going to look at? What is going to happen tomorrow? There's still got to be more about the life insurance, because we're not all the way done with the life insurance. I don't know when we're going to hear about Bestie. I'm glad he reached out to the family. I'm glad his texts were recovered. But also, it was more than vibes. And I imagine we will hear some of that maybe in closing about the fact that whatever he knew, he felt compelled to tell what he knew. So the one part that chat is kind of split on is, was it the brother-in-law who said, I think Kouri did it, or was it the PI who said, I think Kouri did it? I'm going to go back and listen. We have multiple times had witnesses and defense attorneys where you're not quite sure which pronoun article is going together. But again, I don't know how much that matters, other than he was like, I need to help. Like, I need to help. If I know something that can help, I need to help. Thank you to everyone who gifted memberships. Thank you, Law Nerds. I've got kiddo stuff for the rest of the evening. I don't know how you are. I'm exhausted. I'm sure you are too. Tomorrow starts a little bit later. Thank you, Your Honor. I can use the time as well, and I hope you guys can too. And then remember, no court Friday. So I will see you tomorrow morning. Don't forget to get the Law Nerd app. Huge thank you to the mods and Team Baker. These are long trial days, man. Long trial days, but jam-packed with information. Can you imagine how tired the jury is? They've got to be absolutely exhausted after these trial days. Can you imagine? Just imagine for a minute being on this jury and you sit there and listen and you can't talk about any of it. And you go home and you can't talk about any of it. And do you just sit there and stare into space and go, I don't even know what that was? To just be in that kind of isolation where you just have to kind of process it on your own. God, it would be so difficult to just get home and be like, how was today? Yeah, today was a lot. Exhausted. But we get to chat about it all day long. And for that, I am very thankful. Thank you for being here, Law Nerds. Thank you, mods, for keeping us from Emily getting derailed more than she already derails herself, which is why we have, honestly, chat rules are 99% based on EDB's ADHD, 1% based on YouTube TOS. I just try not to derail myself. Thank you guys for being on that endeavor with me, and I will see you tomorrow on stream. We got more court tomorrow. Bye. Thanks for joining me on this stream. If you don't want to miss a moment in court, you need the Law Nerd app at lawnerdapp.com. It's a free download on iOS and Android where I can keep you in the loop with everything happening in court and, of course, when the jury has a verdict. So if you don't want to miss a moment of this trial coverage, make sure you get the Law Nerd app. Thank you for being here, and thank you for being a Law Nerd.